judging people by merit. He wants smart people, not these DEI hires. How dare you? But really, I think we can fair to say that this administration is called Dumb and Dumber. Huge, huge blowback today when the Senate held a hearing that dealt with the issue, top intelligence officials, and they were all being questioned regarding this big story of the Atlantic's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, who was added to a Signal group chat where it's called the Principals Committee. The heads of the top American national security agencies were discussing plans to strike Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, folks, here are the people that were in that chat. We now know, of course, Jonathan Goldberg, Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Peter Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff. Y'all, they were all on this group. Now, how could these be the top intelligence people, but they're not intelligent enough to know that you shouldn't be using an encrypted app like Signal, and you shouldn't be using personal devices to be communicating back and forth? Now, a lot of people use Signal. I use Signal. I'm in several different group chats. And it's actually very easy to discover who's in your group chat. You could just tap the link and you can see who's been added. So how are these people so smart and bright and amazing and wonderful? Man, it's a lot that was discussed today in that Senate hearing. But first, I want to chat with the ranking Democrat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He's dealt with national security issues for a very long time, Congressman Greg Meeks of New York. Congressman, you know, I recall, Congressman, how your Republican colleagues were just beside themselves regarding Hillary Clinton's private email server and what took place in Benghazi and how we've got to get to the bottom of this. They were demanding hearings and things along those lines. Control room, please get the clip ready of the Speaker of the House, okay, Mike Johnson, Louisiana. It was amazing to listen to him just, these things happen, and, these guys, they just, it's like they're working on it. And I'm sitting here, Congressman, and I'm looking at all of these Republicans, and I'm just looking at just the grace and mercy that they just were extending and how it was really no big deal. And let me know when y'all have the clip. And Johnson is just sitting here, they're just, hey, I don't really see what the big deal is. So here's Johnson saying, it's much ado about nothing. Roll it.
Two questions on the same topic. Have you ever engaged in messaging app chats with the Trump administration about national security matters? That includes Signal, whatever, all of those things. And also, I think you know the story, but I'm curious if the Biden administration it had been found out that they were discussing national security attacks on other countries over Signal. I wonder how you would react to that.
Well, look, the White House came out with a statement, I think within the last hour. Somebody handed me what they said. They clarified there were no war plans discussed. There was no classified material sent on that thread. The White House counsel is looking into the matter, looking into how this other number was inadvertently added. Obviously, that was a mistake, and a serious one. But I just want to say, thanks to President Trump and his strong leadership and all the everybody on that group chat, the leaders on that group chat are extraordinary people. I know them all personally. They're patriots. They're doing a great job for the country. And that was a successful mission. We're taking out Houthi terrorists. That's what the American people expect the administration to do, to restore peace through strength and to act decisively. So, look, they've acknowledged that there was an error, and they're correcting it. And I would have asked the same thing of the Biden administration. I don't think anyone should have lost their job over that because an errant number, found its way onto a dialogue between leaders. It's a mistake, but we got to correct it going forward, and they will.
Was the mistake adding the reporter, or was the mistake having a Signal chat about these matters at all?
I don't use Signal. I don't know all the parameters of it, so it's not I'm not in position to determine whether that's appropriate or not. You have to leave that to others. But I would just say Obviously, we got to be careful with these things, and I know that they will. I mean, Mike Waltz is a colleague of mine, former colleague, he was born for the job. He is highly qualified. The president said he has total confidence in him, and we do as well.
Come on, Congressman Meeks. You and I both know that if this happened under Biden-Harris, he would just be foaming at the mouth.
You know, I was born at night, but not last night. Here's a guy, and here's what the administration does. They lie. First, they acknowledged it. Then they attack the reporter. Now they try to say that there's not classified information. Guess what? If it's non-classified information, release the transcript. We need the transcript. And it's required by law that anything of this nature should have a transcript. Prove it. And Congress should be doing its oversight responsibility. I immediately sent a letter off to Chairman Mass to say, let's get the transcript, let's bring them in, let's exercise our oversight responsibilities. I doubt that he does it. He said on one of the stations, I understand that if that's true, he will ask for the transcript. Well, I'm going to go to him tomorrow. I will sign a letter with him. So it's a bipartisan request asking for the production of the transcript, because this is the most ridiculous and horrible violation of our national security. One of the individuals that was on the call was in Russia, for God's sake. And we know that they know how to get things. Can you imagine if Russia wanted to and they intercepted the danger it put our pilots in? The Houthis have the ability to shoot down planes. So if they were given advance notice, and Russia and China would have been happy to give them certain notice so that they could embarrass the United States. This is a failure of our national security. I believe they violated laws on how to handle and utilize classified information. Whatever happened to the SCIF?
Yeah, for people to understand, because of the position that you are in and the committees that you are in, you regularly deal with some of the most sensitive classified data in the United States. There's a process. So tell people what a SCIF is.
A SCIF is an isolated room that is covered over by various material to prevent any interception of anything that's said within it or that comes out of it, except for on an extreme secure line.
So you can't bring personal devices in. There are no windows, none of that. So it's designed to where no one can penetrate that space, so you can have honest conversations about some of the most sensitive national security data in the United States.
That's exactly right. You can't if you have a watch on, you got to take it off. Anything that could transmit any kind of signal out of it, you cannot have that in a SCIF for the important national security information. And if you do anything outside of that, it's mishandling that information. For example, if I took something out of a SCIF that belonged in a SCIF, because inside you got to sign who you talk to, etc. So they keep a record of it. They know who spoke to who when. They know the subject matter. And it's all contained therein and kept, because the truth of the matter is that kind of conversation becomes part of the presidential record books for all times, so that you can always go back and look at it. Like they kept the Kennedy documents for such a period of time until such time they were declassified. It's a violation of law to take certain things and use them on certain devices. I believe a crime was committed.
Then you had the CIA director who says that when he got the job, they loaded Signal on his work phone. Everything that I've read says that that can't be allowed, that you can't load encrypted apps that are for general use onto work phones.
It is absolutely insane. This is the most incompetent administration with the most unqualified members in our national security, headed by Pete Hegseth, who is basically just a weekend TV guy. You're talking about somebody that is most unqualified, and his presence to continue in that role as the Secretary of the Defense Department is going to continue to be a national security issue for us. And to have Secretary Walz, who put the reporter on this, and no one, all those top people, no one looked at the list, as you indicated, and said, "Who is this other person on the on the line?" But before that, it should never have been on Signal at all. Period. It's a violation of law.
Yeah, I just, and to sit there and to watch these idiots, and we're going to play a little bit where you have Tulsi Gabbard, the so-called Director of National Intelligence, say, oh no, nothing classified was discussed. Okay, so if nothing classified was discussed, release it. Oh no, those things are under review. They were trying to have it both ways. They were trying to say it was classified, but it wasn't. They screwed up. So all the excuse making, they're making it worse because they're just lying.
That's what they do continually. Even with, you remember the president on this other thing dealing with immigration, he said he didn't sign it, and then he admitted he signed it. They go back and forth. They are obvious liars, and they're trying to prevent. But you know what is really important now? Congress has to do its responsibility. For years, they were doing a review on Hillary Clinton, and they held her in a room doing a hearing for hours upon hours. They did 2-3 years on Afghanistan, subpoenaing records and getting everything that they wanted. And the Biden administration gave them everything that they wanted. Now, that clip that you just showed of Speaker Johnson, it is just a joke. And you can tell that he is just covering up. We need to make sure that the Congress, and that's why I sent this letter to Chairman Mass, saying that we should have a hearing immediately. We're not going to stop. I'm going to insist that there are subpoenas issued. The American people have the right to know the truth, so that because their national security is at stake and at risk with this gang of incompetence.
Absolutely. But it's amazing because, again, Jim Jordan, where's he? Where's Comer? Where are all these so-called national security, foreign policy, hardcore folks at who were railing against everything? You cannot convince me that a Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin were on a Signal group chat talking about troop movements and what action is going to be taking in a bombing in another country. The Republicans would be like, this is really no big deal. Simple mistake. Let's just keep it moving.
Yeah, look, they would be asking for them all to resign or be impeached. And I want to get this record. So you know what? I think the most appropriate thing for me to do, I'm going to introduce a piece of legislation that we want to put on the floor and ask to have a vote on it. Let's see how my colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans, let's see, really, I know how the Democrats will vote. Let's see if the Republicans will vote on a resolution, a request of inquiry, which I have the right and the privilege to do as a member of Congress, to have the transcripts released for review by us. We can't just sit back idly and just let them get away with this and lie. We must get to the bottom of it. We don't know, and that's one of the questions that I put in. There was a joint letter that we put out and sent to the bumbling gang. We don't know how many other Signal chats that they may have had in the past, or with reference to national security interests. We don't know what those transcripts would indicate and who they talked to and who was on those lines and how many times it's occurred. We need a complete and thorough investigation to this occasion and all times. How long have they had Signal on their phones? How many times have they used it? What did they use it for? There's so many questions that need to be asked now because our national intelligence. How can our allies trust us? We talking about trusting them with secrets and things of that nature. They can't trust us based upon the incompetence of what we've seen take place here. So we need a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions that we need answers for.
All right, Congressman Greg Meeks, Brad, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
Folks, it was crazy during today's Senate Intelligence Committee, listening to these idiots just offer excuses. And Virginia Senator Mark Warner, who serves as the vice chair of the committee, man, he grilled Tulsi Gabbard and CIA Director John Ratcliffe on their involvement in this Signal group chat. So this is just too delicious. Roll it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to take your extra 13 seconds. But,
Okay.
I want to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not, are you denying, Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because
Council.
it's all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but
Yeah, come on. Okay, I'm confused. I'm confused. Ratcliffe admits he was on the chat. Gabbard wouldn't answer. She was on the chat. She's sitting right next to him, and both were on the chat. Continue.
I've got a series of questions.
Well, but I think it's important because at the outset, you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was Signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of Signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, the statement, the Signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is
I've got a series of
end-to-end decryption. So to finish,
I understand encryption.
It is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels. Right. So those were procedures that were implemented. My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with those processes, and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a Signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make that determined.
Okay, now freeze it. Now I'm confused. Go to my iPad. This is from CBS News. NSA, which he's over, warned of vulnerabilities in Signal app a month before the Houthis strike chat. The National Security Agency sent out an operational security special bulletin to its employees in February 2025, warning them of vulnerabilities in using the encrypted messaging application Signal, according to internal NSA documents obtained by CBS News. The NSA is an arm of the Defense Department and specializes in signal intelligence, which is derived from electronic transmissions and cybersecurity. That's kind of interesting that he would then say that in the hearing. Continue the video, please.
because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. You know, let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a SCIF?
There was no classified material that was shared in that
So then if there was no
check.
classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security. Bobbing and weaving and trying to, you know, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that
And if there's no
signal.
classified in materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then you can't even answer the question whether you're on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember, when you couldn't answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Man, I have serious doubts about your, anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting you. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator, 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference between inadvertent release versus
Careless and sloppy.
malicious leaks of classified information. The second point is there was no classified information that was on
And the
this
information, this
signal
committee
group
should get
chat.
that information. Director
And the
Patel,
National Security
Director
Council
Patel,
was
my time's
reviewing
about out,
how
and I'm
this
going to use
occurred.
my 12 seconds up the chairman came. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
Georgia Senator John Ossoff, he got in on the action.
Director Radcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
No.
A national political...
Hold on.
No, you
Let me
hold
answer.
on. No,
The
Director
answer- the
Radcliffe,
reason
I
I
asked
say
you a yes or
no-
no question, and now you hold on. A national political reporter
You can
was made
characterize it how
privy-
you want.
was made privy
The White
to
House has made
sensitive
clear
information about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake?
seal.
That wasn't a huge
Well, I
mistake?
think they characterize
This is
it as
an
a mistake.
embarrassment. This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you say perjury? Here's Colorado Senator Michael Bennett.
You know that the president's Middle East advisor was in Moscow on this thread while you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread? Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that
This
today.
sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies and the personnel who work for them is entirely unacceptable. It's an embarrassment.
Senator,
You need to do better. And the personnel who work
Better. I kind of agree with that. These things just, they continue, and they were being hammered over and over and over again. You had Senator Angus King, who was challenging them. You had just numerous Democratic senators. Now the people who were making, who were, doing, the biggest, who was kissing the most ass were the Republicans, because they were like, well, this is really no big deal. I don't see what the problem is. This thing happened over and over and over again.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
Forward together, not one step back. 57 years ago, on April the 3rd, Reverend Dr. King said the night before he died, nothing would be more tragic than for us to turn back now. God help us not to turn back from the vision of our Constitution, that is to establish justice, to promote the general welfare, to provide for the common defense, and to ensure domestic tranquility. When Trump and Musk and Johnson and their minions are signing unconstitutional executive orders, unconstitutionally firing people, trying to pass an unjust budget, and wrongfully raising tariffs that will not only hurt Wall Street, but back street and side streets and side roads. When they are doing this, we must say every day, we will stand up in truth and raise our voices and our votes and declare, take your hands off of our democracy. When their foolish budget plans could remove 36 million people from health care and millions of poor and low-wage children from school lunch and refuse to raise the living wage for 14 million low-wage working American people from $7.25 to $17 an hour. We must pray for God to give us the courage to stand and say, take your hands off our Medicaid. Take your hands off our Medicare. Take your hand off our voting rights. Take your hand off our living wages. Take your hand off our public education. Take your hands off of our lives. When greedy technocrats with the supremacy philosophy want to rule the country, we with moral vigor and righteous indignation must stand up and say no. We cannot be at ease in America. History is pushing us, the present is demanding us, and the future is calling us. I said in 2018 that every age must have a movement of people that will build a moral fusion mass movement that stands together. That stands together because the issues before us are not about left versus right or Republican versus Democrat, but about right versus wrong and justice versus injustice. And with the help of the divine, we must unite more and more, declaring that we are black, we are white, we are Latino, we are Asian, we are Native, we are young, we are old, we are North, we are South, we are East, we are West, we are gay, we are straight, we are trans, we are America, and we ain't going nowhere. God give us the strength. We will not allow a budget that goes after the policies that lift the poor and low-wage workers of this nation. We will not accept the attacks on federal workers. We will not accept them, not now, not ever. And we will prayerfully, with no equivocation, no capitulation, no weakness, declare with all that is holy and divine. We must not bow. We must reclaim our government. We must pledge ourselves to the work of the third reconstruction of America. We must lift every voice and sing together. We must lead with love and repent of the apathy that has too often slipped in. We cannot bow. Finally, they are afraid of you. Trump and Musk, who want to be dictators and want to be kings and lords, they are afraid of the power of love and truth and justice. They are afraid of your unity and your diversity. Well, let's keep them afraid until they change. My friends, this is way bigger than just a party issue. This is an outright battle for civilization. And the truth is, they are all scared of your power to come together. And they are betting that we will be afraid of them. But this is the time that we must increase, intensify, and embolden our agitation for what is right. We must declare that the only way a wannabe king can be king is if we bow, but bowing down is not an option. Our knees aren't made for bowing. We are not going to bow to power-drunk, neo-fascist extremists. We only bow to God. And so we must stand tall. When they attack everyday people with mean, hurtful policies, we must stand tall as they take your hand off of our lives. So stand up to the technocrats. It's time for our pulpits to stand tall. It's time for statesmen and stateswomen to stand tall. It's time for the people to stand tall. We must mobilize our righteous bodies and our voices and our hearts by the millions. We must stand tall because bowing down is not an option. It might take mass call-ins, but stand tall. It might take mass sit-ins, but stand tall. It might take nonviolent civil disobedience, and they might arrest us, but stand tall. It might take mass pray-ins, but stand tall. It might take class action lawsuits, but stand tall. It might take having a labor strike day on election day so that working people can vote. But stand tall. Stand tall in every precinct. Stand tall in every voting district. Stand tall in every city. Stand tall in every state. Stand tall in truth. Stand tall in love. Stand tall in justice. Stand tall and demand that they take their hands off our democracy, and the God of the universe will be with us. Stand tall. Bowing down. Say it with me. Bowing down. Bowing down. Bowing down is not an option. Stand. 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 Stand.
Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows. because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you are scared, when you're looking over your shoulder, oh my God, that advertising contract is not going to come in. Well, guess what? A lot of these major ad agencies, they're not even supporting us anyway. You know, in 6 years of doing this show, Group M hasn't done a damn thing with us. Publicis hasn't done anything with us. You've got Horizon, you've got all of these folks, they haven't done jack. And so we are calling it like we see it, and we're speaking truth. And unlike some of these other so-called progressives and people who believe in truth, I'm not running around trying to kiss MAGA ass and kiss Trump's ass. I won't be going to Mar-a-Lago, not for a damn thing. And so this is about us being able to speak truth. So when you support this show and this network with your resources, that is exactly what is happening, because we are trying to build something that is bigger and broader, and actually it has the courage to say what needs to be said, even when it makes other folk uncomfortable. If you want to contribute giving Cash App, use the Stripe QR code. This is it right here. And if you are listening, simply go to blackstarnetwork.com to check it out. Also, because you want to see your checking money order, some of y'all old school, we understand that. See your checking money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003 7-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, folks, we've got some 4 million social media followers. If only 20,000 of our fans contribute at least $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, that's $1 million. It allows us to be able to continue to build, to add these shows and do the work that's required. So your support is needed. So please join our Bring the Funk fan club today if you've not already joined. If you have given to us in the past, please renew your commitment, because it's important that we support Black-owned media, because Black-owned media matters. Folks, this is the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief, Donald the Con Trump, signing an executive order to facilitate the right's long-standing goal of eliminating the Department of Education. That was always the goal of the Republicans and Project 2025. And so that's what they're doing a ceremony in the East Room of the White House. This idiot Trump signed the order while flanked on each side by school children seated at desks. While the order recognizes that it would take an act of Congress to completely shutter the department, Trump directed Education Secretary Linda McMahon to do all she can to achieve that goal. The con man said the department will preserve useful functions like Pell Grants, Title I funding, and programs for students with disabilities. Do we have any audio of him talking? All right, so here's the deal. They're going to sit here, and what they're doing is, again, they want to completely gut the department. They've already laid off half of the employees. This is what they have always done and what they want to do. And again, this is what their goal has always been. My panel, Dr. Nola Haynes, she is Georgetown University School of Foreign Service out of D.C., political cis, social media, political activist out of Knightdale, North Carolina. Reese Colbert, host of the Reese Colbert Show, Sirius XM Radio out of Washington, D.C. Reese, I'll start with you. I mean, bottom line is this here. This is always what they wanted to achieve. They are blaming the Federal Department of Education for the problem with education. I'm here in Texas right now, and in fact, we're going to have also on the show, I got a chance to chat with State Representative Jolanda Jones, and we talked about a couple of things. We talked about the voucher scam bill here in Texas, and we also talked about the Texas Education Agency takeover of the Houston Independent School District. But here's the whole deal. 90% of the funding in America for schools is state and local. So this idea that the problem with education is all because of the Department of Education is right-wing fiction.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, the right-wing education system has created the problem with us having lower literacy scores, lower math scores compared to other industrialized nations. Look, this is about undoing the progress since Brown versus Board of Education. This is about creating separate and unequal. It is about creating a caste system, or not creating, but entrenching a caste system in which wealthier people get to send their kids to better schools, in which underprivileged, and I use that in air quotes, underprivileged kids have no recourse for underinvestment in their areas, in their schools, where kids who have disabilities do not have any recourse in ensuring that they have equal access to education, whether that be learning disabilities or physical disabilities. And so this is about making it harder for the playing field to be leveled through education. It's also about eroding the middle class. It's about taking away investments like what Biden-Harris did by expanding public student loan forgiveness and other student loan forgiveness programs. And so this is a full-on assault on all of the mechanisms that have been put in place over decades to make education slightly more equitable in this country. The way to make more progress is not to undo the progress that's been made, but is to double down on it. And this is the exact opposite of that.
Nola, people really need to understand, and again, all of these crazy, deranged people on the right, they literally have no clue. They don't even understand that the states that benefit the most from the Federal Department of Education are red states like Tennessee, South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas. So they just want to just go ahead and cut their noses off to spite their face.
Ooh, I am burning up about this issue. I knew it was coming. It's here. You know, as an educator, this is definitely something that my chats have been going off about all day. But I've been thinking a lot about this in that same context, Roland, but also in the context of politics. Last night I did a live and I had a question asked about what is a populist? What does populism mean? And what does it mean when people say that Donald Trump is a populist? Basically, at the end of the day, it benefits a populist, wannabe dictator, wannabe autocrat to have an uneducated permanent class. That benefits him. MSNBC did some interesting polling today around white voters. And to no one's shock, most of Trump supporters were white males who were uneducated. That shocks no one. And while more white women do not support Donald Trump, the ones that do have not received, at the very least, a four-year degree. So this is all part of the playbook. There's nothing new here. Donald Trump is not reinventing the wheel. And it's very easy to convince people that those coastal elites, those Northerners, and I can't tell you how many times I've been hearing that lately. I feel like I've been transported in some sort of time machine and we've gone backwards in time. Like people actually using terms like Yankees and Northerners. What? Where are we? But anyway, my point is they are genuinely convinced that education that we are the permanent enemy, and somehow that they are in on something, that they know something that we don't know, that they have the authentic information that we do not have. All part of a larger scheme. It's not a shock to no one, but it really is the populist autocratic dictator playbook. It benefits them to have a very undereducated base. And to Reese's points, absolutely, this is also about undoing everything that had anything to do with civil rights.
Look, sis, you're North Carolina, and the same thing. We talk about education, resources, oversight, the ability to be able to collect data. That's the other thing. They don't want to collect data. So when you talk about inequities, when you talk about the issues that we have, when you don't have the data, then you don't even know what the hell is going on. You don't even know how do you achieve parity, because they don't want that. They just sort of throw out these phrases. We're just going to send the money to the states. But these same states, these right wingers, they don't want the data. They don't want to be able to know what the inequities are.
And what we do know here in North Carolina, $1.6 billion of federal funding from the Department of Education comes here. And we know that affects kids for Title I, IDA, kids with disability, And we also know that the kids that are going to be affected the most by all of this is kids that live in rural areas. That is the data that we have right now. So also don't forget about federal loans, grants. So we're talking about community colleges. We're also talking about how this is going to impact teachers on a community college level, which I work at a community college. So I think I want to go back. I may be moving too far ahead, but when Chuck Schumer, what he did, this is why I say, with all due respect, let the motherfucker burn. That's how I look at it. Because we have said this is what's going to happen. It is going to impact us the most. But it seems like the only damn way that this country is going to pay attention is if this country falls a little.
Well, listen, people need to understand what is going on. This is going to continue. There's going to be more of this. And I'm going to say it again, Reese, and I don't care what anybody says. We understand. We know what's going on. Black people are very clear. White folk are going to have to get pissed off and outraged for them to understand what's really at stake. Because there was an analysis done on MSNBC. 71% of the electorate in the 2024 election, and we're going to talk about this with Terrence Woodbury, 71% of the 2024 electorate was white.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, and they are starting to get pissed off, but the question is, will that translate into a change and a shift in voting patterns? Will that cause some of them to stay home if they can't hold their nose and vote for Democrats? Will that cause some of them to shift in the way that people like to pretend like Black people shifting from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party was all some mindless zombieism that we were infected by, as opposed to an act of self-preservation? What the Republicans have shown, and I've said this many times, is that they are waging war on white people. Black people are the byproduct. We are the collateral damage of it. But this is really about redistributing wealth. It is about cutting off the ability to that ability to climb the ladder, the income ladder, the educational ladder, because it's more of them than there are of us. And this is going to impact states where we're not very well represented in. Black people ain't in but 6, 7, 18 places, okay? And we have a big ass country where there are not us in those spaces that are going to be harmed. As Political said, rural areas are going to be impacted. And yes, we know we have Black people in rural areas, but a lot of this country is rural and very, very white. The Appalachia is very, very white. And so when they realize that they have to stop selling our civil rights, meaning Black people and people of color civil rights and LGBTQ people civil rights, down the river so that they can feel like they have some more power and authority, when they realize that that bargain that they're making with the Republican Party is hurting them more than anything, maybe we'll see a change. And in the meantime, we got to buckle up and ride this as best as we can, like we always have.
Political says you're seeing that in North Carolina. All these white folks who voted for Trump, what did he do when it came to additional hurricane relief? We're good. Same as in Georgia.
And he's ready to slash
there you go.
Funding now when it comes to hurricane funding. He's ready to slash that right now. I know our governor, Josh Stein, just signed a bill that is directing money towards hurricane victims because we're still suffering from that. But yeah, it's going to be a great impact. They do not see it yet. Some are seeing it, but like Reese said, it's a matter of how many people, how long is it going to take? And with all due respect, when I say let this shit just fall, because they don't get it. They still think here in North Carolina, which is a purple state, they still think that it's going to affect us the most. Like Reese said, in rural areas, the majority of people that live in rural areas are white, poor white folks, who a lot of them don't have transportation, by the way. So good luck with private schools on getting your children there.
That's true.
Well, folks need to understand you are seeing the destruction of civilized society. This is all about oligarchs. It's all about the rich. It's all about billionaires. It's all about white suburban communities, and folks had better understand that as best as they can.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
Listen, on this show, we tried to tell you. We got T-shirts says we tried to tell you FAFO 2025. We every single day we kept warning people about this. We kept warning them about Project 2025. We kept warning this. Look, we ran this ad for the Lincoln Project that spelled out explicitly what will happen when this con man, when this thug actually returns to the Oval Office.
November 5th, 2024. Donald Trump defeats a divided and dispirited Democratic campaign. On January 20th, 2025, Donald Trump is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. Unfortunately, he keeps his promises. Trump seizes control of a divided government, signing hundreds of executive orders implementing Project 2025. Trump replaces over 50,000 civil servants with hardline MAGA loyalists. The federal oath of office now requires declaring loyalty to the president, not the Constitution. Protected by the Supreme Court's grant of total immunity for official acts, Donald Trump orders the Department of Justice to arrest members of the January 6th Commission, current and former DOJ employees, and political opponents for treason, election interference, and conspiracy. He declares it to be an official act. Trump ends birthright citizenship by executive order and turns millions of American-born citizens into illegal aliens overnight. Mass deportations begin. Hundreds of thousands, including legal U.S. residents and American citizens, are imprisoned in newly built camps. Protests erupt. Trump addresses the nation from the Oval Office, invoking the Insurrection Act and declaring the protesters a danger to American sovereignty. He orders the National Guard to use deadly force to suppress the protests. In the wake of the bloody violence, Trump declares nationwide martial law, awarding himself new powers under the freshly signed American Sovereignty Protection Order, which defines protest of immigration policies as non-protected speech and a threat to national security. Governors in New York, California, Illinois, and elsewhere declare their opposition, promising to refuse compliance in their states. Trump orders their arrests. Trump pardons every January 6th attacker, including those who assaulted the police, and in a White House ceremony issues a new presidential medal honoring them. Many are given jobs in his administration. The Department of Education is renamed the Department of American Values and mandates a nationwide Christian nationalist curriculum for all schools receiving federal aid. Trump, joined by Speaker Mike Johnson and evangelical leaders, announces that the Department of Health and Human Services has reclassified mifepristone, making it illegal to distribute or prescribe, as well as new HHS regulations that make IVF treatments impossible to legally administer. Trump reverses one campaign promise by declaring a national abortion ban by executive order. Challenges to his authority are rejected by the Supreme Court, which has seen new appointments from Trump after it was expanded to 12 justices. He signs an executive order removing abortion records from HIPAA privacy regulations and announces a new federal data sharing program so states can monitor women's periods. Thousands are detained while crossing state lines under suspicion of seeking an abortion. Trump's acting Secretary of Defense, a disgraced ex-general, fires over 400 generals and admirals, leaving the military leaderless. Other Trump appointees purge the ranks of the CIA, FBI, and Department of Justice. By executive order, Trump withdraws the United States from NATO and ends Pentagon cooperation with Ukraine. Russian tanks enter Kyiv. Vladimir Zelensky is killed. It is announced that Trump will run for a third term, claiming he was unfairly cheated in the 2020 election. His Supreme Court ultimately agrees with this interpretation, paving the way for Trump's 2028 re-election. If you hear all this and believe it isn't possible, then ask yourself, what did you believe was impossible just 8 years ago? This isn't a fantasy. It's Trump's plan, and he's counting on you to believe it couldn't happen.
Again, we tried to tell you these things were going to happen. We told you this man was petty. We told you he was shameful. We told you he was pathetic. And guess what? Some of y'all still voted for him. And so for the people who are like, oh my God, I can't believe this. Why? The thug literally said it. He signed a series of executive orders getting rid of all DEI. I just sat here and read, just hold on. I just sat here and read a tweet, y'all, that was unbelievable. It said, buried amidst all of the, this is Senator Tina Smith. She said, buried in the flurry of executive orders last night is one that halts all funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law. Yes, the law that Republicans and Democrats came together to pass that fixes our roads, modernizes old bridges, makes drinking water safer. Now remember, this asshat for 4 years, Infrastructure Week, never passed a bill. One of his first actions. You want to talk about, again, the kind of actions that you see taking place. How petty is he? Oh, John Bolton, who the Iranians were trying to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, because Bolton was a critic of Donald Trump said, that's it. The Secret Service protection that Biden gave you, revoked. Bolton said he got a phone call. He told CNN's Jim Costa, told him, got a call 11:30 last night from the Secret Service saying your Secret Service is being revoked at noon today. Oh, how about this one here? Go to my iPad. Just 10 days ago, this portrait, let me restart it. This portrait of General Mark Milley, okay? This former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this was just unveiled 10 days ago. Guess what? Moments after the swearing in, rejected, taken down. That's right. So his portrait will not be in the Pentagon for the next 4 years. It goes on and on and on. But we told y'all this was going to happen. And guys, the lower third is wrong, because we tried to tell you, not you. We tried to tell you. Bringing my pound, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice, the EPA out of D.C. Also joining us is Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney out of L.A. We'll be joined later by Joy Cheney, founder, Joy Strategies out of D.C. Again, Mustafa, nobody can be surprised what this thug is doing. He said what he was going to do. His supporters, they cheered that. They loved it. They threw their arms up. And so guess what? He's doing exactly what the thug said he was going to do.
Yeah, you know, what was that old adage? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I mean, he was very clear of the things that he was going to do. Everybody has been clear. Donald Trump shared exactly what he was going to do. Project 2025 said exactly what they wanted to see happen. Agenda 47 was very clear about these things. So I don't know why anyone is surprised. Maybe they think that no one could possibly ever stoop this low, or to have no forethought about how this will overall impact our country and our standing in the world. But he doesn't care about that. He's fine. The people that he surrounds himself with are extremely wealthy individuals, so they're going to be fine. But the people who will be hurt are everyday folks. Of course, our most vulnerable communities will take many, many hits. We will lose lives. Folks will get sick. You know, they'll end up losing homes, all these different types of things. But the people who think that they won't be impacted, everybody's always like, well, that could never happen here. And then it does. And what you'll find is that those folks who are in the middle class, they will also have huge amounts of impacts that are going on because they didn't pay attention and because they thought it was the others who would be the ones who would have to carry the weight for the, the various things that Donald Trump has already said he's going to do through his executive orders and the things that are coming day after day after day. So, unfortunately, you end up getting what you don't, what you don't vote for or what you vote for. For those who sat on the couch and didn't vote, you get it too. And for those who actually went out there and cast their vote for somebody who's told you that he doesn't care about your communities and he doesn't care about the future for your children, now you've got to actually deal with that as well.
Joe?
Yeah, I mean, you're in, you kind of bought this. This is what you bought. My mom used to say, you made your bed, now you get to lay in it. And so, you have a situation where there's all kinds of things that the president could do to seek to exact revenge. There's no discussion, if you'll notice, about prices, the things that actually people, well-intentioned people, they got it wrong, but well-intentioned people were hoping that he'd do. No indications related to that. If anything, it's the opposite. What's the point of stopping funding from the infrastructure law? Maybe just despite that Biden got it done, but he didn't. What's the point with, letting all of these folks off related to this insurrection? Just letting the folks off that went along with him and did basically what he told them to do. And so, this is just the beginning. And you're going to have to kind of, fasten your seatbelts because there's no way that the things that he is doing are not going to affect regular people. There's no way that you could actually think you could actually stand next to Donald Trump, whether you're the administration or whether you are a citizen that voted for him, and really think with certainty that he would never do something that has the potential to hurt you, if not devastate you. And that's just kind of where we are, and people are going to have to find out the hard way.
Oh yeah, they're gonna find the hard way. And again, I'm not shocked when it went down yesterday. It's not like people were texting me in group chats. They were going, all 1,500. I was like, oh yeah, sweeping pardon, full, absolutely. And Lincoln Project is right. Oh, don't be shocked if this man invites them to the White House for a big lawn party. Don't be surprised. Hell, he might literally give all of them the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I wouldn't put none of that past him, Mustafa, because this is his army. These are his thugs. This is his militia. And people need to be concerned because what he's saying is, if people do harm in my name, I'm going to hook them up.
Well, he's got to feed the base, right? So, he's got his soldiers, right, that are out there. These folks, these insurrectionists, so of course we know are domestic terrorists. He has got to continue to feed the base. So, congressional medals, but he's got to also continue to do the most outrageous things because that is what they signed on for and what they expect from him. So when you see these actions that he said he was going to do around immigration, separation of families, trying to, do some things around the 14th Amendment, he gets that, from previous presidents, who have done some really just amazingly egregious things who are for racists. So when you look at all these different types of things that he has to do, when he is willing to destroy the environment, when he's willing to go after environmental injustices, even though he knows lower wealth white communities will also be impacted by dirtier air and dirtier water, when he tries to strip away education, he knows who's going to be impacted by that. So he's got to continue to feed the beast that he has created and the beast that evidently he is. We've just got to make sure that we are organizing and mobilizing and, utilizing the few opportunities that actually will exist in the court system. And we've got to make sure that we're also building community so that when folks are being impacted, they're not out there by themselves, and that we fill the gap until we can make changes happen. So we've got to understand that we still have power. It's less, it's harder to get our arms around, but we can't just throw our arms up in the air and say we're just going to allow these egregious things to happen. We have to stand in community.
Oh, absolutely. And so It's just about being real, about being honest. I think that what you're doing here is people just don't understand. I do want to bounce this off of y'all. I just saw this here. So do everybody remember when Vice President Kamala Harris was swearing in the senators, and so Deb Fischer of Nebraska was sworn in, and her asshole of a husband did this here. Watch this here.
In the middle, scoot over a little. No, it's okay. We're right. Don't worry. Okay. We're ready. Okay. Do you solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States? Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you. Congratulations to you. Thank you. Okay. You're welcome. Okay. Sure. Okay.
That way, just a little bit. There you go. Thank you so much. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Hold it. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
And of course, he was just quite arrogant, not even wanting to shake her hand, walking off. Well, CNN's Edward Isaac Dovere posted this here. Give me 1 second. Let me close this box. I saw this story and I said, ooh, I just love this here. Headline, go to my iPad. At White House tea, Imhoff rebuffed the man who didn't shake Harris's hand. It said here, at the ceremonial tea at the White House before the motorcades head to the U.S. Capitol, the former second gentleman, Doug Imhoff, refused a handshake from Bruce Fisher, the husband of inauguration co-chair Nebraska Senator Deb Fischer. A person familiar with the interaction tells CNN. The tense moment came after a violent exchange, blah, 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 blah. It says, let's see here. It was still on Imhoff's mind on Monday. Why would you try to shake my hand, he told Bruce Fisher, when you wouldn't shake my wife's hand? It says the vice president and the senator were not involved in the interaction, even though Bruce Fisher did later make his way back over to apologize, the source told CNN. And by the time they headed to the car to the Capitol, tempers had cooled, and there was a cordial conversation which touched on golf, among other things. I'm with Doug 100%, Joe. Your punk ass disrespect my wife? No, I ain't shaking your punk ass hand.
Doug, listen, Doug is a real one. You remember when they were on the stage that time, that person walked up to him, and you saw the look on Doug's face. Doug was looking like Thug Life. He ran up there in front of the security. So, Doug is down for his wife now. I love me some Doug now. But this is what lets you know kind of what you're dealing with. You've got this man who would actually have enough nerve not to even shake the vice president's hand, and then go to her husband like everything is everything. No problem at all. So he doesn't even see them as one. He doesn't even see them. He doesn't even see them as God would see them, right? Those of us that are church-going folk, and I give you 10-1, he showed up at church on time on Sunday. I bet you, okay? So this lets you know kind of what we're dealing with. But I'm glad that Doug was down for his wife like that. That's the way we all should be. The only thing I guess he could have done is, I guess he could have punched him or something, but he was acting cool. But he asked him, why would I shake your hand when you wouldn't shake my wife's hand? So I appreciate that, but it lets you know what it is that we're dealing with. You try to do things. This woman's been vice president for 4 years. She's done what she's done professionally. She's probably forgot more about politics than this man knows. And this man somehow believes that he shouldn't be shaking his hand and shaking her hand and embarrassing his wife that way.
Here's my whole deal, Mustafa. I ain't down with the bullshit. That's how you want to roll? Nah, bro, you ain't come and shake my hand. It ain't gonna happen. See, I just don't believe in normalizing this crap. I don't believe that you get to show your ass and I then have to be the one, it's decorum and the way things are supposed to be. Nah, Mustafa, those rules are gone. Those days are gone. These people, just like Trump sat here, apparently he called inspirational the letter that Joe Biden left him in the drawer. Did Trump leave a letter for Joe Biden? When Trump came to the White House, oh, I'm sorry, I don't recall that meeting taking place after the election in 2020. Oh, Trump's punk ass, along with Melania's trifling ass, didn't even come to the inauguration. See, I'm sorry. Look, there are other people who are like, oh no, from a president, it's the institution, we must do these things. No, Obama and Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton coming to the inauguration, and Trump's old trifling ass people are booing them from the rafters. Gross disrespect. These folks don't show respect, but always want somebody to give them respect.
Yeah, that's because folks let them punk them all the time. You know what time it is. I mean, if you grew up in the streets, you already know if you let somebody punk you one time, they're going to come back and do it again and again and again. And each time they're going to try and take more of your dignity, more of your soul, more of your resources, whatever it might be. And that's why I appreciate Michelle Obama, because she said, you know what, I'm not even dealing with this foolishness. If y'all want to go ahead and play them silly games, then you go right ahead. You know, and the other part, too, is I appreciate Doug, too, because if you step to my family, we're going to have a problem. So I'm glad that it didn't escalate to that, because as my mother would say, just because somebody is uncouth doesn't mean that you have to be. But, you know, I believe from my daddy's side, sometimes you just got to hem somebody up and let them know what time it is.
I'm letting you know my ass petty. I'm petty. I'm going to give you all of it back. I done told y'all the story when I was at the TV anchors meeting when the thug was there last time. And when he came into the room, all the TV anchors moved towards him. Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President. They were shaking his hand. I was that Simpson meme. I fell back into the bushes. And he had to come my way. And I'm like, listen, I said, when he come to me, I said, I can't call him Mr. Trump. I said, Mr. President. Then I'm like, I can't call him Mr. Trump. So when he finally got to me and stuck his hand out, oh, good to see you. I went, hi. That's all he can get from me. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give you that respect that you have not earned when you disrespect the office on a consistent basis. So folks need to understand we're going to see a whole bunch of this nonsense over the next 4 years, but that's what we're dealing with. But this is also what happens when a lot of y'all sat y'all ass on the couch and didn't vote. And even in places where Vice President Kamala Harris won, like in Virginia, a whole bunch of people still sat their ass on the couch. So that's why we got these shirts right here. We got them made up. I'm going to wear the shirt tomorrow. Go ahead and pull the graphic up. That's right there. It said, don't blame me. I voted for the black woman. So if y'all want to get that shirt, y'all can go to rolandmartin.creator-spring.com or go to the Black Star Network to get y'all merchandise. But don't blame me. I voted for the black woman. Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard what we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you are scared, when you're looking over your shoulder, oh my God, that advertising contract is not going to come in. Well, guess what? A lot of these major ad agencies, they're not even supporting us anyway. You know, in 6 years of doing this show, Group M hasn't done a damn thing with us. Publicis hasn't done anything with us. You've got Horizon, you've got all of these folks, they haven't done jack. And so we are calling it like we see it, and we're speaking truth. And unlike some of these other so-called progressives and people who believe in truth, I'm not running around trying to kiss MAGA ass and kiss Trump's ass. I won't be going to Mar-a-Lago, not for a damn thing. And so this is about us being able to speak truth. So when you support this show and this network with your resources, that is exactly what is happening, because we are trying to build something that is bigger and broader, and actually it has the courage to say what needs to be said, even when it makes other folk uncomfortable. If you want to contribute giving Cash App, use the Stripe QR code. This is it right here. And if you are listening, simply go to blackstarnetwork.com to check it out. Also, if you want to see your checking money order, some of y'all old school, we understand that. See your checking money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003 7-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, folks, we've got some 4 million social media followers. If only 20,000 of our fans contribute at least $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, that's $1 million. It allows us to be able to continue to build, to add these shows and do the work that's required. So your support is needed. So please join our Bring the Funk fan club today. If you've not already joined, if you have given to us in the past, please renew your commitment, because it's important that we support Black-owned media, because Black-owned media matters. And the people who are also stupid are the people who agree with this dumbass's tariffs. Let me give y'all a sense of this here. Okay, when the idiot was there 4 years ago, more than $25 billion in taxpayer money was provided to largely white farmers because of his tariffs. I remember there were farmers who announced that they were losing their farms, filing bankruptcy. And I'll never forget, one of these white boys said, "Oh, I would vote for him again, and it's worth losing." And I'm sitting there going, time out. Yo dumbass defending that? The man lost the family farm because of Trump's idiotic tariffs that did nothing, that accomplished nothing. And more than 25 billion of that were given to farmers. But let me be real clear, white farmers. So what are we now seeing? On today, which is the ultimate DEI day, diversity, equity, inclusion, when the white racists finally allowed Jackie Robinson, because it wasn't about merit, to come and play in Major League Baseball. We'll cover that later. But we're seeing the attacks on DEI in every federal government. And guess what that includes? Agriculture, USDA, is having a devastating impact on black farmers. So black farmers already got screwed and have been getting screwed for decades. Now when you had a glimmer of hope, Trump is like, shut the door. And guess who's quiet? All of these black MAGA people. You hear nothing from Senator Tim Scott. It's black farmers in South Carolina. You don't hear jack from Congressman Byron Donalds. Nothing from Utah Congressman Burgess Owens. You don't hear jack from Texas Republican Congressman Wesley Hunt. Black farmers down in Texas. There's some black farmers in Florida. Nope. Now we know ain't no black farmers in Utah. So you don't hear nothing. Not a peep. And how about all these other little MAGA minions? What's that little girl down in Atlanta, Michaela, whatever the hell her name is? Ain't heard nothing. Ain't heard nothing. What about that little other fool, Harris? They love, what about all them fools? All them fools who were sitting here at the White House, Black History Month reception, smiling and cheesing and profile and posting their videos and all on social media. Oh yeah, they were all doing that. And guess what? Silent. How about Sharice Lane? Here's a black woman who's a Florida A&M graduate. Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University. She one of them folk. When Florida, they cut $16 million from Florida A&M's pharmacy school. Ain't heard a peep. I told y'all. We saw what happened down there when Trump declared it was illegal DNA. It was illegal DNA. DEI, illegal DEI. So they canceled the deal in Alabama. We're going to talk about it a little bit later. What have I constantly said? These people do not like black people. And these same black conservatives, these black MAGA people, none of them are standing up for black people. None of them. John Boyd is the president of the National Black Farmers Association. John, we made it clear.
Yes.
Trump didn't give a damn about black farmers last time,
no,
and he don't give a damn about black farmers now.
That's correct. And Roland, you laid it all out there loud and clear. One thing that I want to highlight before we get into this terror thing is the president put an executive order out there allowing white South African farmers to provide them with a fast pathway to citizenship in the United States, and they're going to give them land out of federal inventory from the United States Department of Agriculture and grazing land from the Department of Interior and provide them a homestead. Things they never did in this country for black people, and I've been trying to get our land. Roland, you've been covering this thing, man, for 15 years, man. We've been talking about this land and inventory. They want to give it to South African white farmers that Trump says face discrimination in South Africa. But all these 40 years I've been trying to get it right here in the United States. It's always a reason why we can't get our land out of federal inventory. That should be on blast on everybody's social media line, because land, Roland, is everything, is absolutely everything. And that's why I've been after it for all of these years. And this president came in and closed up civil rights on the first day at United States Department of Agriculture. It took an act of Congress for me to get the Civil Rights Office reopened under the Reagan administration. An act of Congress had to reopen it and fund it with money with the support of President Bill Clinton. We had to do all of this through Congress. And this president comes in one day and wipes away 40 years of work at the United States Department of Agriculture. It's crazy, and he's circumventing Congress. This man's acting like a dictator, in my standpoint. He's going around the courts. He's not abiding by the court decisions that's out here. It's rampant, and we have to rise up and speak out against it. And, Roland, thank God for this platform, man. And I roll through my social media just about every night, and I see you on the front lines with the consistent message of fighting back, man, and pushing back, and we have to do more of it.
I mean, what are you hearing from these black MAGA people? Are they responding to emails, phone calls? Where they at?
I'm glad you raised that. And we're a national organization. We got 51,000 members who've been around since the 80s, and we have some of those people. Roland, you hear from some of these crazy people, and they want to argue you about Trump. And now the debate is bare minimum now. But I had a lot of pushback when I came out nationally for VP Harris, from people and the organization itself that didn't want us to do that. Some of these very same type of individuals that you are describing here. We got to do better at understanding. Yes, I agree we didn't get everything that we needed from the Democratic Party, but anybody who's confused about the difference between the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, and this president in office right now, something's wrong with you. And here's the other thing that is very alarming. They changed our name, Roland. DEI, minority farmers, socially disadvantaged farmers, farmers of color. They were spitting on me at USDA because I was black. They wouldn't allow me to see the loan officer but one day of a week because I was black. I was coming in the back door, yes, in the 80s and 90s because I was black. They got to stop changing our definition. We are black people, and these are, and we face a special set of issues in this country that no other people face with pure hatred. And this president hates black people, if anybody's confused out here.
See, here's the mistake that people make. They go, oh, but no, he's got a black HUD secretary, and oh, you know, he had Ben Carson last time, and oh, he's got. Well, here's the whole deal. Look at his White House.
Yes.
Are there any black top aides? No.
No. Advisors? No.
None. So all these little black MAGA minions taking photos, posting stuff, all of them, all these little folk, and I'm gonna name them. The silly ass brother, the Cartier family, all these folks, the Hodge twins, all these folks got lots to say on social media, but they are saying nothing about the impact on black people.
Yes. And you know what? This is going to be devastating on black farmers because, Roland, and that's the tariff piece. A lot of our people don't understand the commodities that I've been raising for 42 years. Corn, wheat, and soybeans are controlled by the market. Every time the president says the word tariff, the price plummets. The other countries don't want to trade with us. China is now buying soybeans from Brazil, and now they just said they're pulling out $2.5 billion of beef. I raise beef too. All these things are going to affect us. But when the money's rolled out, and you laid it out in your commentary, they said, oh, we're going to roll this money out through the Department of Agriculture. The same Department of Agriculture that was calling me a nigger, the same Department of Agriculture that was tearing my application up, throwing it in the trash can, is going to be the same Department of Agriculture that makes sure black farmers get money. It's not going to happen. And that's why I support, we got to, get the prices up. We got to get rid of this president. I mean, I hate to start talking about that. We got to put a candidate out there. They got the galls and balls enough to stand up to him and also say, I'm going to come into office the first day and do away with every one of those executive orders that he put out there. We're going to do away with it. We need a person like that who's standing up and fighting right now and saying and talking and saying those things right now. That's the first thing we got to do. And then black people, we got to voice up and come together. If we can't come together on the Donald Trump, we're never going to come together in this country based on this way this man has treated black people. Every week he's saying something directly, do away with Black History Month, do away with anything that has anything to do with color and blackness in this country. He came in, and his architect, Roland, we don't want to leave his name out. His name is Stephen Miller. And we had a conversation on your show years ago when he started suing me in federal court, blocking the $5 billion to black farmers. The person who orchestrated the language and who was crafting the language for this president and these executive orders, his name is Stephen Miller. And some sort of way he needs to be dealt with as well.
Again, I just want folk to know, these are the people who run around. These are the people who run around. Black folks need to be supporting Trump. They sitting here touting all the wonderful, great stuff he's doing. But again, on things that are specific, they are silent. They are saying nothing.
Yes, and you're exactly right. And you could look at the brother from South Carolina. We ain't heard a word from him.
Nope.
And we got thousands of black farmers in his state, that need help and assistance. Right now, black farmers don't have farm operating loans in place in its planting season. And we need for, our people to come together and help support these brothers. We should have our corn planters in the field right now rolling. They have, they're closing up local offices, and they have done away with anything that had to do with color at USDA and NRCS, Farm Service Agency, Rural Development. The agencies that's supposed to be extending credit out here, they went away and done away with civil rights directors in those agencies. Anybody that was doing anything around color, they're already gone. So I want to be very, very clear. Those positions have been terminated, and they fired them, and they fired these people. That's what this president is doing to black people in this country, and we're too silent about it, in my opinion.
Questions from the panel. Mustafa, you first.
Yeah. Well, John, it's good to see you again. I remember the time we met.
Hey, brother, how you doing? Thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir. I'm blessed. I remember our signing at EPA years ago.
Yes.
We got 48 million black folks in our country. And if you had the ability, and this is one of the platforms, to be able to speak to them, what would you ask them to do in this moment to address the issues that are happening to our black farmers across the country?
Go out and support us, blackfarmers.org. That's the first thing you got to do. You don't have to be a farmer to support this cause. I want to be very, very clear here. That's the biggest thing you can do to come out and support black farmers right now. Make a contribution is the second thing that you can do. And stay in contact and spread the information. This particular segment needs to be on everybody's timeline tonight. Share this show right now on all of your social media, Instagram, Facebook, whatever suits your fancy. Post this segment out there tonight so people can get the facts about what's going on in America.
Larry?
Yeah, thank you for your time and everything you do for black farmers. It's critically important. Can you talk a little bit about, there's a long history of black farming in the United States. A lot of folks don't know about, our history in agriculture. Can you talk about what the future could look like? You talked about some of the challenges, particularly the tariffs. Could you? And I know it's having a major impact on farmers in general. And we talked about the challenges that black farmers encounter. What could the future of black farming look like with tariffs, particularly with the tariffs, in this fight with China, et cetera? What could black farming look like over the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, it's going to be the loss of farms for us. That's the first thing. That these tariffs are going to put us out of business with no oversight and no regulation from the courts or from the United States Department of Agriculture. And I'm telling our people in the back of this a little bit panel, buy some land. Buy some land. Guess what? White farmers are going to be losing some of these farms too. It won't be just black farmers. Some of these mid-scale farmers are going to be losing their farm. Buy some land. If you can afford a ragged-ass Cadillac and Mercedes-Benz, you can afford 5 acres in the country. Yes, I said it. Yes, stop buying them cars, stop buying them designer clothes, and buy 5 acres in the country. That's the first thing we can do as black people. Don't leave that money in the bank right now. Buy some land when it's going to become available. And you heard it from me first. There's going to be a lot of land for sale in America, and we can't let Bill Gates and China and the rest of the people buy it. That's the first thing. We have a rich history of farming. I bet everybody on that panel came from somebody's farm and somebody from one of these southern states here in the country, and we have a farmer in our family. Tell the rich story of history of what our forefathers did. We own 20 million acres of land at the turn of the century. We're down to 3 million acres of land. Roughly hovering around 50,000 black farmers, full-time farmers that make a living. I'm proud to be one of those black farmers that farm full-time, and a host of other part-time farmers, and we raise everything. We own, and guess what, people? We're the best. I said it on your show, Roland. We're the best farmers ever in this country because we survive with no loans. We survive with discrimination. We survive with ag companies not supporting us. And we're still here by the grace of God. And guess what? We're going to survive that. You want to know why? We survived slavery. We survived Jim Crow. We survived sharecropping. All the things that they thought would put us out and put us down, we're still here. We're still here by the grace of God.
Larry, I'm sorry, Joe.
Thank you so much, sir, for what you're doing to build on what it was that you were saying. My grandmother, Lucy Perdue, was born in Sparta, Georgia, grew up in Macon, Georgia. My mother's side of the family, everybody's from Mississippi and Alabama through Salina, Tennessee. Give us, city folk, a one-on-one on why farming is important. It's gotten, a little trendy for us to sit and talk in church about, we should use this land and you should grow some things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But give those of us that don't know and haven't really gotten it a quick one-on-one about the importance of farming to what we eat every day already.
Thank you for that. And my grandfather's name was Thomas Boyd. He said land was everything. Everything good and great came from the land. Clean drinking water, fresh food to feed your family, timber to build a house on. We've gotten away from that, and the farm is where we built our families. Yes, we spent time together, we were raised together. Many black families, my daddy came from 15, the last of 15 kids. And a lot of black families. My mother had 10 siblings. We've gotten away from the family structure of the farm and also the ability to feed ourselves. If you look at our forefathers, they lived longer than we do now. It's because they was eating healthy foods from their farms that wasn't tainted with chemicals. They were eating meats and all these great fresh things, and they lived longer because of the lifestyle. We've gotten away from the lifestyle, and to answer that question more directly, we take for granted that we have food for abundance in this country. That's what we're taking for granted. So when you look at our farmers and why it's important, we're going to sit down, we're going to eat dinner tonight. Some of us going to eat too much like I do. And we take for granted that that food was grown from someone's farm in this country. So we need to go back and redevelop our connection with food, healthy foods, and the family structure that came from our forefathers. They taught us at home how to live and how to survive on these farms. And we've gotten away from that. And I want to tell the young people that's the way to survival. Land ownership is the way to freedom. If you want to be free in this country, you need to own some land so that they can't take that from you.
All right. All right, then. With John Lick, keep up the fight.
Roland, hey, man, we love you.
I appreciate it.
We love you. We support you, and we appreciate the fight that you put out here every single day, man. Thank God for you.
I appreciate it, and I have not forgotten your offer to come down to the farm to ride horseback.
Come down here, man.
I
saw you out there with that cowboy hat on, Roland.
Come on now.
I want you on my farm wearing that cowboy hat.
Oh, that ain't a problem. I got a feel I can rock. Now, how far are you from D.C.?
About 3 hours from D.C., Roland. Straight down 95 to 80.
Okay. All right, then. We're going to make that happen. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Hello. I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now, we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $8.6 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Here's today's FAFO.
Someone to explain something to me. I live in Alabama, and my utility bill usually averages between $200 to $250 a month. Can someone please explain to me how my utility bill went from $250 a month to $696?
Girl, did you say Alabama? You know exactly why your electricity bill is going up. Did you get this letter in the mail by chance? Yeah, it was sent to the residents of Huntsville, Alabama. It says that your electricity bill was going up because of Donald Trump. It has his name actually right here. Pretty clear, you know what I mean? It said, hey, he ended through executive orders, some federal grants that were lowering your electric bill. This is the best round of FAFO, and I wasn't going to ream you too hard, but then I went and saw your repost. You posted a lot of stuff from little human being guy, you know, Charlie Kirk, a lot of Daily Wire stuff, a lot of Donald Trump thirst traps, if you will. It said, oh, I know exactly who you voted for. You're the perfect candidate for this video. This is a result of what you voted for, honey. This is a thoughts and terrorists, tater tots and chairs kind of moment. I just want you to enjoy and like soak that all in. Take it all in. This is what you voted for. Anyways, my name is Mercedes Chandler. Give me a follow or you won't see my face again. Thank you. Goodbye. And FAFO.
She's complaining that her utility bills went up, and the idiot doesn't even realize they cut the grants that lowered her utility bills. This is what I'm talking about. So people are like, yeah, they're moving. It's great. Because they're not even realizing how bad it is.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Folks, you've heard me say this time and time again, and I'll say it right now. Ain't no millionaires and billionaires contributing to our show. Even the black ones. Do you have major advertisers who are spending their ad dollars with us? Absolutely not. Because the agencies say that, well, we don't do news. We can't do news. But I see these ads on Fox News. I see the ads on CNN. I see them on MSNBC. And there were people who literally said, oh, no, this ain't going to work. This is going to fail. Here we are 6 years and 4 months later, 1.58 million followers, started with 157,000. But it's also because of our fan base who contributed. 10,000 people watching live just on YouTube. More on our app, more on YouTube and the other places where we stream. And it's a lot of people. And they're people who I know personally. People who call and ask me to do favors. Who don't even contribute to the show. There are people I've seen on social media talk about how we got to build our own ecosystem, support our own, who don't actually do it. My man Michael Harriot used to be with The Root, launched something called Contraband Camp. Last night, I signed up, $59.99 for a year. Because I can't say we need more black media, and I can't say that, but then I don't actually support it. Other people who I've actually poured into, invested in. So when I ask you to join us, there are people who are in our YouTube chat who are joining in. We don't charge a subscription fee. There's no minimum amount we charge you. Because the goal that we wanted is for this to be open so people can be able to access it. I was walking through the Atlanta airport when I arrived on Tuesday and I left on Wednesday. And so many brothers and sisters stopped me and they said, man, I'm watching your show. I'm listening to the podcast. Thank you. Keep going, keep going, keep going. But y'all, I say it all the time, we cannot keep going if we can't fund it. The lease of our office is up next year. It's going to be an increase. When we talk about staff, there are some positions that we would love to fill. Today, we actually shot 2 pilots of a show that I would love to launch, and we're going to run those shows in the next 2 weeks. There are 2 of the shows that we're planning pilots on. That's going to cost money for the people producing and working it and for the people who are hosting the show. Because I'm not saying please work for free. But we are not going to be able to have voices that speak for us if we don't support those platforms. So I do what I'm asking you to do. I literally support other black-owned media platforms because we need more of the voices than just me. I'm just one person. But I want to create Black Star Network to create more Black Stars. I want to be able for us to have 6, 8, 10 different shows hosted by Millennial, Gen Z, and other Gen Xers. I would love, I tried to do a show with a Generation Alpha, but the ask of his daddy was so outlandish that I said, there's no way I can even do that. But there are others who I'm looking at. Oh yes, when I travel the country, I'm paying attention and I'm looking at people who are 12 and 14 and 15 years old and watching them saying, how can I support what they're doing and build the next generation? So when we ask you to support us, when I say we want 20,000 people on average giving $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, y'all, that's $1 million. That $1 million from those folks is huge. Brother hit me today. He said, man, I've been talking about contributing. He said, I finally did it today. He contributed $250. There's some other people I saw, they contributed $10. Somebody contributed $1.08. That 8 cents matters just like it was $800. It all adds up. So what we do here is what nobody else in black-owned media is doing. We are trying to build a network of multiple voices that will speak to our people in a way to serve as giving the clarion call to justice, to truth, to honesty, to decency, the people who are going to cast the vision. And we need you to say, like the people did to Nehemiah, let us rebuild. I would love for all the people who are watching, would love for today for us to raise $100,000. If 2,000 people gave $50, and there's 10,000 of y'all on YouTube right now, we hit that easy. You can't give us direct on the Cash App because they shut down our accounts. So you can use Stripe. This is the QR code. I posted the link directly in the YouTube chat. But if you want to use Cash App for Stripe, it's right here. This QR code, if you're listening, go to blackstarnetwork.com. If you want to give via PayPal, PayPal is paypal.me/rmartinunfiltered. Venmo is venmo.com/rmunfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com, roland@rolandmartinunfiltered.com. If you want to be old school, so your checking money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Aggressively standing up for Social Security as MAGA seeks to cut billions of dollars from Social Security. President Joe Biden, in his first major public address since leaving office, is speaking live in Chicago as it relates to this issue. Let's go live there.
Folks, today I want to talk to you about an issue that's front and center right now for millions of Americans, Social Security. You know, some of you may know the Democrats have declared today the Save Social Security National Action Day, National Day of Action, I should say. We know just how much Social Security matters to people's lives. Everyone in this room fights for people with disabilities who rely on Social Security to survive, Not just the physical side, it's the mental side. It's the mental side. You make sure folks get the benefits they earn after a lifetime of hard work. The work they do is more than just a profession, what you do, it's a calling. It's not just a profession. And Social Security is more than a government program. It's a sacred promise. We made it a sacred promise. 73 million Americans receive Social Security. From their first paycheck through their entire life, they pay into Social Security. And in return, they count on Social Security to be for them when they're going to need it. Folks, must never, ever betray that trust or turn our backs on that obligation. That's why during my presidency, we protected Social Security and made it stronger. Martin, the governor can tell you, we came into office, Social Security Administration had as lowest staffing, she referenced it, lowest staffing levels in 50 years. And demand was going through the roof because of my generation and the baby boom generation reaching the retirement age. So the demands on Social Security increased significantly. Our administration secured nearly $2 billion to reduce the backlogs and improve customer service. We slashed wait times for folks in need who are calling the 1-800 number. We got it down to under 13 minutes. It used to be 3 times that long when we took office. We made it easier for people to get help with their claims online. We reduced how long it takes to review a case. We fixed the appeal system to make it uniform in all 50 states, which made a difference. And we strengthened the anti-fraud measures to protect people's identities and to make sure benefits are going to people who actually they belong to. By the way, those 300-year-old folk getting that Social Security, I want to meet them because I like to figure out how they live out. Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity because it's hell when you turn 40 years old. But as a result, by the time we left office, we had improved every single line of customer service, from applying for disability to filing an appeal to reporting fraud. It all became more efficient and more effective. And I'll bet it made your jobs easier, too, in the process. Now, these achievements may not sound so glamorous to most people, but you know, they're absolutely essential. And in my view, one of the most important jobs of any elected official is to make sure the government works for the people, works for all people. It's understandable. They can understand what it is. And then we keep our promises to the people, to all the people. That's exactly what we did, thanks to all of you. I also signed into law the Social Security Fairness Act. That act eliminated 2 unfair rules so public employees wouldn't get shortchanged. The government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision can never come in ever again. But as a result, more than 2 million people are now finally receiving the full benefits they earned. And remember, we also faced a constant threat by some members, Republican members of the Congress, to cut and gut Social Security, period. Cut and gut it, period. They wanted to let Social Security expire every 5 years. That was the proposal. Let it expire every 5 years unless reauthorized by the Congress. Who in the hell do they think they are? Every 5 years and then wait around and be, no. I will not go further or get in trouble, but look, folks. You can imagine the chaos it would have charged. Every 5 years, Congress is going to step up. You imagine this Congress stepping up? They threatened to raise the retirement age as well. Now, that might not be a hardship for someone working in a comfortable job. But if you're on your feet all day, you're doing manual labor all day, you're working with a disability, it's a very different matter. And then they even tried to force cuts on Social Security during the negotiation of the debt ceiling. These are wonderful guys. Last time this guy had the job, he raised the debt ceiling because of an enormous and profligate tax cut to the super wealthy. And then he said, look, then they started talking to his colleagues. Well, maybe we can do something about Social Security, but we got to do something about the debt ceiling. How are we going to we can find the money in Social Security? Unless we do what they wanted to cut Social Security. Not on my watch. We refuse to go along with any of that. Look, Americans have always been able to count on these benefits. And let me pause a second here and say this. We talk about the physical needs that Social Security provides for people, particularly people, hardworking people, people retired, people on the edge. But the psychological impact, is profound. Profound. You're a man or a woman, you're 70s, 80 years old, you're not in good shape, you have a disability, and you hear the check may not come. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? We lived up in Wilmington in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a new development, 40 homes, with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And I remember my bed, our headboard was near my dad's and mom's room. And you could tell when Dad was restless. I remember asking one night my mom, "What's the matter with Dad?" The next morning, she just found out that we're not gonna provide insurance anymore where he works. Well, imagine if you're somebody who's been struggling your whole life. You're literally counting on Social Security to buy your food, just to get by. And you hear the threats, what may happen. Many of these beneficiaries, that's their only income. If they were cut or taken away, it'd be devastating, devastating for millions of people. And the psychological pressure we put people under by having this debate is absolutely devastating. That's why we work so damn hard to make Social Security Administration stronger than it's been in years. And that's why I asked the governor to take over, by the way. But look what's happened now. Fewer than 100 days, this new administration has made done so much damage and so much destruction. It's kind of breathtaking it could happen that soon. They've taken a hatchet to the Social Security Administration, pushing an additional 7,000 employees, 7,000 out the door in that time, including the most seasoned career officials. Now they're getting ready to push thousands more out the door. Already we can see the effects. For example, thousands of people use the Social Security website every single day to check on their benefits and submit their claims. But now, the technology division of Social Security Administration has been cut in half. And so the website's crashing. People can't sign on to their accounts. What do you think it does to that woman's living alone at 74 years checking and just not able to even find out whether she can't even find out what that disability claim is she has. She can't file a new disability claim. And a lot of these people are being told incorrectly that their benefits have ended. Folks, imagine the panic that causes if you're a retiree living alone with only Social Security to depend upon. So now people are overwhelming the phone lines. They're showing up at the local Social Security office, tearful and frantic, and told, "Do you have an appointment?" In that tone, by the way. I can give you a personal example if I'm not going to, though. To cap it all off, serious people are now generally concerned for the first time in history, for the first and only time in history, that Social Security benefits may be delayed or interrupted. Folks, let's put this in perspective. In the 90 years since Franklin Roosevelt created the Social Security system, people have always gotten their Social Security checks. They've gotten them during wartime, during recessions, during a pandemic. No matter what, they got them. But now, for the first time ever, that might change. It would be a calamity for millions of families, millions of people. But the current Secretary of Commerce doesn't seem to get it. Or based on his comments, he doesn't seem to even care. Many of you saw what he said the other day. And by the way, he's a billionaire. God love him, as my mother would say. Paying 8.5% in taxes. Anyway, billionaires don't know what he's paying. But when he talked about the possibility of the Social Security checks not going out this month, he shrugged it off. Here's what he said. He said his 94-year-old mother-in-law wouldn't complain, wouldn't bother her. She's probably a lovely woman. No kidding. Her son-in-law is a billionaire. What about that 94-year-old mother living all by herself? Doesn't have a billionaire in the family. Or all the retirees who depend on that monthly check to feed themselves. All those people with disabilities have no other source. What about all those people? That's who you fight for. So those who desperately need you. And folks, it's not just the Secretary of Commerce. We heard how others, empowered and emboldened by this administration, talk about Social Security. One of them called it a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme? What the hell are they talking about? People earn these benefits. They paid into that benefit. They rely on that benefit. And no one should take it away. You know, Franklin Roosevelt had a different view. He was president coming out of the Great Depression. He and all his colleagues saw great suffering, so much poverty. He also took steps to raise standard of living for ordinary Americans, including creating Social Security. He himself was from a very wealthy family. He didn't need Social Security, but understood how much it would mean to millions of Americans. He knew it would make America stronger in the process, and it has. It makes our economy stronger. It makes the community stronger. It makes families stronger. It gives peace of mind. That's why the vast majority of Americans, including many wealthy Americans, still support, thank God, Social Security. Very wealthy billionaires still support Social Security. They may not rely on themselves, but they know. Social Security deserves to be protected for the good of the nation as a whole. You got to ask yourself, why is this happening? Why are these guys taking aim at Social Security now? Well, they're following that old line from tech startups. The quote is, move fast, break things. Well, they're certainly breaking things. They're shooting first and aiming later. And as a result, the result is a lot of needless pain and sleepless nights. My friend Governor O'Malley knows what they're really up to. He says, and I love his quote, they want to wreck it so they can rob it. They want to wreck it so they can rob it. And why do they want to rob it? In order to deliver huge tax cuts to billionaires and big corporations and keep it going. They want to make permanent the 2017 tax cuts, which overwhelmingly benefited the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations. That's going to cost $5 trillion. Where are they going to get $5 trillion to pay for it, other than continue to run the deficit up? Well, where they always do, by running up the national debt, number one, and then by taking the money from someplace else. What are the two big pots of money out there in raw numbers? Social Security and Medicaid. Well, from other programs that people rely on and have paid into. Republicans, or these guys, are willing to hurt the middle class and the working class in order to deliver significant greater wealth to the already very wealthy. Who in the hell do they think they are? I really think just basic decency. Who do they think they are? I think anybody should go out. If they can make $1 billion a year, they can, fine. Pay your fair share. You know what the average, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know the average federal tax they pay? 8.2%. Anybody want to trade that number? What you're paying? Folks, look. Let me close. I'm sorry to go on so long, but it's just, anyway. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania as a kid, and then Claymont, Delaware. Middle-class towns, working-class towns. Places where people worked hard all their lives with the promise that they'd be able to retire someday with a little bit of dignity. Because they've been paying in a thing called Social Security since the very paycheck they ever earned. These people get knocked down every day, learn to get up. My dad's one experience, you get knocked down, just get up. Get up. They get up every day. The last thing they need from their government is deliberate cruelty. It's about people and neighbors across the country who look out for each other. You don't see empathy. They don't see it as a sign of weakness. They see empathy as a decent instinct. They don't see cruelty as a sign of strength. Social Security is about more than retirement accounts. It's about honoring a fundamental trust between government and people. It's about peace of mind for those who've worked their whole lives so they can rest assured they'll have a chance. They'll get back some of what they earned and what they deserve. But more than anything else, I mean this sincerely. And as my friend says, maybe it's the Irish of it in me, but it's about who we are as Americans. Who are we? What makes us distinct from the rest of the world? It comes down to basic, in my view, fundamental American values. Nobody's king. Nobody's the boss. Everybody has a shot. All people are asking for is a shot. Honesty, decency, where hard work is rewarded. Have some faith in each other. Fairness, simple fairness. We can't go on like this as a divided nation, as divided as we are. Like I said, I've been doing this a long time. It's never been this divided. Granted, it's roughly 30%, but it's a 30% that has no heart. What we see in America, that's what we believe in, fairness. And that's the America we can never forget or walk away from. Folks, I mean this. I know it sounds trite, but I have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. The United States of America. The most unique country in the history of the world, and that's not hyperbole. Every other nation was founded because of religion, geography, ethnicity. We're the only nation in the world founded on an ocean. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator. That's the one thing united us, an idea. Every other nation was because of a purpose. It's an idea. And how can we fulfill the outcome, the meaning of that idea? We walk away from just basic fundamental decency. Folks, sorry to go on so long, but I feel deeply about this. You know, you've heard me say it before and I'll say it again. There's nothing beyond the capacity of America to do when we do it together. Let's do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you for what you do. And thank you for this wonderful award. Thank you. That
was President Joe Biden speaking live in Chicago. This issue is, again, all across the country. Democrats are making it clear that they have to speak loudly against it. You see a number of members of Congress posting videos on social media talking about Republicans, their attacks on Social Security. Here is Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
All across America, House Democrats and Senate Democrats are holding a Save Social Security Day of Action. Why? Social Security here in New York City and across the country faces an unprecedented assault, the likes of which have not been seen since 2005, when former President George W. Bush tried to privatize it. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans think that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It is an earned benefit. Hard-working New Yorkers pay into Social Security and have done so throughout their entire working life. They've earned their Social Security benefits, worked hard for their Social Security benefits, and deserve their Social Security benefits. It is unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans are dismantling and closing Social Security offices, jacking up wait times, and preventing hardworking Americans from securing their benefits.
My panel, Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney out of Los Angeles, Dr. Larry J. Walker, assistant professor, who joins us out of Orlando, Florida, Dr. Mustafa Santiago, first of all, with the University of Central Florida, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EBA out of D.C. as well. Larry, I want to start with you. The thing here is, look, this is going to have devastating impact on lots of people. I saw Chris Sununu, former New Hampshire governor, go, "Oh, hey, what the heck? Retirement age, but we should raise it to 67, raise it to 70 as well." And he says, people shouldn't be retiring at 62. Says the guy who gets an annual pension when he turns 55 because he was governor.
Yeah. So the idea here is, I want to be able to thrive. We talked about Sununu, while other people, family members, aunts, uncles, grandparents, etc., struggle. Roland, this essentially is what's happening here is dismantling the social safety net in America, which will lead eventually to some depression and probably, a recession and a depression. The other point is about Social Security is people watching this understand those individuals that are retired have already paid into the system. So it's like someone giving you, you get a check for your job, and then someone coming back, we're going to have to take that check back. That's essentially what's happening here. These people who are retired have already paid into the system. And for 90 years, Roland, this year, Social Security has been an integral part in terms of making sure individuals, hardworking Americans, like I said, who have paid into the system, who have retired, who deserve to live, peacefully, don't have a rug pulled from under them. This will have a devastating impact. And I know particularly we talk about the Black community in terms of, a lot of communities are under-resourced and a lot of folks have worked all their lives and depend on Social Security to survive. But a lot of these Republicans and these white, represent these white districts, the members of their community are going to see some serious heartache. And they voted for this just a couple of months ago. So, and the Republicans have made it very clear, they've got to cut like at least $1.5 trillion from the budget. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, all these programs that play a vital role in making sure Americans can eat, can live their lives. Once again, if you dismantle or remove these programs, we will see tremendous stress on the U.S. economy, and people will struggle.
And I say to a lot of these white folks who voted for Trump, y'all about to learn real quick what happens when they want to whack Social Security to give rich folks tax breaks. Joe?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Social Security is the social safety net, right? That is having to do fundamentally with this country fulfilling its commitments. You pay into the system during your working life, then you get money from that system, which you put in. It is actually an earned benefit, right? It's not something that you didn't earn. It's not something that you didn't do something tangible or tangibly in order to receive. And so therefore, we are now in a situation where that is being threatened. You cannot cut $1.5 trillion from any budget, let alone this budget, without dealing with Social Security. Now, in the real world, 80% of our economy is based, the strength of our economy, the nuts and bolts of our economy is based on consumption. So if people that get Social Security, people get any check, disability, whatever it may be, fill in the blank. They don't get it at the same level. They don't get to buy the things that they need. Then that grinds your economy to a halt. So even those that are at the top, they're not thinking of it that way. But Social Security, a damage to Social Security is going to wreck all boats, just like they argue that doing something at the top floats all boats, which it doesn't. For sure, even though, in the short term, they'll feel a little bit better because they've cut taxes. At the end of the day, this is going to grind a whole lot of things to a halt. And I imagine that even those that were too clueless and too disillusioned, or delusional is my word, to see what was going on and voted for Trump anyway, would then at that point come to a point of inflection and revelation.
Mustafa.
73 million Americans right now are counting on basic decency. 73 million Americans are also counting on America's promise to the working class, those people who've got up every day and done what they needed to do. And now America once again is breaking the promise. Now, people often don't realize when we're talking about Social Security, we're talking about the average benefit of about $1,980 a month. That breaks down to a little less than $500 a week. So I would just ask the folks who are watching, could you survive on $500 a week? Knowing how inflation has happened, we've seen the prices of food, we've seen all these things that continue to go up, and then these individuals have, the gall to actually try and take away these basic ability for folks to hit their basic needs. The last thing that I'll say, Roland, is most folks may remember when Donald Trump was running, when he's on the campaign trail, he pledged to protect Social Security benefits. He said, and I quote, that he would never do anything that would jeopardize or hurt Social Security or Medicare. No cuts or increases in the age of those who receive the benefits. So once again, folks got bamboozled. So the question becomes what you're going to do about it. Are you going to actually pick up the phone? Are you going to actually get out and use nonviolent ways of addressing what's going on in this space? Are you going to hold your elected officials accountable? And are you, when next time you have the ability to vote, are you going to make sure that you put people in office who will actually make sure that your grandmother and maybe somebody who's dealing with a disability has the ability to actually be able to live in a decent way, to be able to live in a humane way? So the question is, what are you going to do with your power?
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
Now you might ask, USAid, why is this such a big deal? Well, Elon Musk has called this an evil agency that needs to be shut down, loads of corruption. Russia also hates the USAid agency. So now all of a sudden, Trump then, out of the blue, starts attacking South Africa and bringing this up. Now you may say, well, wait a minute, like where is this coming from? This is this idiot on Fox News.
That you were going to cut aid from South Africa. Will you plan to cut aid across other African nations, and why South Africa?
No, it's only South Africa. Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination. And until such time as we find out what South Africa is doing, they're taking away land, they're confiscating land, and actually they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that.
So now you might be saying, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, what's the connection here? What is the big deal? Why all of a sudden is Donald Trump weighing in on South Africa? Do y'all have the video of the South African president responding? We have that? All right, so first of all, this is the dumb tweet Donald Trump put out. Pull the tweet up, please. Pull the tweet up. Pull that tweet back up. Come on. His tweet on South Africa. His tweet of South Africa. Pull it up. Thank you. Pull it up. South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. It is a bad situation the radical left media doesn't want to so much as mention. A massive human rights violation at a minimum is happening for all to see. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, I'll be cutting off all future funding to South Africa until a full investigation of the situation has been completed. And I'll help you out. Let me help y'all out. We're going to play for you in a second the South African president responding. This was interesting. Y'all know that 3 of the biggest billionaires supporting Donald Trump all come from apartheid South Africa? Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, David Sachs. All three, white men, South Africans. So all of a sudden, this is a major deal. Elon Musk has been showing you his racist views, how he has been supporting right-wing efforts in Germany, telling the Germans, y'all focus too much on the past. You should really be focusing on the future. But he's focused on the past, dealing with South Africa, because he can't stand the fact that USAid played a role in ending racial apartheid. I'll cover that in a second. But here's the response of the South African president.
This issue that Donald Trump fears so much, we offer this question of the land. I don't know what Donald Trump has to do with South African land, because he's never been here. And he must keep his America, we will keep our South Africa. That is what he must do. South Africa is our land. South Africa belongs to all the people who live here in South Africa. It does not belong to Donald Trump. He can keep his America. And he's even worse. He's even worse. When I meet him, I will tell him. I'll say, you, Donald Trump, you are even worse, because your forebears came to America. They found the indigenous Americans. They wiped them out. They killed nearly all of them. Rene, we are living as a nation, and black and white, we are going to find solutions for our land question. So Donald Trump must leave us alone. He must leave us alone, Bauri. When we were facing apartheid, when we were facing oppression, he was not here. He did not fight side by side with us. And we were able, on our own, yes, with support of progressive forces in the world, to resolve the apartheid question. As far as I recall, Donald Trump was not around the negotiating table when we negotiated the end of apartheid. So stick around there in the White House. We will do our business here, and we will find solutions for our problems. So stay out of our issues, and we will not get involved in your issues in America. You have your own problems. Leave us alone.
So President Cyril Ramaphosa, go to my iPad. He issued a statement saying, first of all, they're not seizing land. He said that the law recently signed on land expropriation struck a careful balance between using land for public good and protecting private property rights. That's what he said. And so, now remember, Trump also raised this issue the first time he was there by saying that they were seizing the land from white South Africans and it was rife. Well, it was a lie being pushed by right-wing groups in South Africa. So that's what you're dealing with. All this is important because, again, all these things are tied. Elon Musk hating on USAid is because of the role that they played in ending apartheid. And that just drives him crazy. This story here lays it out. Give me a second, I'll pull it up. It says, USAid fought apartheid, Musk is trying to kill it. That is really important because you have to understand history, y'all. You have to understand history and what is going on. So in order to realize this, he can't stand the fact of what happened to white rule in South Africa. And now he's trying to seek justice. Melvin Foote is the president of the Constituency for Africa. He has been involved in African relations for more than 4 decades. Glad to have you back on the show, Melvin. There is no doubt, Melvin, that these attacks on USAID by Elon Musk is because of retribution for the role they played during apartheid in South Africa. And for Trump trying to stick his nose in the business of South Africa is utterly ridiculous when it is a black-dominated country, but the reality is far more than a supermajority of the land owned in that country is still owned by racist white folks.
Well, nothing to argue with you there. Your facts are correct. Absolutely, this is tied to Elon Musk, and Trump really doesn't know what's going on in Africa. Period. He bombed Somalia this week. Who told him to do that? And he's just killing some black folks, no problem. And certainly the South Africa situation is something he doesn't know anything about, but yet he's going to make these hard decisions about the economy of the South Africans and the United States. Very shocking and very disappointing, to say the least. By the way, I was at the rally today at USAID.
Explain to people exactly what USAID does.
Well, USAID is the foreign policy side of the U.S. government. Their job is basically to dispense aid and to help address a myriad of health problems, agriculture projects, water projects around the world. So they're the soft side of the U.S. government. You got the military on the one side, you got diplomacy on another side, and then you got the USAID in the middle that's providing food, providing hard to get HIV/AIDS drugs to people who need them. They're helping build water wells and that kind of thing. Now, I'm not perfectly 100% supportive of USAID myself. We're actually lobbying them to get more black businesses involved and to make sure the diaspora here is involved in implementing USAID programs. So part of my job is to lobby even USAID, but to try to totally eliminate it without any regard to what's going on in Sudan, without any regard to what's happening with HIV/AIDS patients, what's happening with Ebola, these sorts of things, without any consideration for that is totally irresponsible, and it certainly doesn't reflect well on the United States.
What people need to understand what is going on here, I mean, there's a coup that is taking place in terms of what Elon Musk is doing. Donald Trump is allowing him to do it because Elon, frankly, gave his campaign $300 million and helped him win. And what you have here is you have the settling of scores. However, as it relates to South Africa, Who the hell is the United States to tell South Africa about land confiscation when they are still dealing with the economic calamities, economic fallout of racist apartheid, where a minority of whites controlled everything in that country, and they subjugated black people. They subjugated those black South Africans to a desolate life.
Yeah. The same thing is true of the tariffs in Canada and Mexico. I'm going to Canada on Thursday to Toronto, and I'm sure it's an Africa policy conference, but I'm sure the question is, what the heck is going on in the United States? I mean, you know, you call yourself punishing your ally, your neighbor, when in fact, that's going to blow back and raise our own prices here. It's going to punish the American people. So you ask yourself, why he do these things? And I'm thinking that it's more as individuals making decisions. They're going to make money off of it. And so he'll go along with it because you make campaign contributions. And it's a very, very scary time for us here in this country. There's talks of dictatorship. There's talks of fascism. You know, we wasn't around then, but maybe we're seeing it in real time as we talk.
Obviously, if you are South Africa or any African nation, and then you receive aid from the United States, you have to be worried about the insanity that's emanating from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah, you're concerned. I got calls from Liberia today. I'm getting calls from the different ambassadors who really want to know what is going on, because some of these countries in real time are figuring it out. This is going to devastate our economy. You know, and they want to know, is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? What's going to be? And I don't have the answer. You don't have the answer. None of us have the answer. We'll cut on the TV tomorrow morning. It'll be something totally different. My daughter, in fact, is with USAID. She's in Jamaica. And so I'm getting 3 calls a day from her. You know, she won't push me to go to the rally. So the world doesn't know what to make of this. And I can guarantee you, countries across the world are totally discombobulated by what's going on. And certainly the countries in Africa, because they can't, you know, you can't explain it. You can't say he has a new policy and this is what we have to do now. It doesn't make any kind of sense. Unilaterally putting tariffs on countries. What are you going to do for Africa with the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act? Is he going to add tariffs? That's not in the interest of the United States. And so the countries in Africa, I would say across the board, are shaking and with no understanding about what's happening.
Questions from my panelists. Teresa, you first. What do you have for Milton Foot?
Well, thank you so much for attending the rally. I just wanted to hear a little bit about maybe what some of the speakers were advocating for at the rally and maybe some of the outcomes you guys desired to have.
Well, we're all Democratic members of Congress. And of course, they tried to enter USAID and got turned away. Remember, the Congress got turned away from USAID. Unbelievable. So a lot of it was really pushing back what has happened in the last 24 hours, what is happening in terms of USAID and cutting foreign aid unilaterally. Congress is the vehicle that appropriates money. And so you're circumventing Congress because you're not giving them or the American people a return on what they are putting their money for. You're telling people you're going to be suspended, so go home and collect a paycheck. Well, this is not what the Congress wanted. They didn't want people to stay home collecting paychecks. They wanted them to go out and help people around the world, address their food, water, and health issues. So a lot of it was explaining these kinds of things and really encouraging people to stand up and support, push back. There's a sense that a lot of Republican members of Congress are not thrilled by what's happening either. And so maybe some of them will decide to join with the Democrats to try to bring some sanity back to the public policy arena.
Well, I got no faith that's going to happen. Makongo.
Thank you, Mr. Foote, for your tireless work over these decades. I really just speak for a lot of people in saying thank you. Oh, my question is, could you speak about the real on-the-ground consequences of what's happening right now. You know, I hear stories about hospitals closing, potential rises in aid, food not getting distributed. And part of me feels like this is part of Elon Musk's racist view towards Black people, and it's a way to punish them. But what are the real consequences on the ground for people in African countries right now?
Well, one of the realities of USAID is 80% of the money that USAID dispenses for developing countries actually ends up in the United States. We're buying General Motor vehicles, we're buying food products from the United States. The money is actually spent with businesses here, and that's why a lot of these entrepreneurs here are not happy about that. This is their bread and butter also. I think a lot of the consultants who the U.S. Has engaged to help with these processes, they're being laid off. And so that means that the projects themselves are being mothballed. Nothing is happening. Nobody's going to the village, and things are just coming to a grinding halt. It's hard to say exactly what's going on right now, but I can tell you it's not good. And I can say that even if you tried to reverse it tomorrow, it'll take a while to ramp back up and to get back to where you were. And that's part of the problem. This is not a overnight kind of a thing you can do. You close the office overnight, tell people that they're furloughed, and you think you can put them back together in 1 week? I don't think so. So it just created a whole lot of chaos and a misunderstanding about what's going on. And then the health systems and the agriculture systems and the systems that USAID has been supporting are grinding to a halt.
Well, not only that, as we heard that news conference, you had some Syrian troops who walked away from their jobs because they weren't getting paid. And so when you just unilaterally just cut folks off, there are real world implications to these decisions. And unfortunately, you just have a fool who has been allowed to infiltrate so many parts of this economy. And he's just making rash decisions, not thinking, and he's got a band of 18 to 24-year-olds who are leading the effort, doing whatever the hell is it that they want to do. And so that's the problem that we have. Jesse, your question.
So I understand that this is part of Elon Musk's bigger strategy. And with him and this Department of Government Efficiency, I have serious concerns about security and just some of the access to information that he has from this control over USAID. Was there any discussion had during the demonstration today about potential court action? And are we optimistic about anything that the court's going to do?
There was talk about court action. There's apparently something going through the court right now. They're looking at some lawsuits and that kind of thing. But what Trump has basically corrupted the court system. So we saw what happened with the Supreme Court. How much faith do we have in the court system? And he's trying to set up a paradigm where he can move USAID under Mark Rubio has been named the acting director of USAID in addition to his portfolio as Secretary of State to give it some cover. But, you got other people who are going to talk about what's going to happen. One of the tragedies of all this is that our so-called enemies, China, Russia, and the Arab countries and so forth, they're having a field day because of this stupidity. And if we think we got problems now, the problems are going to mount years to come. And we're dependent on the African resources like the rest of the world, the lithium, the cobalt, the coltan, and all this other stuff. But we're dependent on it as these other countries are. And I think we're just handing them a silver spoon in these negotiations. We're really hurting ourselves. And I think that you're going to see Africans, rather than to come to the United States to go to school where they feel like they're going to get all kinds of problems, maybe they go to Beijing. Maybe they go to Moscow. I think in the long term, we're doing some irreparable harm with this policy.
All right, then, Melvin Foote, we appreciate it, man. There's lots of us to be focused on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roland. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now, we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $6.65 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Harry Dunn, former U.S. Capitol Police officer, joins us right now. I gotta say, Harry, I know the text groups and the group chats of you and the other officers have been burning up since last night. I don't want to hear a damn word from this thug, Donald Trump, about law enforcement and police officers and back in the blue and supporting him. When he pardoned these domestic terrorists, he literally called them hostages.
Yeah, Roland, thanks for having me on the show. I'm going to take a different approach, my friend. I've been screaming and yelling and not warning people, telling people that this was going to happen for 4 years. So I've already been angry and sad and hurt, stabbed in the back, betrayed, all the terms you want to use. But I'll say this, if anybody is surprised that Donald Trump did this, if anybody's surprised, my question to you is, where the hell have you been? You weren't paying attention.
Yep.
Donald Trump is who he says he is.
Yep.
He did what he said he was going to do. And for people to be clutching their pearls and upset now, you had the opportunity to do something about it November the 5th.
Yep.
He told you what he was going to do. So yeah, I'm mad. I'm mad at the people who didn't give a damn enough to care about the officers when Donald Trump said that we were the bad guys that day.
I'm mad about the people who didn't give a damn. I'm mad about the people who claim they support law enforcement, except when it's U.S. Capitol Police officers, except when it's the FBI, except when it's the ATF. Oh, so we're going to support all law enforcement except the ones that we don't like. And you're right. Look, I was saying on this show, not in the last year, not in the last 2 years, but ever since those Republican senators let that thug off the hook by not convicting him when he got impeached. Had they convicted him in the aftermath of January 6, 2021, we would not be sitting here today because he would have been barred from running for office for the rest of his life.
Roland, and I owe that. I'm glad that you brought that point. These institutions have continually failed us. So I was banking on the American people, hey, guys, let's stand up and do what's right. Yeah, so much for that, right? But Mitch McConnell, I lay this at your feet.
That's right.
This is Mitch McConnell's fault. If you want to blame one person, it's hard to blame one person. America, 20 million people stayed home and didn't vote. But one person stopped the impeachment or stop the conviction of Donald Trump, and that's Mitch McConnell, even though Mitch McConnell knew that Donald Trump was responsible for the actions of that day. He said it as much during his floor speech. He said the president bears responsibility for his moral. He was wrong. He was responsible for this. And look where we are now. So if one person's to blame, I blame Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, absolutely, because Mitch McConnell, just like Susan Collins, sat there and was like, oh, you know what, we think this is going to be the end of him. What they did not want to do, they did not want to challenge him. They did not want to correct him. Instead, it was like, let's pacify him. We think this will do it. But yeah, guess what? The American people, the folks who voted for him, they had no problem with it. And just so the folks know, this is Mitch McConnell in February of 2022 talking about January 6th. Listen.
The RNC's censures of Representatives Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. Again, you remembered they were censured for their work on the committee. Here was Mitch McConnell a moment ago.
Is it appropriate for the Republican National Committee to censure two sitting members of Congress and also use the words legitimate political discourse in talking about January 6th?
Well, let me give you my view of what happened January the 6th. And we're here. We saw what happened. It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was. With regard to the suggestion.
Here's the thing, Harry. He caused a violent insurrection. But that wasn't enough to convict Donald Trump. But then he wants to deny the reality that there were members of his own Senate caucus, Ron Johnson, Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, and others, who were in on the plot to overthrow the results of the election, and they are still in power. They are still there. And that, to me, is also what is the most scary part. Not just that Thug is 2 blocks from here sitting in the White House. Is that these individuals are silent, they were complicit, and those who were not there, who were newly elected, are going along to get along. And what this should be telling everybody is all bets are off. There's no such thing as the normal. Forget being institutionalist. You have to deal with real threats the way police officers are trained to deal with real threats.
Yeah, you know, the Constitution was made up to have checks and balances in it. But what happens when those checks and balances are your best friends or the people that want just like you? That's we're set up, like you said, we are on a crash course right now, and we're headed for the end of our democracy. And that's just unfortunate. You know, I'm going to stay in this fight, Roland. I don't, you know, what's the alternative? You just throw your hands up and say, the hell with it. I don't accept it as an inevitability that Donald Trump is just going to end democracy in the world. No, not without a fight. He's not. You know, I don't believe it's we need to sit down. We do need to organize better. We need to get focused. There are elections in 2025. There's elections, midterms in 2026. There's an opportunity, y'all, for us. And I know a lot of people are saying the hell with this, like they don't care about me. Why should I care? I'm asking y'all as a personal favor to me. I haven't quit yet. So I'm asking y'all not to quit too. We got to stay in this, brother.
We have to stay in it. But also, I think we have to acknowledge what we are up against. We have to, when you make the point about guardrails, the reality is these Republicans have no desire whatsoever to operate with decency. They have no morals, no values, no principles, no integrity. They have none of that. I mean, the Democrats, a law was passed to put up a plaque in recognition of folks like you. And Mike Johnson and the Republicans still right now refuse to put that plaque up in the U.S. House.
I'm glad you brought that up too. Yes, at this point, that's no longer playing politics. Like you said, there is a law that is on the book requiring that plaque to be up. So now we are past playing politics. That is clear obstruction by Mike Johnson. That's what Mike Johnson is doing. He's being an obstructionist because it is a law that he is not following. Another thing, he had no problem doing a favor for getting Donald Trump to get those flags raised to full staff. We just want a plaque up that's required by law.
Yeah.
You just did a favor.
I need everybody to listen. A law was passed.
A law. It's law that passed in a Republican Congress.
And nope, we ain't put it up. Like the plaque is actually made.
Yeah, no, it's done. They need to take it up now. And, you know, I don't know how the logistics of those work. You know, I mean, there are plenty of spaces for it, but it's a law. And every day that goes by, Mike Johnson is not putting it up. and he's in violation of the law.
Yeah, I just need people to understand what we're now dealing with. And so, look, we're going to see this crap. The reality is that thug is there for the next 4 years. But I need people to actually give a damn. I need people to actually care what's going on because you're right. He made it clear he was going to do it. And then when J.D. Vance did an interview, oh no, we're going to, people who committed violence against cops, we're not letting them out. Pam Bondi in her attorney general hearings, we're going to look at every single part and case by case. What happened? Sworn in, boom. Everybody, you good.
In fairness to them, damn fairness, but in their defense, I honestly think that they believe that. Donald Trump said, F y'all, I'm going to do what I want because I can. I don't need your advice. I don't need to consult with anybody on pardons. I can do this. Donald Trump is power hungry. He's power driven. And when has Donald Trump ever taken anybody's advice? Like never. He doesn't. And that's my point. Why are we expecting anything different out of him? Like, this is who he is. With a snake, we get mad at snakes if a snake bites you. No, you should be dumb for going around a snake. That's what snakes do. They bite you. Donald Trump is a liar. He's power driven. And that's who he is. We should be upset at ourselves if we expect anything else but a liar in chief out of him.
That's it. Absolutely. Harry Dunn, man, we appreciate it. And, it's unfortunate that these Republicans in MAGA claim to support law enforcement, but don't support Capitol police officers and metropolitan police officers. They don't care. They will never care. And hopefully people realize how crude and pathetic these people really are when it's time to go to the polls again.
Yeah, I hope so, brother. Thanks for having me on, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard what we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you are scared, when you're looking over your shoulder, oh my God, that advertising contract is not going to come in. Well, guess what? A lot of these major ad agencies, they're not even supporting us anyway. In 6 years of doing this show, Group M hasn't done a damn thing with us. Publicis hasn't done anything with us. You've got Horizon, you've got all of these folks, they haven't done jack. And so we are calling it like we see it, and we're speaking truth. And unlike some of these other so-called progressives and people who believe in truth, I'm not running around trying to kiss MAGA ass and kiss Trump's ass. I won't be going to Mar-a-Lago, not for a damn thing. And so this is about us being able to speak truth. So when you support this show and this network with your resources, that is exactly what is happening, because we are trying to build something that is bigger and broader, and actually it has the courage to say what needs to be said, even when it makes other folk uncomfortable. If you want to contribute giving Cash App, use the Stripe QR code. This is it right here. And if you are listening, simply go to blackstarnetwork.com to check it out. Also, if you want to see your check and money order, some of y'all old school, we understand that. See your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003 7-0196. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, folks, we've got some 4 million social media followers. If only 20,000 of our fans contribute at least $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, that's $1 million. That allows us to be able to continue to build, to add these shows and do the work that's required. So your support is needed. So please join our Bring the Funk fan club today. If you've not already joined, if you have given to us in the past, please renew your commitment, because it's important that we support Black-owned media, because Black-owned media matters. A couple of weeks ago, I did a breakdown saying MAGA is trying to defund Black America. And when you look at their attacks on Black folks and people of color, it's abundantly clear what they are trying to do. Make America great again, it really means make America great again for white folks. Adam Sir, who's a writer for The Atlantic, wrote an amazing piece called The Great Resegregation. The Trump administration's attacks on DEI are aimed at reversing the civil rights movement. Adam joins us right now. Adam, look, I totally agree with it. As I said, when I broke that thing down, talking about their goal is to completely destroy the civil rights and the economic rights infrastructure that really has created the opportunities for African Americans. It is not like it's been great and perfect, but the gains that we have been as a result of those movements.
Right. I think if you look at a lot of their early moves, they have been to undermine anti-discrimination efforts and to ban or remove information that could teach people about why racial inequality continues to exist in the United States. And I think another thing they've done really is they've talked a lot about being meritorious and colorblind. But by their standards, you never, by their standards, the assumption is that a white person is always competent and a person of color has to prove that they're competent. And you could see this already with the removal of a four-star general as the chairman of a black four-star general as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, only to have him replaced by a lower-ranking white general who happens to have the most important qualification for any position in the Trump administration, which is that he is supposedly extremely loyal to Trump. And that it has nothing to do with merit at all. That has to do with Trump wanting people who are going to follow his orders without being worried about what the law says.
Well, first of all, let's even go before that. First, you have the conservative attack when it comes to affirmative action in colleges. Then you have Republicans who say, oh, because of that Supreme Court ruling, that somehow applies to everything. And so you had racist Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas who sent letters to law firms saying, oh, your law programs that are about encouraging diversity, those are illegal. Then you had the Republican attorneys general doing the exact same thing. And then you had the attack in companies. So companies began to repeal their DEI programs. And what I keep saying to folks is my argument for DEI programs are not for some largely white woman or a white man who's in the DEI job. It's actually for the contracts, the supplier diversity, all the other things that fall under the DEI window. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, I think it's important to distinguish between DEI as, a set of practices and DEI as they're using it. And I think DEI for them is an umbrella term that just means any effort whatsoever to rectify historical racial inequalities. They think those inequalities are the result of natural differences in ability between people, not public policy, and therefore it would be immoral to try to rectify those racial inequalities. And it's not just a question of employment or education, as you pointed out, but I think it really begins with an attack on voting rights. If you go back to essentially the Supreme Court gutting the Voting Rights Act in the Shelby County case, Chief Justice John Roberts, he'd already weakened, watered down Brown v. Board of Education to non-existence by saying, efforts to integrate were themselves racially discriminatory. And then he took the Voting Rights Act, the law that essentially made America a multiracial democracy, a true multiracial democracy for the first time, and weakened its protections to the degree that you could discriminate on the basis of race in voting laws, and we've seen a number of voting laws that happen to do that. Since then, the Roberts Court has continued to weaken the Voting Rights Act. They haven't sided against it in every single case. There was a notable case involving black congressional districts in Alabama where they decided not to side with the conservatives in that case. But this attack is multi-pronged. It's occurring in education, it's occurring in voting rights, it's occurring in entertainment. When you see these backlashes against black creators, whether they're in the writer's room, whether they're on screen, this is part of an effort to say, we want black people out, whatever, this slight integration of elite spaces of American life, we want black people out of it. And this backlash has now, reached the heights of American power, where the people who feel like civil rights have gone too far are now in charge of making public policy.
And, Adam, one of the things that, again, we're trying to unpack this and explain to people so they can just understand the depths of this. We're talking about on the federal level last year, some $10 billion in contracts went to black-owned businesses, a record amount. Now, it wasn't even 2%. But it was the highest amount ever. Then when you look at the $17 billion that went to HBCUs. So Trump comes in, cuts to $18.90 land-grant college scholarships. Then begins to make, we know what's going to happen, how they're going to rebundle contracts. And so over the next 4 years, stripping DEI out of everything. Suspending people who went to DEI conferences. Then you have the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education telling colleges and universities any affinity program, black, Latino, Asian, women must all end. And so what people need to understand, when you talk about corporate America, you have these affinity groups which provide an opportunity for African Americans, Latinos, and others to be able to join like-minded people and then begin to have support. Then when you talk about fellowship programs, internship programs, apprentice programs, medical schools, law schools, engineering schools, all of these different things that have played a crucial role, they want to get rid of all those things. Then you go to the Department of Justice. They want to shift away from investigating white domestic terrorism and now go after Black Lives Matter and Antifa. And so people need to really understand that Project 2025 lay all these things out, and some black folks acted as if, well, that's really no big deal, but they don't realize it is a full-on assault on everything that speaks to the interests of black people being able to rise and prosper in this country. This is not a game. This is not fiction. It is literally happening.
That's right. And I think the thing to think about is they believe, as you just described, they believe that any effort to provide opportunities to people who have historically been denied those opportunities is itself racist against white people who have a right to be on top forever. That's an ideology that is fundamentally discriminatory, and yet they've inverted it to say that if you try to help out people who have historically not had opportunities, that's the real racism. And it's extraordinary that this is, essentially the ideology that is, behind the federal government, has control of the federal government right now.
Well, and not only that, when you look at even just the statements being made, when Elon Musk is talking about birth rates, that's about whiteness. He is bringing an apartheid perspective to the country. When Donald Trump says, "Oh, let me attack South Africa because they're stealing land," when they're not actually doing that, then we're going to withhold aid. That's really Elon Musk being pissed because USAID played a role in bringing down apartheid. When you see these actions, and for the people who yell, well, that's right, we shouldn't be spending money overseas, they don't really even understand that a lot of this stuff was also, frankly, repayment for America colonizing countries and trying to fix the wrongdoing they were involved in. And so this thing is broader and deeper, and really what what Trump and Elon Musk and Republicans are trying to do is completely decimate this system, this infrastructure, so it is nearly impossible to reestablish it if Democrats ever get back in charge.
I think, especially with Musk, if you've been on X recently, you've probably encountered the absolute avalanche of scientific racism that is present on the site. That kind of content seems to have been promoted since Musk took over. In fact, he often highlights it himself. And when I talk about scientific racism, I mean, the ideology, and it is a pseudoscientific ideology because race is not a biological reality. It is a pseudoscientific ideology that holds that race determines, your intellectual, creative, human potential. And so if you subscribe to that ideology, then it makes sense to discriminate on the basis of race because you have a sort of almost caste system-like belief about who is capable and who is not, who is capable of discharging certain responsibilities or performing certain kinds of jobs. And unfortunately, that kind of perception it seems to be very popular among the people who have a lot of power in this administration. I mean, Musk himself, as I said, has promoted scientific racism on numerous occasions, and that when you have that kind of worldview, then you just assume that as conservatives seem to have done recently with any, catastrophic issue, that if something goes wrong, then it must be the responsibility of a person of color who did not really earn their position.
Aren't you getting a kick out of it was DEI that caused the plane crash, and then we found out the pilots were white? Oh, it's as if that thing just disappeared.
Well, I mean, they're just staying on message, right? They're saying if your workplace is diverse, it's because the people who are not white who are there didn't earn it. And they say that sometimes explicitly. And what's useful about the term DEI for them is that they say DEI and allows them not to say what they really mean.
Which is the N-word.
And sometimes, sometimes they're saying DEI with a hard R, correct. But, they're not just talking about black people. Sometimes they're talking about women. Sometimes they're talking about LGBT.
Hold on. White women.
I mean, the administration.
White women.
Yeah. Sometimes, they're obviously not interested in protecting LGBT people from discrimination either. So this is really about reordering society into the sort of traditional hierarchies of race and gender that they feel are appropriate, and using government power to do that.
Here's what I have been saying to people. In fact, I was saying it in real time. That this is what we saw. First of all, in May will be the 5th anniversary of the death of George Floyd. And here's the death of George Floyd. And the reaction to it is what I think truly scared white America. And this is why I say that. Because, first of all, this was the first black movement that in the history of America where a majority of Americans agreed with it, the Black Lives Matter movement. And I think there are forces in white America say, especially on the right, oh, hell no. And let me be real clear to people who are watching. This is not just Republicans, some white Democrats as well. That was the basis of what I laid out in my book, White Fear. And so what do we then have? They saw young white people, young Latino people, they saw young people embracing the movement, demanding change. I never forget Adidas announced that they were going to do a $10 million donation. And I forget, have a certain percentage of new hires. The white folks in the company went crazy. The next day, the CEO of Adidas had to announce it was going to be a $100 million commitment, and they increased the percentage of new hires were going to be people of color. So what happened in 2021? Attack Black Lives Matter. What happened in 2022? Attack critical race theory. What happens in 2023? Attack woke. 2024, DEI. All of those things were all a response to the national response to George Floyd. So they were pissed off that the database was created for corrupt cops or cops that have killed people. They were angry that companies were creating DEI programs and were prioritizing diversity, people of color, when it came to jobs, when it came to investment, when it came to supporting things. And so the Christopher Rufos of the world, the folk on the right, they said, what we cannot do is we cannot have a generation of white kids learning the real history of America. So they attack books, ban them, they attack education. People need to understand this did not just happen. This was a clear, organized, well-funded effort to decimate everything in the aftermath of George Floyd's death.
I think that's right. And I think, but part of the reason I think it worked is that there was so little that was done substantively in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder, in the sense that, you had Democrats sort of, doing all these symbolic acts, but there was not, there was never any police reform legislation. There were no new laws that were passed that specifically addressed the issues that brought people into the streets. And so when Republicans started saying, liberals and Democrats, they're insincere about that. They're insincere about this. They're cynical. They're just using this movement to control what you say and what you think. I think that resonated with some people, in fact, because they did feel like the Democrats were insincere in their commitments to Black equality, that they were cynical, that they didn't mean them, and that as a result of that, it might have been easier to convince people to stay home in 2024, or convince people that, these issues were not going to be as much of a priority for the Trump administration in terms of attacking the foundations of anti-discrimination law, that wouldn't be one of their primary goals. And unfortunately, now we're learning, just how important it is to them.
So, Adam, what do you see moving forward? I mean, the reality is we're just entering the second month. This is 4 years. Republicans are going to be controlling the House and the Senate at least for the next 2 years. I get asked this all the time. I got asked this a lot at the Image Awards this weekend. I get asked this. I got asked at the NBA All-Star Game. Man, what do we do? What do we do? Where do we go? What do you say to people who ask that question?
Look, I'm a journalist. I don't know how to tell people how to respond to this.
So what do you tell journalists how we need to be covering this?
Well, I will say this, right now, most of the things that Trump is doing are unconstitutional. He is trying to do by executive order, things that require Congress. And so the question is, how much of this are the courts going to stop, and how much is Donald Trump going to listen to the courts? But ultimately, enforcing the Constitution is going to be up to the people. People have to respond to what this administration is doing and let them know that they are unhappy with this stuff. People are going to have to get involved and assert their priorities in order to counter this. If it's something that they want to stop, they're going to have to be active. They are not going to be able to rely on the right-wingers on the Supreme Court or the conservatives, the Trumpist conservatives in the judiciary to protect their rights. They're going to have to do that. And I don't have a roadmap for how they should do that because I'm not a political strategist. But I do think that ultimately it's going to be up to the people to protect their rights because the institutions in American life that were set up are surrendering one by one to Donald Trump.
All right, Adam Sir with the Atlantic, folks, be sure to pull the article up. Check out his piece, The Great Resegregation with the Atlantic. Adam, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
But we begin tonight with the people who are really running the country right now. Now, Trump is often wrong and misleading about a lot of things, but especially about history. Donald Trump falling in line with President Elon Musk.
In the wake of the unsettling news that MSNBC has canceled Joy Ann Reid's primetime show, The Readout, Roland Martin and the Black Star Network would like to extend an invitation to all of the fans of Joy Ann Reid's MSNBC show to join us every night to watch Roland Martin Unfiltered. streaming on the Black Star Network for news, discussion of the issues that matter to you, and the latest updates on the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief Donald Trump and his unprecedented assault on democracy, as well as co-president Elon Musk's takeover of the federal government. The Black Star Network stands with Joy Ann Reid and all folks who understand the power of black voices in media. We must come together and never forget that information is power. Be sure to watch Roland Martin Unfiltered weeknights, 6 p.m. Eastern at youtube.com/Roland S. Martin or download the Black Star Network app. The amount of lying that we are seeing today, they are attacking everybody. They're attacking Jeffrey Goldberg. Now they're claiming, oh, Elon Musk and DOGE are going to be investigating how he got into a Signal chat. Y'all, I got Signal. You add somebody from your phone. I'm sorry, this is not hard for us. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic leader, dropped a letter yesterday calling on Pete Hegseth to resign. He joins us right now. Democratic leader Jeffries, glad to have you here. Let's just be real clear. Peter Hegseth replaced a retired four-star general, a man whose resume that Peter Hegseth couldn't even carry. This man is an embarrassment, and now he's trying to say, oh, no, there were no warplanes, things along those lines. If you are the defense secretary and you have a group chat and the Secretary of State's on it, and you have the National Security Advisor, Director of National Intelligence, and the CIA, it is not hard to click and check to see who is all on this chat before you're having sensitive national security conversations.
That's absolutely correct. Hegseth is a complete and total fraud, which is exactly why I called upon Donald Trump directly to fire Pete Hegseth. If Hegseth doesn't have the courage to resign in disgrace and own up to the fact that he's way in over his head. He was never qualified for this position. In fact, he's the most unqualified person ever to hold the position of Secretary of Defense, one of the most important positions in the entire United States government, in fact, in the free world.
Here, I mean, this is not hard. They sort of did it yesterday. Made a mistake, move on. No, now you want to double down. Now you want to attack. Then you want to claim it was classified. Then you want to claim it's not classified. Then you want to attack the reporter. You want to attack the media. You want to attack Democrats. They screwed up. They screwed up. And now they're, oh, well, no, yeah, the signal was loaded. Now one reporter is suggesting that they gave a waiver to allow signal, which means that if that's the case, they are purposely trying to skirt Freedom of Information Act. They also do not want those records to be kept. They are purposely trying to break the law.
It appears that several laws have been violated, including the Espionage Act, and that's one of the things that Democrats are going to continue to press forward on as it relates to this investigation and the unfolding scandal. We're going to make sure people are held accountable. And there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. And what we saw over the last few days was just lies and evasion and attempts to deflect. This is the pattern that this administration has continued to engage in. We ain't going to let them get away with it. We are going to keep pressing the case on this. This is only the beginning. Here's the other thing, Roland. Pete Hegseth is the poster child for mediocrity. But at the same time, this dude wants to lecture the country about meritocracy. Are you kidding? Like, it's a laughable situation. He wants to erase and cancel Jackie Robinson's military history and record. He wants to erase and cancel the bravery and heroism of the Tuskegee Airmen, who were so skilled and gifted that other fighter pilots and bombers only wanted them to have their back when they were flying over Nazi Germany. He wants to erase that history. They want to claim that it's all about merit. It ain't all about merit. We believe in merit. Merit should be based on what you know. But instead, they want merit based on who you know. And because they think Pete Hegseth looks the part, whatever that means, they put this woefully unqualified person into the position, and now they're failing in real time.
We talk about unqualified. Here we got 4 United States soldiers missing for 14 hours. NATO says they were found dead. Hasn't been confirmed by the U.S. military. We literally have not heard from the U.S. military. And here is the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon con man, Donald Trump. This is when he was asked in the Oval Office about this. Listen.
About soldiers in Lithuania. Have you been briefed about the soldiers in Lithuania who are missing?
No, I haven't.
Have you spoken, sir, with the big...
Confused. If President Joe Biden had answered a question that he wasn't being briefed, they would say, who's running the White House? Who's doing what? This man is not working. How is it that you have 4 United States soldiers missing for 14 hours? And he's like, I don't know what's going on. Nobody's talked to me. And yesterday, he wasn't aware of the signal as well. I'm sorry, who's running the country?
Perhaps Elon Musk, which is disturbing in and of itself. The whole thing is a malignant clown show. Emphasis on the word malignant because it's very dangerous. And what we're seeing is that the health, the safety, the national security, the well-being of the American people are at risk. The well-being of our troops are at risk. And this is extraordinary, but it was bound to catch up to these people. And it's catching up to them with record speed.
This is the excuse making to me is beyond belief. And let's just be clear. Your counterpart, House Speaker Mike Johnson. Oh my God, talk about gutless. I mean, and so it's just more excuses. The reality is that you do not have a party across the aisle that wants to keep this man in check. Thank goodness Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi said they got a bipartisan call for an inspector general to do a report on what happened here. But the reality is Republicans in the House, in the Senate, they don't care. They want this man to do whatever he wants. There will be no accountability. And all they offer is a slew of excuses over and over and over.
That's right. By the way, they tried to fire all of the inspector generals. We had to sue, and judges had to reverse it because it was an unlawful action. And it's my sense, certainly, I mean, the House Republican Conference, forget about them. They continue to bury their heads in the sand. They think they work for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Congress works for the American people. And so their sycophantic behavior, we expect that that's going to continue. But we will press the case. We're going to use every lever available to us to make sure that we follow the facts, we apply the law, we're guided by the Constitution, we expose these frauds for who they are, and then make sure that there is some accountability. Here's the thing. What the House Republicans are interested in at the end of the day, they've done nothing to make life more affordable, nothing to lower costs. Costs are going up. They're not going down. Inflation's going up. What's going down are the retirement savings of the American people. They're trying to gut Social Security, gut Medicare, gut Medicaid, gut veterans benefits, gut nutritional assistance for children and families. Literally, they want to take food out of the mouths of babies. Why are they doing all of this? So they can pass the GOP tax scam and give massive tax cuts to their billionaire puppet masters like Elon Musk. So we have to continue to expose what's happening on the Hill, push back into Congress, push back in the courts, push back in communities all across the country so we can win the hearts and minds of the American people and end this national nightmare as soon as possible.
On that particular point there, obviously midterm elections are not happening until next year. What we have going on, you got some gubernatorial races this year. You've got some constitutional amendments on the ballot in Louisiana this Saturday. The Wisconsin Supreme Court race is taking place on April 1st. You also, of course, just had a special election where a Democrat won a state Senate race in Pennsylvania in a district that Trump won by 15 points. You got people who are still sitting here saying, oh my God, Democrats are not doing enough. What are you and others doing? On Monday, we live streamed the conversation between you and Ken Martin that was moderated by Reese Colbert. We live streamed that right here on the Black Star Network. Democrats are winning in these places. So this idea, and also you're only down 3 in the House. You got 2 special elections in Florida in some red districts. You got 1 in New York State. So I'm confused. This doom and gloom, everything is over. Democrats polling is at 29%. But what are you seeing? What are you hearing? And what do you say to those who just think that the world has ended and Democrats will keep losing elections for forever?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Roland, because the reality is in all of these different arenas, we actually are winning. House Democrats outraised House Republicans in January. In fact, House Democrats had a record January in terms of our history in an off year. We outraised them by $4 million. Then in February, we outraised House Republicans again by $2 million. In fact, House Democrats outraised Senate Republicans as well, which almost never happens. At the same period of time, we won a special election in Iowa, a state Senate race in January. That was a race in a district that Trump had won by 21 points and a Democrat won by 4. That was a 25-point turnaround. Trump had literally just won that district by 21 points in November, just 2 months before. Then in February, an African-American won a special election for county executive in Westchester County, one of the suburban counties, swing counties, represented by a Republican in Congress, Mike Lawler. We did our thing there. Then, as you pointed out, Roland, we just had another special election in Pennsylvania, a district that Trump had won by 15 points, and a Democrat turned around and won it. And so the American people are rising up. Democrats are actually energized and turning out to vote. Republicans are the ones who are apparently demoralized. They're not turning out. And then swing voters, independent voters in these races are actually voting for the Democratic candidate because they know that we have a vision to build an economy that works for everyday Americans and to push back against these attacks on our democracy. And Republicans are trying to create a country of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. And that's a totally unacceptable vision. In addition to that, we're now seeing these news stories come out how Donald Trump is having food delivery trucks turned around. You've got food banks in Ohio and other places that are not getting food. I thought these people were pro-life. Yeah, it's extraordinary. It's all phony. I mean, it's all phony. At the end of the day, what drives them is massive tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy corporations. All this talk about trying to make life better for working class Americans, that went out the door the day after they won. And now it's just an extreme agenda, dismantling the Social Security Administration in real time. Why would they go after our parents and our grandparents who rely upon Social Security to live? On average, $65 a day, but they're leaving Elon Musk alone, who's got $8 million a day in federal contracts. Send out their check. It's insane. I'm glad you brought up Social Security. There's been a lot of conversation. We covered this the other day. You got the Commerce Secretary, billionaire, worth $4 billion, doing a show where he brought up if Social Security checks were late for his mother-in-law. This is what he had to say. This is Howard Lutnick.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up, and she'll get it next month. Yeah. A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining.
Okay, I'm sorry. This man is worth $4 billion. Okay, let's be real clear. If I got $4 billion, my mother-in-law, unfortunately mine is deceased, she ain't waiting on a Social Security check. Let's just be real clear. But this idea that, oh, she wouldn't say anything, she would just wait for it next month. The millions of people that depend on that check being on time, how arrogant is this billionaire making a claim like that? And basically he's saying, if you're upset that your Social Security check is late, you're a fraudster.
My mother relies on her Social Security check. Her son is not a billionaire. And I can tell you that if that Social Security check is late, even a day late, she's on the phone with her congressman's son trying to figure out what happens, open up a constituent case. Why? Because she needs it, just like millions and millions of others all across the country. And by the way, Social Security is an earned benefit. People have paid into Social Security and Medicare throughout their entire lives. This isn't charity. These are benefits that they've earned and that they deserve. They've worked hard for their entire lives. And it is arrogance, as you've indicated. But what we've seen from this administration and the Pete Hegseth signalgate scandal, national security scandal, is evidence of this. It's a combination of arrogance and incompetence. That's a toxic combination, and the American people are paying the price.
Absolutely. Last question I have for you, Congressman. A lot of folks have been paying attention to when it came to the CR bill. You and the Democrats held strong against that. Senator Chuck Schumer voted for that. Folks were speculating, and we've heard others say there needs to be a change. What is the state of your relationship with Senator Chuck Schumer? And can people expect to see that Democrats are going to vigorously fight this administration? I made the point, the guy who won the race in Pennsylvania last night, he ran a campaign where he went hard against Trump, against Elon Musk. People out there want to see Democrats fighting for what's right, fighting for the values. Is Senator Chuck Schumer up for this battle?
Yes, I believe so. We had a strong disagreement, and there's no sugarcoating that, and a different view about how to approach what we as House Democrats viewed as a reckless Republican spending bill that would hurt children, hurt families, hurt seniors, hurt veterans. And we rejected it because in our view, it was completely and totally unacceptable. And we were ready to aggressively push back and have that kind of public debate, discussion, fight, battle on behalf of the American people. Now, subsequent to that disagreement, Chuck Schumer and I sat down. I've known him for a long period of time. We both live in Brooklyn. We had an open and honest, a candid conversation about the way forward. And though we disagreed about the spending issue, we do agree on the overwhelming majority of issues. And I think we're going to be in alignment on the fights to come, particularly as it relates to the need to save the health care of the American people and push back against and stop the Republican effort to visit upon the American people the largest Medicaid cut in American history, which is outrageous and disgusting and needs to be stopped.
All right, then. Well, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, we appreciate it. And hey, again, you and Ken Martin sat down, and I'll throw this out. I would love to host in our studio. Y'all just tell me how much time y'all want to do it. You, Senator Schumer, and Ken Martin to have a conversation about the future forward for the Democratic Party. You guys let me know when we can make it happen.
Count me in. I look forward to making that happen.
All right. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, man.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
Now, see here, we told y'all what was going to happen. But a whole bunch of these Trump people effed around and found out. And now they're crying. Here's this white woman in North Carolina.
Yeah, we voted for Trump because he promised while he was campaigning like a million times that when he got into office, he was going to bring down prices, bring down grocery prices. The inflation has been high ever since COVID, and he promised he would bring that down. But it's obvious to me now that that was not true. Egg prices have skyrocketed. The bird flu is killing all the birds, and he doesn't seem to be doing anything about that. He's stopping disease communications from the disease centers in America, pulled us out of the WHO. Like, how does that help anything? And yeah, all he's been doing is taking away rights and freedoms, or trying to. He's not doing anything about the economy. So yeah, we totally regret our vote at this point. We've had a really tough time here in North Carolina. Half of my house got washed away in Hurricane Helene, and I applied for FEMA assistance and we got approved. But now Trump is canceling FEMA and emergency assistance to people. He's also canceled Medicaid for my children. I know they said they put a halt on his freezing of the funds, but the Medicaid portal is still not working, so we can't access anything for our children's health insurance.
Whatever. Panel, Michael Imhotep, hosts African History Network show out of Detroit. Matt Manning, civil rights attorney out of Corpus Christi. Derek Jackson, Georgia State Representative out of Atlanta. Derek, your state went for Donald Trump, and I don't want to hear nothing. Again, for that woman right there, all I have for you is Scarface's No Tears.
Mr. Roland, I don't think we can say we told you so. When you think about what he said while he was campaigning, he is fulfilling every promise, and that was outlined in Project 2025. We are not surprised. I just want to make 2 points, Roland, if I could. When you started off talking about the HBCU funding, and people don't understand, right? That B in there stands for black. We get that. But when you think about the number of folks that walk through the doors of HBCUs, and then Pell Grant funding, which will also be, they're aiming to remove Pell Grants. And so I had to do some math here and look at the data, because on the Roland Martin show, we talk about facts and figures and data. 72% Black students get Pell Grants. 51% Indian students get Pell Grants. 48% Hispanic students and Latino students get Pell Grants. 36% Asian students give Pell Grants. 34% white students give Pell Grants. And so while he's going after the HBCU, they're going to do this in the most clever way, because not all actions, Roland, as you well know, are done through legislative means. All he has to do as the president, call up the Speaker of the House and simply instruct the Speaker to say, remove all funding for Pell Grants. That doesn't require a legislative action. That doesn't require an executive order. That doesn't require a memo. All he has to do is call up the Speaker of the House and say, remove all Pell Grants funding. The second and my last point, Roland, if I could, when you think about this whole thing about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and as a retired military officer, and in the 18 months of my 22 years, I was an air traffic controller. And it frustrated the hell out of me when I watched this individual said what he stated. At the time he stated Not only it was incredulous, not only it was disgusting and despicable. When you think about the rigorous process that air traffic controllers have to go through, I just want to let your audience know, air traffic controllers, it's only 73% that are white. Black air traffic controllers is 9%.
First of all, not only 73%. I mean, that's a huge number. But again, we understand what their game is. But here's the reality and we kept saying it over and over again, Michael. Go to my iPad. This is from CNN. Quote, "This is exactly the work we set out to do." Paul Dans, who oversaw Project 2025 at the Conservative Heritage Foundation, told CNN in an interview Wednesday, "It's still in the early first stages of bearing fruit, but we wanted to make sure the president was ready to hit the ground running on day one. The rapidity and the depth of what they rolled out this quickly is a testament to the work done in Project 2025 and other presidential transition projects." We warned people on this show.
Yeah.
I remember the reporter from Axios reported in the first year of the Biden administration, Republicans were planning this. In the first
Jonathan
year.
Swan.
That was, so for 3 years, and folk were just sitting here, for 4 years. Here you go. People, and then when I've never heard of it. I don't want to read it. I have no idea. They were lying. And these idiots in the media went, well, Trump says that's not his plan. He's got Agenda 47, which was the same thing. And so now these people realize what they're doing. And so they want the chaos, and you got it.
So you're talking about Jonathan Swan. That was July 2022, Axios.com. And that was when I first found out about the plan for Schedule F employees to reclassify at least about 50,000 employees as Schedule F, fire them and replace them with Trump loyalists. And it's important for people to understand Donald Trump in 2020 signed an executive order to reclassify some federal employees as Schedule F, but he did not have the database at the time to replace them. President Joe Biden, when he became president in 2021, he rescinded that executive order. Trump has put it back in place now, and they have the database. They have the litmus test. They've been planning 3.5 years. And it's important for people to understand. We've talked about this before on the show, Roland. I've been on virtual town halls, and there was a town hall meeting that the AKA grad chapter, Alpha Kappa Alpha grad chapter, organized here in Detroit, warning the Black community about Project 2025. The full name of it is Mandate for Leadership: The Conservative Promise, Project 2025. From the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation has been putting out their policy playbook called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, each election cycle going back to 1981 under the Reagan administration. They've been doing this over 40 years. And when you research this, in Reagan's first term, they got 60% of their policy recommendations put in place in Reagan's first term. In the first year of the first Trump administration in 2017, they got 64% of about 334 policy recommendations put in place. One of those was withdrawn from the Paris Climate Accord. One of the things that they want to do is to repeal the Affordable Health Care Act, Obamacare. We know Trump tried through Republicans in the legislative branch of government tried to do that at least 60 times. So this is real. Okay, we warned people. And you don't put a plan, a 922-page plan, you don't sit and write it if you don't plan to implement it.
Yep.
140 people from the first Trump administration were involved in writing it, and now he's nominated people like Russell Vought, who's known as the architect of Project 2020.
So here's the thing here's the thing here, Matt, that people need to understand. It's going to impact a lot of Black people. They don't care. You talk about programs, about cutting off checks, you name it. And so they want this chaos. And again, for the people, for the Black people who are out there, a lot of these YouTube folks who are running their mouths, okay, yeah, that's what y'all want? You got it for 4 years. Go ahead, Matt.
The cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the point. It's not a byproduct. It is the express what they're seeking, the express consequence of these policies. And on top of that, this is so disingenuous to me. I absolutely abhor this kind of thing, right? At least be honest and say, we knew he was a known quantity. We voted for him as a known quantity. We, suspected we weren't going to get 100% of what we wanted, but we voted for him and we knew this was coming down the pike. This smells like people are trying to not clout chase, but trying to get, their neighbors to say, hey, I'm actually a good person. Forgive me. I thought he was going to do this one thing I voted on. And look, here's the thing. We know people aren't single issue voters. Trump has a policy, or at least has a position on most things that are going to affect people's lives. Right. So if you vote for him, you know what he's going to do. This is dishonest to me. And this is people, I think, just not owning up to the fact that they either voted along the whiteness lines or they voted along some other lines from this candidate who was talking about the things he said he was going to do from day one. What did he say, tongue in cheek, months ago? Day one, I will be a dictator. And what are we seeing? Dictatorial actions. We are literally seeing the rounding up of immigrants in our country. We're seeing the fomenting of us versus them, even more so than it was in his prior term. And what you're seeing is they are continuing to push the bounds of constitutionality. I mean, when you have a federal judge saying this is blatantly unconstitutional, right, and asking an assistant U.S. attorney if he stands by the argument that this is truly a constitutional position, and he has to hem and haw because it's ideological and not, moral or legally based in any kind of merit. That we are in bizarro world, and anybody who voted for Donald Trump voted with this intent to happen, not because they thought it wasn't going to happen, but instead they knew it would and voted in spite of that. So I think this is disingenuous. And when I see people who I know voted for Trump saying this kind of thing, I'm like, keep it, because we know it isn't honest and we know it's not true.
Well, folks need to recognize this was going on, and you talk about cruelty is the point. That's exactly what it is.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Last night, President Trump plunged the country into chaos without a shred of warning. The Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal funds across the country. In an instant, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that directly support states, cities, towns, schools, hospitals, small businesses, and most of all, American families. This is a dagger at the heart of the average American family in red states, in blue states, in cities, in suburbs, in rural areas. It is just outrageous.
Just outrageous. The twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief Donald the Con Trump is a new order could impact billions, if not trillions of dollars of funding allocated to state and local government if it goes back to in effect on Monday. U.S. District Court Lauren Ali Khan blocked the action Tuesday afternoon, minutes before it was set to go into effect at 5 p.m. The administrative stay pauses the freeze until Monday. Bobby Kogan, the Senior Director of Federal Budget Policy at the Center for American Progress, joins us to discuss who may be affected by this decision. Bobby, how are you doing?
Doing great, Robert. Thanks so much for having me on.
Well, thank you so much. Talk a little bit about who exactly this order, this executive order would impact if it was to go into effect on Monday.
Sure. So it is, they they say it's not Medicare, it's not Social Security, and it's not payments that go directly to individuals. So that means not something like SSI and not something like veterans compensation, but it's much of the rest of the aid that the United States government gives. That's stuff like Section 8 housing, that's stuff like LIHEAP, that's stuff like Title I education grants, that's stuff like IDEA education grants for kids with disabilities. It's most of the things that people actually are relying on. Now, the asterisk here is that after kind of spelling out over 2,000 budget accounts internally, externally, the Trump administration walked it all back. And so their internal messaging implies that it's lots and lots and lots and lots of programs that Americans rely on, and their external messaging implies that it's nothing.
And so, as we've seen before, when President Trump was running for office, he said, I know nothing about Project 2025. I've heard nothing about Project 2025. I don't know who these people are or what's happening. But this is directly out of Project 2025. So should we believe their external messaging that we saw at the White House briefing today, or believe the internal documents which truly say they want to gut these federal programs?
I think we should believe the internal messaging. If you look at the budget request that Trump made when he was president last time, he called to eviscerate the social safety net. He called to cut SNAP in quarter. He called to cut Section 8 in third. He called to cut Medicaid in half, right? So they clearly want to do this. Whether their walk back is all a show or they got scared and wanted to lie about their initial policy, I think is a different thing. But it's very, very, very clear that externally they were feeling the heat. But to your point, I think that we should assume, and we had, there were reports today of states logging in and not being able to get their Medicaid money for the upcoming quarter. There were pauses on Head Start grants and that sort of stuff. So it's very clear that they were working towards pausing huge amounts of the federal government.
And what we've seen thus far with these 300 executive orders plus that were still coming down the pipelines is it seems that they're attempting to flood the zone. That if you throw enough crazy things out there minute by minute, hour by hour, there will not be enough money for lawyers to challenge every single one of these executive orders in court. There will not be the scrutiny to be able to dive into each of these things, because before you get through one, another crazy thing is going on. What can people actually do to fight back against these orders, and what does this administrative stay mean?
Yeah, I think that that's astute, right? I mean, the common theme of the Trump administration, the thing that runs through all of it, is chaos for the American public. I'm not sure what an individual can do per se. That if there are missed payments, any of the agencies or states or facilities that misses the payments will know, and then they will sue. And that will presumably put another stay, right? So you referenced the federal judge today who put a pause on it, but just through Monday. That's kind of fortuitous for the Trump administration for stays, because February 1st, the beginning of the month, would have been a huge period of a lot of federal outlays. So you'll have to wait for someone to get standing due to a missed payment, and then that person can sue. I would just say, if you're listening and you are not getting a benefit you are supposed to get right now, I strongly encourage you to talk to your local reps, and also to your district offices for your federal reps, because right now part of the issue is it's very difficult to understand what is going on. The chaos, the uncertainty is a feature rather than a bug.
And from a constitutional perspective, Chuck Schumer said it earlier, Congress has the power of the purse strings. When the president takes his oath of office, he raises his right hand and says, I will support and defend the Constitution. I will dutifully carry out the edicts of Congress. Does the president have the power? Does he have the ability to simply say, I'm not going to distribute money which has already been passed by the Congress, signed into law, and put forward?
No, he does not. If the president doesn't like this spending, there's actually a special path that's filibuster proof. It's easier to pass than a normal bill to help rescind and peel back unused funds. Right? If a president doesn't like a law, you can try to change the law, but what you're not allowed to do is simply ignore a law that you don't like. What you're not allowed to do is just not carry it out. Now, I will quickly say there are paths to legally pause spending. but President Trump did not take those. He didn't take them when he was in office in 2019 and illegally paused Ukraine funding, and he didn't take them this time, right? So what we see is a direct willingness to flagrantly violate our spending laws.
And on that point, he knows he can't do this. He knows he can't suspend the 14th Amendment when it comes to birthright citizenship. He knows he can't do many of these things. But what is the plan for people and for parties and groups to really fight back against this besides paying lawyers exorbitant fees to go before federal courts? And then as a codicil, we have so many judges that President Trump appointed. Is there a chance that a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, if it gets that far, may just decide to give him these additional powers?
I would be skeptical if the Impoundment Control Act is overturned. What President Trump is pushing is radical even for him. Now, of course, I say that, and then every week he comes out with another even more radical executive order. But the argument behind what he is trying to say is that spending and only spending laws are optional, and that Congress may not bind the president to spend. And what that would mean is that Social Security is unconstitutional. What that would mean is Medicaid is unconstitutional. What that would mean is Medicare is unconstitutional. It would mean that when you are owed your Social Security check, the president always has the option to say, no, I don't feel like giving it to you. That is a really radical legal belief, and that is what has to kind of undergird the idea that the president is always able to impound, right? He argues that the president has inherent impoundment authority, and that has to mean that the president can't bind any spending. I can't imagine the Supreme Court saying all of our entitlement law, all of our spending law is unconstitutional. That is a bridge very far. Now, will some Supreme Court justices say that? I'm sure some will, but I am maybe I'm too naive here, but I don't think that we will see it overturned.
I agree. And look, I want to be as optimistic as you, but I think we all said Roe was settled law. I think we all thought that the North Carolina, the Harvard cases on schools, that was settled law and affirmative action. So for people who are looking at this and trying to find out what are the steps going forward, can you talk a little bit about what happens if this administrative stay fails on Monday and this goes into effect? What will happen to individuals who are depending on many of these services like Meals on Wheels and other government programs?
Yeah. So by virtue of it starting back up on the 3rd rather than the 1st, there will be kind of a little bit of respite. Basically, they're targeting funds that get administered by other things. The federal government will give money to a state or to an authority or to a facility, and then they will carry it out. And so it's not that they can't continue to give out funds, it's that the federal government may not give out any more. So what we're looking at is when the federal government would miss the timing of a payment. Many payments come out at the beginning of the month, some come out quarterly, some come out annually, some come out when grants are due. So we are looking for something whose, we're targeting something for when a payment ought to have gone out, but now because of this illegal order is not able to go out. And so we will only start to see the effect when kind of that first missed payment happens. And so it'll be program by program, right? Eventually, if this were to go on long enough, eventually this stops huge swaths of the federal government. But basically it would start slow, and beginning of every month would be one thing. And then while some of these facilities have cash reserves, so even if they missed a federal payment, they'd be able to keep going for days, weeks. But the longer this goes on, that's when you start to see childcare facilities and preschool facilities. That's when you start to see them literally shut down. That's when you start to see people being evicted from their homes because they're missing all of their Section 8 payments and can no longer meet their rent.
And so with the new press secretary went into great detail to talk about the programs that wouldn't be cut or wouldn't be affected by this spending freeze. What programs specifically will be affected so that people will have a better understanding? We talked about Meals on Wheels, we talked about Section 8, but what are some things where people are going to tangibly feel the effects of this?
Yeah, so just to say, the press secretary is taking the public view that, oh, we didn't mean anything that we said. So that's where we have to, if you take the press secretary's view, then we're only talking about some of the green energy things and the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, and we're only talking, we're only kind of talking about those. That's what they said publicly. What they said privately is that it is much larger. So for the tangible effects for people, that would be your free or cheap preschool is now closed and you are no longer able to get that. That will be your school lunch that you get from school. There's no more funding for the school from the federal government. So maybe you just don't get that because maybe the school can no longer provide it, and the state and your local school district can no longer provide it, right? So it kind of depends on whether private entities are able to step in and fill the void. But the tangible effects, if this goes on long enough and is as broad as they implied it would be, and that their private messaging says it would be, it is stuff like your nutrition, it is stuff like your education, it is some of your healthcare, your community health centers and stuff like that, and it is some of your housing.
And so before we run out of time, where can people get more information on this and really keep up with what's going on? Because we've seen Facebook has gotten rid of fact checking. Twitter has gotten rid of fact checking. There's so much misinformation coming out, disinformation. And we've got the press secretary who apparently now can just pick the media that they want to have at press conferences. I don't know how many people saw that earlier, but they announced that they will now be having podcasters, bloggers, conspiracy theorists be in the White House press corps. So it's very difficult to discern what the actual information is and how exactly we can address it. Where can people get accurate information from, and what can people do to fight back? I think that's the biggest concern folks have.
Sure. I put out a paper, or it should be out in minutes if it's not already. It's my attempt at trying to explain all of this. I would just say there's been tons of reporting from the Washington Post and the New York Times, from Politico, from lots of groups that are trying to lift it up. The difficulty is just no one really knows what's happening. In terms of what you can do to fight back, it's going to sound like cold comfort, but I truly, truly think the best thing that we can be doing is, to the extent that we are missing a payment that we know we are supposed to get, we should be flagging that for journalists, for our local elected representatives or whatever. Right now, the biggest advantage that the Republican that Trump has, the Trump administration has, is the chaos. No one really knows what's happening, and anytime we say this is happening, they say no, it's not. So that to the extent that you are actually experiencing something, getting that to someone who can help elevate it is actually incredibly, incredibly helpful.
And just last question, we talked a lot about the fact that this is the real Project 2025 coming to fruition. This is what as Roland would say, we tried to tell you that this was what's going to happen. For the people who are out there saying, well, Kamala is Indian and not black enough, well, now you might not have Meals on Wheels and Section 8 housing. But with that, what are the next Project 2025 executive orders that you think might be coming down the pipes?
Well, I'm a budget person, so speaking just in my issue area, I expect to see even broader impoundment. I expect to see even broader kind of, they've been doing trial balloons. On day one, they did kind of pretty targeted, what they thought would be politically advantageous, illegal pauses in spending. And that also comes straight from Project 2025, where they said, we're not going to spend on the stuff that we don't like. We're just going to have it follow the president's policy. They did trial balloons, and then they did this big one, and then they immediately walked it back. I expect to see a lot more of that kind of, coming through. But again, that's just my issue area. And so for the other stuff, I don't feel super comfortable opining.
Well, I think it's something we have to watch, and if they are able to take the power of the purse string away from Congress and move it into the executive, we are fundamentally in a different form of government than what our founders said. I grew up with conservatives saying we want less power in the executive. We want small government. We want power to be more democratically with the Congress and with the people. And as soon as they get into power, all that goes out the window. I tell people all the time, don't listen to the flowery language. Watch the actions that people are taking. Thank you so much, Bobby, for joining us. How can people follow you on social media?
Thanks so much for having me. I'm on Blue Sky, and it is BBKOGAN. And for now, I'm still on the bad site, but mostly I'm on Blue Sky.
All right, Bobby Hogan from the Center for American Progress. Let's go to our panel. Today, we're joined by Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA for Washington, D.C. Benjamin Dixon, pastor, political commentator, and author of God is Not a Republican out of my hometown of Atlanta, Georgia. And also Dr. Larry J. Walker, assistant professor at the University of Central Florida, joining us from Orlando, Florida. We got to work our way through some of these executive orders. I'm going to start with you, Mustafa. You know, you worked in the environmental protection. You are an expert in these things, and these are the exact programs that he's going after. What do you think it says that he is attacking these particular programs when he said he was running to lower the price of eggs and milk?
Well, what it says is that he's willing to put profit over people. He's willing to actually put our most vulnerable communities in the crosshairs of these executive orders, of taking these needed resources away from communities that have always been under-resourced. And it's just saying that, whether it is a matter of you getting sick or losing your life, it is not of great concern to what's going on. I mean, I think we got to also give a shout out to Judge Leo Khan for, the stay that's currently going on, and making sure that giving people enough time to actually take a quick breath, so that folks don't just get caught up in the chaos. But we know that communities all across the country, when you look at what they're actually doing here, you can think about Flint, Michigan, because they're talking about taking dollars away from water infrastructure, or Jackson, Mississippi, or a number of other communities out there that are literally, in many instances, just hanging on when it comes to what they're drinking or what they're breathing. So we have a responsibility to, one, stay focused, to make sure, as Bobby shared with us earlier, that we're calling out if resources are not making it to the places and spaces they're supposed to and when they're supposed to. And then the most important thing also is that making sure that we are elevating the message, the stories about how people are being impacted across the country based upon these decisions. We got $1.1 trillion in grants that are out there, usually on a yearly basis, and $750 billion in contracts. And when you start playing around like this, we know who's going to be hit first and worst, but you also are going to create all kinds of really just devastating impacts to both working class folks, the middle class, and of course our most vulnerable.
And Dr. Walker, I want to bring you on this conversation because we've been telling people about the dangers of Project 2025 for nearly 2 years. We've had specials on it, town halls, we've sent out mailers, conversations. People seem to be completely surprised that Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. So what do you think has to happen for people to understand that this is the Project 2025 agenda and then start formulating plans on how to fight back against it?
Yeah, I think this is a really important point. You're right. Roland talked about this in great deal throughout the United States, among other people who care, passionately about how, various policies issues impact the Black community. And so a lot of this is too late, right? You talked about your previous guest about, what kind of entities are in place to kind of fight back against some of these policy changes. But I think there are a couple things that we need to consider based on the election and where we are right now. Is that what you're seeing is an erosion of the three branches of government. We talk about executive, judiciary, and legislative. What you're seeing is, undercutting the power of the legislative and judicial branches and strengthening the power of the executive branch. Also, what we're seeing here is essentially when it comes to the federal government, eliminating it as the elimination of the administrative state. And I think people need to understand that. And that's what we're seeing today in terms of people don't consider how the federal government impacts their lives, billions and trillions of dollars on a daily basis. But now you're beginning to find out this is destroying the federal government as administrative state, as in terms of what's been appropriated in this case by Congress, and now holding that money back. And the long-term impact is going to, short and long-term impact is going to have on American citizens and also the U.S. economy. Because now we're talking about eggs. Eliminating Head Start and various other programs, or at least pausing it, will prevent parents, et cetera, from going to work and stimulating the economy. So this is about a shock and awe. For those of us who not only study, U.S. history, but world history, this playbook has already been written over the decades. And so if you understand how authoritarianism works, understand that it's just shock and awe It's all part of a multiple step process. In addition, we talked about Project 2025. They've literally had years, and the Heritage Foundation has been working on this for decades, to lay out a plan if we ever come in power with the right person in place. And so now, once again, the dismantling of the federal government as administrative state has begun. So it's not about whether systems are buckling. They've already buckled.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now, we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Folks, last night we had a conversation on the show where I talked about these executive orders and how MAGA and Donald Trump, how they are specifically targeting Black America with these orders. Now, many folks are like, well, man, I don't know about all of that. But what have I always told y'all? You have to follow the money. That if you're not having a money conversation, you're not having an American conversation. So you often hear me refer to the Reconstruction periods on this show. And I mention that all the time. Why do I mention that? It is because you've heard me also say, in the history of America, every time there's been a period of Black success, there's been a longer period of white backlash. And see, now you got people like Senator Bernie Sanders and Senator Chris Murphy and others, and who just, for them, no, this is not race, this is class. That's not what it is. But no, they're wrong. They're absolutely wrong. See, what you have to realize is that if you go back to the first Reconstruction, and if you really want an understanding of this, and I guarantee you, if Greg was at home, he would reach back and grab it if he was there. If you really want to understand this, you have to understand this. This is called Black Reconstruction in America, 1860 to 1880, written by W.E.B. Du Bois. This here, y'all, for those of you, if you include the bibliography, if you even include the index, this is a 746-page book where he talks about the period of Reconstruction. What is the period of Reconstruction? It is that period after the end of the Civil War when you had a focus of the radical Republicans, which is not today's Republican Party, the radical Republicans, and if y'all really want to learn some history, go look up Thaddeus Stevens. These radical Republicans, they had no interest in bipartisanship. They wanted to change America. They said, damn the other people, we got the majority, run the bills through. And that's how you got the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, which are called the Reconstruction Amendments. That's when you begin to look at the Civil Rights Act that was passed in the 1860s that provided a framework for African Americans to be able to access, listen to y'all, contracts. I don't think some of y'all heard what I just said. One of those laws that was passed It was not passed in 1854. It wasn't around the same time as Dred Scott decision. This particular act was passed because the radical Republicans understood that coming out of Reconstruction, that the freed people of African descent needed to be able to access the economic levers of the country in order for them to be able to move ahead. Now, this, if you look at real quick here, I pulled it up. You see this AI overview. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 was the first federal law in the United States to define citizenship and protect the civil rights of all citizens. It also was a bill that dealt with economics. It was economics. And so what began to happen during Reconstruction? I would argue at the Reconstruction period, the first one, is the most successful period in the history of America for people of African descent. Because what happens during the Reconstruction period, you then begin to see freed people of African descent running for state legislature. You see them being elected to Congress. Do y'all realize that which we now know to be hardcore right-wing Confederate, the first state that seceded from the Union because they wanted to support slavery, South Carolina, that had a majority black legislature? Because you know why? The black folks, they're the numbers. Do y'all even recognize that taxpayer-funded education is a result of those free people of African descent putting it in the state constitution? James D. Anderson's book, The Education of Blacks in the South, 1860 to 1935, details that. You then begin to see, I know a lot of people get caught up in 40 acres and a mule, but black folks were not waiting on 40 acres and a mule. They began to acquire property. They began to open businesses. You then begin to see, we talk about Black Wall Street in Tulsa in 1921 burning down. You literally had Black Wall Streets happening all over the country beginning during Reconstruction. But what then happened? And you can look at W.B. Du Bois' book, or if you want to, you can read Eric Foner's book, Reconstruction, America's Unfinished Revolution. He has it from 1863 to 1877. 1877 is kind of important. I'm about to get to it. So what then happens? All of a sudden, you begin to see African Americans creating opportunities, but passing bills. You begin to see them building things and doing things and opening schools. And all of a sudden, you begin to have white folks who then go, you know what? That's enough. We done enough for these Negroes. Listen, we about tired of hearing about all this stuff we need to do. Yeah, I know we had them enslaved for 200 plus years, but can we just move along? We don't have time of it. White America started getting tired of doing things for those people. We've done enough for those people. Then there's an election, 1876, a contested election. Sounds quite familiar. And so the Republicans and the Democrats then all of a sudden begin to say, well, you know what? The Democrats say, well, hey, why don't we do this here? We're gonna let y'all go ahead and y'all can go ahead and y'all had a presidency. But we're going to do a deal. Y'all got to pull these federal troops of the last 3 remaining southern capitals. Oh, I'm sorry. Remember I told y'all they kept saying we're getting tired of that? See, what happened was they put federal troops in state capitals to ensure that the Dixiecrats, the racists, would not take over. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back. See, one of the big mistakes of Lincoln and the radical Republicans, of course, remember Lincoln gets assassinated, being he is followed by an absolute violent racist, Andrew Johnson. What then happens, he then goes, you know what, to hell with that. We're going to return the land to the slave owners if they apologize for what they did. So America put the folk back in power who were the ones who led to the Civil War. So what then happens, you then begin to have this election, it gets contested, and so then there's a compromise. We ain't in the room. The white folks were making a deal, and that's known as the Great Compromise of 1877. Do you all know what came after the Great Compromise of 1877? The Reconstruction period ended. That's when the period of Jim Crow started. These white folks were like, no, we have done enough for these black people. We are sick and tired of doing this. So then we come around to a second Reconstruction. All of a sudden, Emmett Till gets killed August 28th, 1955. Then all of a sudden, you have these black women in Montgomery, Alabama, the Women's Council who were organizing and they were doing what they were supposed to do. Then all of a sudden, you then begin to have these black women. It was not the black preachers. It was not the black men. It was the black women in Montgomery, Alabama, who were the ones who started the Montgomery bus boycott. Then Rosa Parks sits down. Then it begins December 1st, 1955. They begin to bring them to their knees. But understand, Montgomery, it went all the way to the Supreme Court, but then Montgomery buckled because it was a money thing, y'all. That began a 13-year odyssey where you begin to see the fight over civil rights, and you then begin to see the laws passed, the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, the Fair Housing Act of 1968. And guess what happened? You had these Republicans who actually were supportive of civil rights, and all of a sudden Barry Goldwater runs for president in 1964. He was a senator from Arizona, and then what does Barry Goldwater do? Barry Goldwater then he opposes the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That was his bedrock. King was so offended by that King actually campaigned for President Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1964, something that he never did. But they said it was so important for Goldwater not to win because Barry Goldwater was going to stop civil rights in its tracks. Why is that important? Why is Barry Goldwater's opposition to the 64 Civil Rights Act so important? Because the 64 Civil Rights Act dealt with public accommodations. It dealt with you couldn't bar people from restaurants and transportation. It went on and on and on. Oh, well, I'm sorry, that means that you couldn't bar people. You could not discriminate against people. And so guess what? They inserted women into the 64 Civil Rights Act. That racist from Virginia, Judge Smith, thinking that would kill the bill, it actually helped pass the bill. That's important because you can now go to Title IX, and that's one of the reasons why it was passed, because of the 64 Civil Rights Act. It's a provision of the Civil Rights Act. So why is this important? Because what happens? King gets killed April 4th, 1968, assassinated. 69, Nixon becomes president. Arthur Fletcher brings in forth affirmative action. You have a period from 68 to the early 80s where black mayors begin to take over. You begin to see contracts, quotas, affirmative action, dollars. Second Reconstruction. You had dollars flowing during the first one. You had dollars flowing during the second one. All of a sudden you get to the 80s. Nixon, he's gone. Carter's president. Reagan runs. Oh, the same President Ronald Reagan, who he was governor of California, running for governor of California, supported a bill for white folks not allowing them not to sell their houses to black people. Some of y'all gonna pay attention. The same Reagan who became governor, who when the Black Panthers brought their guns to the state capitol, they immediately outlawed carrying long rifles. They said, oh, hell no, even though that was actually legal. The same Reagan who changed the rules that caused for tuition in college for you to be charged because they did not want the regular, ordinary, common man to become educated. Man, some of y'all are gonna have to learn some damn history. So what then happened? So here you have a period from 69 to about 82, 83. And Reagan wins in 1980, inaugurated in 1981. What does Reagan then do? Reagan begins to go after affirmative action programs. You then begin to see the lawsuits happen. Then you begin to see the decisions coming down out of the Supreme Court, where they then begin to put constraints on affirmative action. That's an economic situation. And Reagan, in his 8 years, begins to unleash holy hell economically against black people. And then what happens on May 25th, 2020? George Floyd is killed. George Floyd is killed on May 25th, 2020. And folk like me said, y'all, this is the third Reconstruction. We said in that aftermath that unlike the first two, which largely focused on civil rights, although economics was a part of it, this should be solely focused on civil rights. What happens in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd? You begin to see white people and Latino folks, and you begin to see Asians protesting, shutting companies down, forcing them to make economic commitments to be change agents. And white conservatives went, oh shit. We can't have this. We cannot have a generation or two of young white people who are reading and being educated about the real history of America. There's no coincidence. The attacks on critical race theory comes after George Floyd's death. Oh, some of you may say, well, I still don't understand. I mean, what's the deal here? Because the attacks on CRT and the attacks on wokeness were all designed to drive a wedge through conscious white people and the folk who wanted to keep the system the same. You had white people in companies who were forcing them. Adidas announced a $10 million commitment, and the white folks in the company lost their minds so much the next day the CEO said, oh, it's going to be $100 million. Companies pledged 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 billion in economic commitments in the wake of the death of George Floyd. And then the right said, no, we cannot have this. Oh, no, hell no. Remember, May 25th, 2020, Trump was in the White House. We cannot have this, because if we have this coalition of young white people who now all of a sudden becomes conscious, who all of a sudden becomes awake, then all of a sudden we are guaranteed to lose elections in the future. And so what do they then begin to do? They begin to complain about books. They begin to complain about what they're seeing in libraries. And what then happens? They begin to run for school board. Moms for Liberty begins to rise up. And so they take all of that fury in 2021 and begin to win. And that goes into 2022. It sets up the return of Donald Trump. But what a lot of people have been missing is that Brown versus Board of Education decision in 1954 leads to, of course, in 1955. And all of a sudden, you begin to see the changes made by those federal judges. And so the hardcore right goes, damn it, we got to combat this. And the civil rights laws begin to come in 1960. And they said, no, we can't have this. And then all of a sudden, because of what black people did, fighting for civil rights, and then it was black people's fighting for civil rights, which opened the doors for immigrants to be able to come into the country. Thank you, Indian Americans. You're welcome, Pakistani Americans. You're welcome, Asian Americans, because that's black people make that happen. Then the white folks said, oh, hell no. This all of a sudden, this multiracial America, we ain't having that. That's why you begin to see rich folks, the Mellons of the world, begin to fund the Heritage Foundation, fund the conservative think tanks, because they needed to establish a structure to reframe America, because we cannot have a multiracial America where these people are going to be in power. So we are going to attack economics, affirmative action. We're going to attack voting rights. We're going to attack everything which is the underpinning of the society. All these things happen, which is why, folks, you have a Robert Mercer, billionaire, funder of Breitbart. What does he do? This is what he said. Go to my iPad. Mercer often argued that the 1964 Civil Rights Act was a mistake. According to the New Yorker, a former employee claimed that Mercer asserted repeatedly that African Americans were better off economically before the civil rights. Mercer allegedly claimed that black people were racist, and they were no more racist, that there were no more white racists. He said black people were racist and that there were no more white racists. That's the billionaire Robert Mercer, who was one of the biggest funders of Donald Trump in the 2016 election, who was the chief funder of Breitbart. This election, you had Charlie Kirk, the CEO of Turning Point USA, who was organizing and galvanizing young white folks on college campuses all across the country, especially young white men. This is what Charlie Kirk said about the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
Yeah, and that's the reality. And so we just need to fundamentally relook at a lot of our civil rights legal regime. And without that, even though I don't think it's sort of the magic bullet, but I think without that, there's limits to the amount of progress we're going to make.
Let's talk about discourse and dialogue. This topic would have been even more forbidden 4 or 5 years ago, but it's now becoming in more and more mainstream circles. Is that because the problem is becoming worse, or but our side is more courageous to confront it?
Did y'all hear that? We couldn't talk about this 4 or 5 years ago, but now we can. That's a person who literally has the ear of the person sitting in the Oval Office. We do not understand that the executive orders that have been issued this week, the attacks on affirmative action in colleges and admissions, they are getting rid of programs, scholarship programs. They're getting rid of internship programs. They're getting rid of access. What this is about is the complete attack. And this is the goal of exactly what they did in 1877. This is no different than when the white racists in Mississippi convened the Constitutional Convention in 1890. And they said, we cannot let these niggas keep voting. Oh, I know, I'm sorry. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts, he doesn't use that language, but it's essentially what they did when they gutted Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act. The attacks on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Do understand, right now, you have at least 4 Supreme Court justices who would love to completely get rid of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And why this is important is because the 1964 Civil Rights Act is the enforcement mechanism that has led to all of these changes for Black America since that period. So what they understand, if we assault the 1964 Civil Rights Act and get rid of that, and then we completely get rid of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, what we have effectively done is gutted Black leadership and African Americans from being able to take advantage of what happens in this country. So while a lot of y'all are bullshitting around on whether you can be on fucking TikTok, while you're getting caught up in some bullshit housewife, while you're having your fucking MJ and LeBron debates on who's the GOAT, there is literally, as we speak, an entire focus to gut every single civil right and economic gain that we have had since 1964 because they are pissed with those three acts. They're pissed with the Brown versus Board of Education Act. You have voucher bills that are being pushed in Texas and Tennessee and other places to gut public education. What we have to understand is there is a vicious assault to completely defund Black America. So why did I wear what I'm wearing today? We had this sister on the show. She launched her own athletic apparel company, shoe company as well. So what I'm wearing, y'all, is all Black owned. Well, we have to understand, King talked about it in his sermon on April 3rd, 1968. What do you think this was about? Operation Breadbasket, an untold story of civil rights in Chicago, 1966 to 1971 by Martin Depp. This was about the money. And when you have corporations who are now afraid, who are scared to death, oh, Costco is standing up to them. McDonald's buckled. Walmart buckled. Jack Daniels buckled. If you want to understand what Black folks should be doing, every Black person right now should be saying, the hell with Jack Daniels. Don't ever buy Jack Daniels again. You don't want to stand with us, especially when you are a company that even exists because a Black man showed you how to do it. We should be saying, get Uncle Nearest. Black folks should be saying, Hennessy, where do you stand? Yeah, we're going to stop drinking your stuff too. The only way we are going to counter what is happening right now, this effort to defund Black America, is to say, keep playing with us, we're going to defund your company. Because there are companies that depend upon Black market share. Car companies, soda companies, fast food companies, clothing companies. Black America, music companies, entertainment companies. But the question is, do we have the actual courage to use the power that we have? Greg, I'm going to go to you first. Because
we don't.
This is about the money. And the money is about power. And the power is about control. And they are executing an agenda, a radical agenda that will absolutely do economic harm to Black people for the next century.
Yes, absolutely. I think it was a masterful walkthrough, Roland, very necessary, an important level set for folks who really think this is about one election or one candidate's policies or whether you like their spouse or whether they smoked weed when they were in college, silly things, as you said. The framework that you laid out really helps us connect the dots. This entire, when I call the United States a criminal enterprise, it's not an original criminal enterprise. It is an extension of a half millennium of criminal enterprise called the modern world system. This is a process that did not involve the entire world, that came out of Western Eurasia, what we now call Europe, that combines culture and commerce and politics in terms of state formation. So when we talk about Spain and Portugal, we talk about Holland, we talk about England and France, and we're not talking about Germany because Germany hasn't formed in a way, and that's what World War I and World War II about. Basically, they were like, we didn't get the jump that y'all got, riding African peoples back into modernity. That's what, of course, Howard French is writing about in his book, Born in Blackness. But what you just laid out for us, it's about the money. You're absolutely right. And the money is a proxy for a larger concept of economics. There is no concept of citizenship that comes out of Africa. The ancient Egyptians did not have a concept, at least one has not been discovered yet. certainly a concept of belonging and being part of community, but the concept of the civitas, the concept of the polis that comes out of Greece and Rome really find voice in Western Eurasia as these people began to fight. And by these people, I mean the rich, the elites, begin to fight. That's what Magna Carta was about in the 13th century, begin to fight over resources. That's what drives land poor and resource poor Europe into boats to go visit this cancer on the rest of the world. And what does that have to do with us right now? Well, the United States of America, and with all due respect to a concept of a 1619 project, it isn't just the British in Virginia, it's the Spanish in what it becomes South Carolina and New Mexico. It's the French in the Mississippi Valley. It's the Dutch in what we now call New York, that was New Amsterdam. They are trying, in other words, to colonize the world for profit. And when the dust settles after their colonies turn on them, the most prominent set of colonies turning on the home country being, of course, the so-called American Revolution, which was fighting over property, now you have the problem that you've introduced us to, Roland. What do you do with people who entered this legal framework as property? This is the Federalist Papers. This is the debates over the Constitution. We are not people. Understand that the idea that Africans are people is a radical concept to these Europeans who saw us the same way they saw the chickens and the gold and the silver and the cotton and the indigo. So what do you do with these people? And here is the problem that they had. You couldn't kill us, and you needed our labor to continue your criminal enterprise. So, Roland, when you laid out the Reconstruction and the Reconstruction amendments, that is the critical thing. When you evoke what is a property document, understand the U.S. Constitution isn't about rights. It's about rights to make profit. It's a property document. It's a document about free enterprise. It's a document about trade. Private property is the central concept for the criminal enterprises of these people from Europe and their colonies. And what they codify in the three branches of the federal Constitution is a concept of private property. But one problem. You got 4 million of us by the 1860s, and we're not going into that good night quietly. And you're in a global system where you want to expand, and everybody else is in the game of exploitation. So when that Civil War is over, and we fought our own way out of the Civil War, the South wants to continue to profit. The North is trying to keep it together. That's what Abraham Lincoln is trying to do. But ultimately, the decision of slavery, that decision was called because we, who remember, came into that conflict as so-called contraband, meaning what? Property. We took the step to free ourselves. That's what, as you say, Du Bois is writing about in Black Reconstruction in America. The Civil Rights Act of 1866, you see the conflict codified. Why? Because they're saying that African people coming into this now will have a concept of citizenship to beat back that Dred Scott concept, where Taney doubles down on the idea that we're property. They say, part of that language, which is why Byron Allen seized on it, is that we will now have not just political rights, but the right to make and enforce contracts. Now Africans are in the legal universe no longer as property. Sure, citizenship is emerging, but now there's an economic stake. This is a problem. The problem's codified in the 14th Amendment. But watch what happens last. And you've gone through the history, so I'm not going to repeat that. I'm just going to fast forward now to Lewis Powell, who I know you talked about many times. That Powell memorandum that he writes when he's in the Chamber of Commerce in the United States, living in Northern Virginia, and he says, since this civil rights movement has seen these African people attempt to assert a concept of citizenship that they should never have had, and since the 14th Amendment has been eviscerated, as Du Bois writes about, and then used to extend the economic contract through the idea that corporations are legal entities in the form of people. That's what they used the 14th Amendment for, since they've been eviscerating it since the end of Reconstruction. Lewis Powell says we've got to now claw back the concept of private property, claw back the idea of free trade and commerce. And 3 years later, the Heritage Foundation is created. And the first of Project 2025, the first mandate for leadership is created. And so I'll end with this. What you have done, Roland, is put it where the goats could get it, as Joe Madison would say. In a global system that is built on the concept of property dispossession and taking other people's labor, other people's land, that's why we're here having this conversation in English, the thing that has become ungovernable is the concept that whiteness can continue to run the world. They have no choice but to do what they are doing right now. Because the only way you can maintain some kind of political apparatus to keep this going is to ground it in an irrational, vibe-driven concept of whiteness. And the elites, whether it be Elon Musk, who will never get out of bed with China. This is what this electric vehicle stuff is about, because he's over there right now, back and forth. Whether it be the other billionaires who could give a damn about citizenship or anything else, their concept is global, whether it be Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, or anyone else. At the center of this is this unruly group of people. These Africans, these indigenous people, these people who simply refuse to die and refuse to go away. You cannot pour your hopes and dreams into this concept of the United States. What you have to pour your hopes and dreams into is yourself, and take a page from every other group in this 500-year fight who have put themselves first, and then you stand from a position of strength to begin to negotiate. But you talking a language they don't understand when you start talking about we are Americans, we're better than this. Nah. And you just walked us through why.
See, people literally don't even realize how they get played, Nola. This is what the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon in chief said on Monday at the Insurrection Fest at the U.S. Capitol. Guys, the video from the inauguration. You had it up earlier. Yes, the video from the inauguration. They're requested when he thanked black people.
We had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
And what did that liar do? Gut the very things that King fought for. And if you black and you fail for that bullshit, you are a dumbass, Nola.
He couldn't even get it out. He couldn't even finish the statement because it wasn't authentic. He couldn't even finish the end of the statement that we're going to make his dream come true. Lies. Lies. And, you know, I'm so happy that we're talking about Du Bois because, you know, in the great debate between Booker T. Washington and Du Bois, in many ways, I am a Du Boisian. And I'm going to kind of come back to this MLK, this kind of worship, you know, at the altar of MLK when it's MLK Day. And I would also say, you know, don't be surprised if they circle back and try to not make MLK a federal national holiday. I'm going to just go ahead and put that out there. But, you know, as we're having this conversation, you know, Roland, as you're walking us through the different reconstructions, the one thing that is rolling around in my head, and, you know, Greg made so many salient points, that question that Du Bois asked in The Soul of Black Folk, how does it feel to be a problem? It is a question that is so salient in this moment, because what you're talking about is Black people have been a problem in this country since the day we were stolen from Africa and brought here illegally. We have been a problem because you can't get rid of us. Everything has been tried. You treated us like cattle. You enslaved us. You put us on plantations. There was Jim Crow, Black codes, everything you can think of. We have survived. And every time we surpass a little bit of surviving and maybe get to thriving, to your point, it is completely taken away from us. And, you know, I had posted something on my Instagram, not the popular speeches from MLK, but it was this one quote that he said, basically, how dare you ask of a man to pull himself up by his bootstraps when he does not own any boots? That's paraphrasing. And so essentially, this is like, this is the story of Black person, the Black person in America. How do you expect us to continue to fight over and over and over and over when people are constantly trying to steal our boots? The raggedy boots we may have on, that we are proud to wear, and they are constantly trying to take our boots. And I'm such a Du Boisian. I actually have him on my international relations and race syllabus, something that I got a lot of side eyes for, but I don't care. But you really have to think about this in a context of what we've represented from day one in this country. And also, I'm going to bring in Barack Obama into this. The fact that that Black man was the president of this country and pretty much went 8 years unscathed, no major dramas outside of the tan suit, him and his really Black wife, that did something to white America. It drove them insane, right? It literally drove them insane. So everything that we're seeing is successive. Everything is successive. And you want to even go further back to that. I always tell people, if you've never seen Black Klansman, please watch Black Klansman and watch it until the end. Because what Spike Lee does at the end of that movie with David Duke and how they have been generationally trying to get to a Project 2025 moment, they have been putting in the work for generations. They have been reworking and retooling. And this is where we are now. We've made too many strides. There's been a Negro as the president. Oh, no. No. These Black folks are being way too fancy. Way too fancy. We have to snatch their boots. And this is a moment that we're in right now, the snatching of the boots. When you told us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, oh, but that's DEI, right? That's not merit. We didn't deserve any of those boots that we put on ourselves. So here we are again. They're trying to make us bootless. But what we do know is how to be a damn problem in the United States of America.
See, Larry, I love these people, especially my haters, who out see Larry, they were, Roland Martin trying to tell y'all to vote and why you gotta vote and all this. Guess what? The conservatives were waiting for us to be stupid. The conservatives were waiting for us to sit on the couch. For all y'all smart asses out there, let me help y'all out. Do y'all know the justification that Chief Justice John Roberts gave for gutting Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act? It came post-election of Obama. He said, well, since they voting in record numbers, there's no need for Section 4. And guess what has happened since 2012? Our vote numbers went down in 2014, in 2016, in 2018, in 2020, in 2022, in 2024. We didn't show up in Louisiana, and guess what? Crazy, deranged, MAGA Jeff Landry was elected. There are more eligible Black voters in Texas than any state in the union. And guess what? We barely are hitting 50%. Even in places like Atlanta, where you should be seeing turnout at 50 and 60 and 70 and 75%. No, we're seeing turnout in the mayoral elections at 18, 20, 22, and 26. And so what these conservatives are sitting here doing is saying, thank you. Thank you. We have so frustrated y'all. We have so devalued y'all. We have told y'all how the Democrats don't do nothing for y'all, so therefore you don't vote for them, and you sitting on the couch, all it does is solidify our power. And as a result, they are running the table in places all across the country. The reality is that there's no reason Republicans should ever have a supermajority in North Carolina. They don't have it now. But if black folks voted our numbers in North Carolina, that would never happen. In fact, if black folks would vote with our numbers in South Carolina would change. Georgia would change. Florida would change. Mississippi would change. When Mike Espy lost to Cindy Hyde Smith in that special election, he lost by 65,000 votes. There were more than 100,000 eligible black people in Mississippi who could have voted, but who did not. And so for all of y'all who love to sit here and talk about, man, you always talking about voting, you always talking about voting, I don't know why you always talking about voting. Now you understand what happens when they have power. Now you understand when the partners come down and they get rid of and sign executive orders and they begin to gut civil rights and economic rights. And now you understand when they change the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. Now you are about to see with your own eyes every single Generation Alpha, Generation Z, Millennial, Generation X, what it looks like to live close to Jim Crow. Now I know some of y'all are saying, Roland, this ain't Jim Crow because I can go to the club with a white woman. This ain't Jim Crow because I can go out and we can go here and I can use this water fountain. I can use this bathroom and I can go here. But you need to understand, and I'm telling you right now, mark it down, 7:40 p.m. Eastern on January 23rd. A year from now, you are going to see a dramatic drop in the number of contracts that black businesses have gotten from the federal government. You are going to see a year from now a dramatic drop in the contracts that black-owned businesses will receive from corporate America and from state governments and from county governments and city governments and school districts. You are about to see an economic calamity come down in black America because too many of us sat our asses on the couch, chose not to vote because we said, well, if I don't get nothing before I vote, then I'm not going to vote. Now you are witnessing with your very eyes what happens. And then what you have are some of these same people who I saw your tweets. Well, I'm saying that we got to do for self. We got to do for self. Let me explain to you, everybody who keeps talking about doing for self, please explain to me how you are going to do for self in an industry that requires contracts. Please tell me how you're going to do that. If you do not have black companies that control every aspect of the supply chain, then you cannot do for self. And so you cannot show me how in America that if black folks then begin to shut out of contracts from federal government, state government, county government, city government, school districts, how are you going to do that? Right now, you have an assault on federal workers because of MAGA. Black people over-index in federal worker jobs. We are a higher percentage of workers in the federal government than we are in the population of the United States. There are more black people who have high five-figure and six-figure jobs in government than we do in corporate America. So when you begin to see those attacks on the federal level, you're then going to begin to see black people not be able to get the jobs in corporate America, which now means you can't buy a house. You means you cannot save money. You cannot invest money. You cannot afford to send your kids to college. And then when they cut Pell Grants, you can't send your kids to college to HBCUs because you don't have the $75 and $80 and $100,000 a year job, because now what are you going to be able to do? And so I need people to understand, Larry, this is what happens when you choose not to exercise that one basic power of voting. Then what you begin to do is lead to an economic catastrophe in the black community, and all of the work that people put in to create even what we got, which was not perfect, we are about to see, and I'm telling y'all it's happening, we are about to see not an erosion of what we built up. You are about to see an economic catastrophe that will take another century to rebuild.
You know, Roland, you know, give the harsh reality for where we are right now, as you know, in terms of the black community. And essentially, before the election, you know, people dismissed a lot of racist rhetoric and said it was nothing, ignore it. It won't have any impact about our livelihood. But some folks, and particularly I'm talking to the brothers out there, 21% of brothers who voted in the wrong direction. Essentially, what you believed is that it's okay to be like a lived-in hostage, because that's essentially what happened. Is black folks would be like lived-in hostages. Because you talked about the economic impact, and this is connected to the political impact. I also want to mention when you provided that timeline, one of the things we need to do, what's really important, is folks need to make sure they educate themselves. So I'm going to recommend you read Just Permanent Interest by former Congressman and CBC, one of the founders of CBC, William Clay Sr., in terms of understanding it, in terms of where we started, where we are as a black community. And so Roland, your point about how long this is going to take in terms to reverse all these issues that we're going to deal with as a community. And I don't think folks are really prepared. You know, we've seen in the last 48 hours, it's essentially kind of like a shock and awe in terms of the executive orders. But we talk about there's a significant number of black folks who work for the federal government, not only in the D.C. area, but throughout the United States. And so you see, essentially, they put out a rat request if there are any DEI programs that they think they missed. If you don't report it, they're going to fire you too. So now you're going to have folks turn on other people who maybe have nothing to do with DEI, submit their people's names, and they may lose their job. And of course, these folks are going to be disproportionately black. So what does that leave many people in our black community, in our community, as it relates to economics? The other thing I want to highlight, Roland, in terms of we talk about this historical nature issue about racism in America, is I need the folks to go back and check out the debate between, we had the debate in Cambridge, Massachusetts, between Baldwin and Buckley in 1965.
The same Buckley who supported the Civil Rights Act until Barry Goldwater wrote his book, The Conscience of a Conservative.
Right. And so the title of the debate was "The American Dream is at the Expense of the American Negro." And like many people, I've seen it a number of times, but I need some folks to go back and watch that important debate. And we know Buckley is kind of the father of the modern conservative, network we see today. But it's really important in terms of historically for black folks to understand that the fight that we're undergoing now has consistently happened for centuries. But at least at some point, particularly, like I said, I talked about earlier with the Great Society programs, that we had some kind of success in terms of ending Jim Crow. And then we've seen some other opportunities. We talked about the election of President Obama, obviously some economic growth. Black folks had the opportunity to go to any higher education institution they want to. But then folks said that's too much. And we need to dismantle all of that. So what you're seeing is a complete reversal of all the success that we've seen over the last several decades. And folks are unprepared for it because they thought that, this is all, smoke and mirrors, this is all a game. No, we're in it now. And so what are we prepared to do? Because we have to continue to keep fighting, but we need to make sure we have obviously some policies in place in terms of initiatives, in terms of what we do strategically to address this issue, because it is going to be a 24/7 fight to make sure that we maintain a minimum of some of the things we've gained over the last several decades, and then make sure not too many of these provisions are reversed, and then fight over the next several years, really for the next several generations, for some of the new laws to make sure to counter a lot of the challenges we've had.
And see,
we're in it now.
Right. But the mistake that people are making is y'all are looking at this through a Democratic and a Republic lens.
That's right.
I don't look at this stuff through a Democratic and a Republican lens. I look at this through a black lens. I look at this through the eyes of a black man. I'm looking at policies and I look at how people operate. Go to my iPad. Y'all, if you don't understand today's modern Republican Party, this is the book that changed it all. Barry Goldwater and the Conscience of a Conservative. What does it say right here? Edited by C.C. Goldwater, right? With a new foreword by George F. Weil and a new afterword by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. See, a whole bunch of y'all. Oh, I saw a bunch of y'all. Entertainers too. Y'all were talking about y'all were supporting Robert F. Kennedy. And you didn't even realize the game that he was running. Y'all didn't realize that. And I saw some of y'all, man, well, Kamala, she should have made an outreach to Robert F. Kennedy. Why? Everybody knew what RFK Jr. was. See, y'all ain't, see, y'all falling for the okie doke. When you are making a decision who to vote for, you make a decision based upon what I see, what I hear, how things are operating. Look at this here. All of these. Donald Trump said, I will end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Y'all fell for it. Y'all sit here and y'all fall for all of this stuff, not even remotely realizing what is going on. You don't even understand, again, what is happening, because you know what I hear? A lot of our people, man, I don't read, I don't watch the news. I don't read stuff. So how in the hell can you be informed if you if you have no idea of what is happening even in the world? Oh, I see the numbers. I see the numbers. And let me be real clear. Let me be real clear. This is not a shot at folk I know. Oh, but I'll see y'all loving shenanigans in sports YouTube channels and commentaries. Oh, and everything is fun. But let me help y'all out. Let me help y'all. Do I still have the? Let me find it. Let me see if I can find it. On Facebook. I'm sorry. This actually was posted just yesterday. I'm trying to pull it up right now. And it showed all of the folks who are getting offer letters rescinded for jobs. Are y'all aware that there were scholarships that were awarded to black folks and others that are now being rescinded? Are y'all aware that there are people who had jobs in the Department of Veteran Affairs where they're trying to take care of America's troops, and they are rescinding jobs for those people? Oh, if y'all want to have the conversation, we can. And so what is happening before our very eyes, we are literally seeing massive changes take place. And some of us are just joking and playing and having so much fun. But I'm warning you. And they're not understanding this, Nola. They're targeting black PhDs. They're targeting folks with masters. They're targeting every single one of the programs. See, we had some simple-minded Negro in the chat. Yeah, you know, I voted for Harris, but Roland Martin was talking down to the regular people in the streets. And I'll say it, no problem, Panther 55. You can kiss my ass. Because, see, I can guarantee you I can go in the streets and, because, see, I know what I'm told. I know there are barbershops that are streaming our show in the barbershops. I know, because I get the letters and the brothers who were in prison stop me and saying, man, I got through prison watching you. See, y'all can sit here with that bullshit all you want to. Oh, you the boule and y'all talking down. That is dumb as hell. Because first of all, right now is 5,500 people who are watching YouTube right now. Hey, dumbass, it's only 5,000 boule members. So guess what? And I guarantee you, the entire boule ain't watching me right now. But see, Nola, that's the Simple Simon shit that some of these folk don't realize. And while they sitting here yelling about, you in the boule, you ain't talk to the regular people, guess what? You getting jacked. The programs that are happening, these things are going down as we speak. Nola, you are hearing from these people. You are hearing from I guarantee you are hearing from long-serving diplomats in the State Department, people who have given their lives to the federal bureaucracy, people who believe in what Ralph Bunche was doing, the first African-American to win a Nobel Peace Prize, who are summarily being dismissed because what they say. In fact, y'all don't even... Do y'all have the clip where Donald Trump said he could tell who's an illegal immigrant? Play it.
Open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble.
You can look at them and tell you could be trouble. That's what they are saying right now to black people in the federal government, Nola.
First and foremost, it's just plain old school racism. No more, no less. Just plain old school racism, nothing new. But, one of the most successful tricks ever played on black folks is to convince a large population of us that education does not matter. Why do you think people work so hard trying to convince people that higher education does not matter? It's a reason. It's a reason, as you alluded to earlier, Roland, as you were talking about Ronald Reagan and, raising the price of education. My parents met at LSU, the New Orleans campus, which is now UNO. And my daddy always tells this story about how he paid my mama's tuition. He paid my mama's tuition out of his pocket. And then fast forward, 15 years later, you have to take out a second mortgage to send your child to school, or that child gets in debt starting out their professional careers, right? So this conversation about, oh, you uppity Negroes, trying to bring back the Talented 10th and all that stuff. At the end of the day, it is so easy, Roland, and everybody on this panel, to my colleagues, to seduce angry, ignorant people. And I'm not calling folks out there ignorant, but what I'm saying is, it is.
I'm calling the ignorant. Go ahead.
I knew you were gonna come in. I knew you were gonna come in.
I'm gonna call the ignorant.
I knew I could rely on you for that assist. What I'm saying is it's part of the strategy. It's part of the strategy to target a certain population, because they are thinking of you as ignorant, right? They are thinking of you as gullible. In the social sciences, it's called conditioning, right? So you condition people to respond the way that you want them to respond. And that is what we are seeing. And we saw so much of it, Roland. We saw so much of it over, this administration, especially during those 107 days with Kamala. There was so much debate. There were people that were mad that she spent a lot of time at the HBCUs, that it was too elite. It was too elite, that it was too much about Divine Nine. Okay, that's fine. Maybe, maybe not. But the thing that has always bothered me, and I've stood 10 toes down on this, when people try to push back and say, well, not everybody wants to have an education. Education isn't for everybody. And I'm like, okay, I'm not trying to run a race with no shoes on. I'm just not. You know, like but I come from a community in New Orleans where higher education that's what you do. You can get married, but you for sure going to college. You know, so I am grateful to my community for that. But this debate, Roland, I'm telling you, it is something for me as an educator. I have dedicated my life to education. And it hurts me sitting here as a Black woman that somehow we have become the enemy. That the Black expert particularly, all experts right now are pretty much lined up against the wall, you know, and they're ready to kind of like, but when you're Black and an expert, and when your own community doesn't have your back, somehow you become the enemy. You have been conditioned to celebrate the athlete, to celebrate the entertainer. But us three Black asses sitting up here, oh no, not us.
Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard what we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got Black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you are scared, when you're looking over your shoulder, oh my God, that advertising contract is not going to come in. Well, guess what? A lot of these major ad agencies, they're not even supporting us anyway. You know, in 6 years of doing this show, Group M hasn't done a damn thing with us. Publicis hasn't done anything with us. You've got Horizon, you've got all of these folks, they haven't done jack. And so we are calling it like we see it, and we're speaking truth. And unlike some of these other so-called progressives and people who believe in truth, I'm not running around trying to kiss MAGA ass and kiss Trump's ass. I won't be going to Mar-a-Lago, not for a damn thing. And so this is about us being able to speak truth. So when you support this show and this network with your resources, that is exactly what is happening, because we are trying to build something that is bigger and broader, and actually it has the courage to say what needs to be said, even when it makes other folk uncomfortable. If you want to contribute giving Cash App, use the Stripe QR code. This is it right here. And if you are listening, simply go to blackstarnetwork.com to check it out. Also, if you want to see your check and money order, some of y'all old school, we understand that. See your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003 7-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, folks, we've got some 4 million social media followers. If only 20,000 of our fans contribute at least $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, that's $1 million. That allows us to be able to continue to build, to add these shows and do the work that's required. So your support is needed. So please join our Bring the Funk fan club today. If you've not already joined, if you have given to us in the past, please renew your commitment, because it's important that we support Black-owned media, because Black-owned media matters. Folks, it's always important for you to read the fine print when we start talking about what is happening with DOGE, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and all the stuff that they're doing. I mean, to be real honest, they're lying. They're lying. They're just making moves willy-nilly, firing people left and right without any regard for their families, for their health care, their jobs, you name it. And we really have been trying to walk y'all through what's going on here. Because, see, a lot of people out here are excited and happy, and they're like, oh, think great things are happening. They're moving. They're taking action. But it's sort of like people who are moving chairs around the Titanic. Oh, you're like, hey, there's action. Things are happening, but are things really happening? Or are they just breaking stuff just for the hell of it that gives you the impression that things are actually going well? So I came across this video of a poster Frank Luntz, and he made this claim. He made this claim that a former Biden and other voters made the claim that they, quote, love the pace of what's happening. They love how fast things are moving. But you got to ask the question, are things actually moving? What's actually happening? Or are people claiming things are happening, but things are not really happening? So I want you to listen to this conversation between Frank Luntz and Breonna Keeler on CNN to get an understanding of what they're saying, so we'll break it down. Listen.
Have you on because you do a lot of focus groups. You really get behind the numbers, the poll numbers, to the sentiments of voters. And it's so interesting. You've been speaking with a number of voters who were Hillary Clinton 2016, Joe Biden 2020, and then went for Trump in 2024. How are these folks seeing the early days of Trump's second term?
Pretty well.
Really?
And they're reacting to it because they love the pace of change. They were very fed up over the last 4 years. They wanted action. They wanted results. They looked at prices. They looked at affordability, looked at immigration, and they didn't see anything happening. They still don't like what he says, but they like what he does. And these are Democrats now who felt that they were not securing the border. They were doing nothing to prevent illegal immigration, that nothing was actually happening. They wanted to see a reduction in wasteful Washington spending, and they're seeing that. So what they tell me is, I wish you'd be a little bit less rude. But at the same time, they like what he's doing. They believe he's serious about it. And for the first time, they have confidence in the future, which is why you now see some significant shifts in the polling about the expectations for the direction in the coming years.
It's a big wake-up call for Democrats.
I'm waiting for them to get a message. I'm waiting for them to unify and to understand that to oppose and to be the resistance, which is what some of them use that phrase, that's not what Democrats in grassroots areas want from them. They may not want the approach that Trump is doing, President Trump, by the way, I now know to say President Trump, but they do want action, and they don't see action from the Democrats.
Okay, so they want action. They want to see stuff done. Here's a fact. Trump and his co-president Elon Musk and Tom Homan, they are deporting fewer people per day than happened under Biden. But this is the difference. The difference is Trump has turned deportations into a reality show. Trump has invited Dr. Phil to be embedded with the folks doing the deporting. He's out there following them around, and he's on the ground with them. Then you've got Kristi Noem. She is the head of Homeland Security. Oh, she's really doing this thing up, y'all. She's showing up dressed all up in the uniform, and she's got the Homeland Security uniform on, and she got the cowboy hat on. And you think I'm lying? Go to my iPad, Henry. Oh, look at this here. Oh, man. We got the green on, and we got the flat jacket on, and we got the cowboy hat on. And, I'm showing y'all what I'm doing. See, you saw Biden-Harris's head of Homeland Security. You saw her. You saw her out there, and you saw Mayorkas in a suit leading the agency. But no, this is what you got right here. You got Noem. This looks like Yellowstone. This looks like a television show. So, oh my goodness, that's the difference, y'all. Trump is a showman. He is a circus act. So what he has done, he is creating the illusion of action. So what then happens? Oh, Elon is coming in and he's tearing these things up, and he's firing people, and they're sitting here, they're slashing waste, and they're claiming that, oh my God, we're doing these things and we're saving billions of dollars, and it's $8 billion a day. Did y'all see today's announcement? This is the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library. Oh, did you see the sign on the door? Due to the executive order, the JFK Library will be closed until further notice. You can't actually go to the library because what they've done with federal workers. And you may say, oh my goodness, see, it's action. It's action. Check this out. Trump signs an executive order claiming the only people who can say what the law is, him and the Attorney General. Listen to this here.
In the office of man. Lastly, we have another executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies and many of their actions, and also reestablishes the longstanding norm that only the President or the Attorney General can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Thank you very much, Will. That was the...
I'm sorry. Only the President and the Attorney General can speak on what the law is. Really? Are you serious? Is that what we're doing? See, it's the illusion of things happening. And see, there are people out there who they thought that, oh yeah, Trump is going to come in, he's going to make these changes, I think he's going to get moved. What did Frank Lunt say? Oh, those voters, those Biden, Hillary voters. What did the first thing he said? Prices come down. I'm sorry, have prices come down? I don't recall seeing prices come down. I don't. Last I checked. And in a second, I'm going to ask my panel, have they seen housing prices go down? Have they seen, I'm sorry, inflation's up. Did y'all know inflation's up? We've had more airplane crashes in the past 3 weeks than we had in the previous 23 years. I'm just confused here. This is Congressman Jim McGovern on the House floor. Listen.
Mr. Speaker, the party who proclaims to be America First is screwing over our farmers and making it harder for people in rural communities to survive. This unified Republican government hasn't done one damn thing to support regular people or help them put food on the table. The House Agriculture Committee is holding a hearing this morning about the economic crisis in farm country. Newsflash, it's declining by the minute because Donald Trump and Elon Musk work for the billionaires and not for regular people. This self-proclaimed America First crowd is threatening tariffs against our closest trading partners and upending food aid that is shipped by American farmers. The last trade war started by this president cost American farmers $27 billion in exports. And here's the sick part. Republicans are cheering him on because they want to use the money they steal from the American people, from farmers, and from SNAP recipients to give billionaires a tax break. That's not America First. That's not supporting our rural economy. It's a sham deal for working people. I yield back.
I want y'all just you gotta pay attention. You can't get distracted by the mirage. You don't believe me? Listen to this fool when he was asked about prices.
Egg prices have reached an all-time high. What's your
Which is what?
Egg prices have reached an all-time high.
It was a long, before I ever got here, it was at an all-time. This didn't, remember, I've been here for 3 weeks.
I've been here for 3 weeks. But you said on day one you were gonna cause these things to go down. Egg prices are up 53% compared to last year. It's because of that bird flu. But who got rid of the people who track those things in the CDC? Trump and Musk. Who's getting rid of, who fired the Inspector General over the food supply? Trump and Musk. I need y'all to understand you're being played. These fools are being played. They don't even know it. They don't even realize it. Control room, get our FAFO video ready. We were supposed to do it yesterday, but get that video ready. They don't understand it. I'm gonna show y'all something right now that's gonna trip y'all out. Again, Trump, I love the military. I love our veterans. I love the veterans. How about this veteran? Luke Graziani. The man has disabled Army veteran, 4 kids, did 3 tours. Guess what? He got fired from his Bronx VA hospital. You see this right here? He got fired. That's right. He served 20 years in the Army, first as a supply specialist, then in public affairs, deploying for 2 tours in Iraq, another 2 in Afghanistan, for retiring in 2023. So let me explain to you what's going on. Okay, so Trump's, I love the military. So he's firing VA workers, veterans. So now veterans, it's going to be hard for them to get their health care because it's the federal workers who deliver the services. Oh, guess what? By firing the federal workers, you're now going to cause this veteran to potentially get evicted, or he's going to have to apply for SNAP benefits and federal benefits in order to live. Oh, but guess what? They're trying to cut SNAP benefits by 20%. Oh, but Elon Musk is breaking things and making them better. So they're just sitting here oh no, this is for the good. These things are great. It's just, it's perfect. That's what's going on. That's what they're saying to you right now. And then you got, what's the dude who's on the Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary? He's sitting here like, Elon Musk is out here and he's just, he's making things happen and he's moving people and he's firing people. And you know what? If we just sit here and just cut and cut and cut and cut and cut, things are going to be great. Listen to this.
I think the issue is they're not whacking enough. There's this concept in private equity when you get a bankrupt company and you go in there, you cut 20% more than your initial read. And then you find like a pool of mercury, the organization gels back together again. Always cut deeper, harder when there's fat and waste. The FAA, it's not the people. The code is cobalt. It's from the 60s. It needs CapEx put into it for the technology to be upgraded to make it safer. Fat like a chicken. All of these agencies are like big fat chickens dripping over barbecues of fat. This is the best barbecue I've ever seen, but I don't think it's happening fast enough. They're not cutting enough. Keep slashing, keep hacking while you have a 24-month mandate before the midterms. Cut. More cutting. Believe me, it's going to work out just great. Everybody should be happy.
Even people with the nuclear codes, cut them too?
Cut everything. Because if you don't see what they're doing and they can't show you that they're adding value, you whack.
But it's clear.
So here's the problem. They're not even doing that. See, when you make cuts, I own a business. If I need to cut, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say, okay, how much is this costing me? How much is this costing me? How much is this costing me? All right. What's the value of that? So I'm just going to again, I just want you to understand, this is real basic. So here's a perfect example. So I'm sitting here right now. I'm just going to give, matter of fact, we were just literally doing this as I was driving in. I was just driving in. Okay, this is a very basic, because I want to make it plain for all of you who are watching. Okay, all right. So Henry, go to my phone. This is the LU Smart app. This is the LU Smart app, okay? This app is on my phone. This app is tied to our LiveView unit. This app is $300 a month. We want to be able to, if I'm remote, if I'm somewhere, I can connect to our LiveView unit and I can do it from this app. Well, guess what? You can knock onto me. We were on the app, and this is supposed to have an IFB function, meaning I can talk, but I can hear the control room at the same time. well, it's not working. So we're like, call a company. Let's find out how does this work the way we need to work. So we're going to call LiveView. And if this app isn't working the way we need it to work, I'm getting rid of this app. That's going to save me $300 a month. That's $3,600 a year. But I need to know if it actually works. What Elon Musk is doing and his team, they're just cutting, not even asking. You heard Sarah sitting there ask, even cut nuclear people? He goes, yeah, cut. Y'all, here's the problem. These are the people who over our nuclear arsenal. These idiots, Elon Musk and his idiots, whacked more than 300 people who worked on covering our nuclear capability, fired them, then went, damn, they do the nuclear shit, we gotta bring them back. So then they started emailing and calling, trying to bring them back. And they couldn't even reach some people. They just doing indiscriminate cuts. And see, then MAGA's like, yeah, it's happening. But then MAGA doesn't even realize, even in red states, how they get screwed as well.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas. She joins us right now. Congresswoman Crockett, thank you so very much. Listen, we know what they're doing. We saw this movie before. They want to throw so many things at one time and have people just scatterbrained, disillusioned, but I'm not falling for the okie doke. What this is about, Congresswoman, is they want to attack the money source. They do not want to see black advancement. They want to go after the money, and they're not satisfied with white women getting 78% of the federal NWBE contracts. They want 100%. And those white women are silent. And so folk need to understand, and frankly, Democrats need to understand they got to be a hell of a lot more aggressive in understanding the game being played here.
Yeah, so for me, it is overwhelming for so many people. He operates in chaos and only chaos and confusion. And he consistently hides some of the really big things in the chaos, right? So I appreciate that you're talking about the executive order as it relates to civil rights. And so I think it is important for people to understand that Republicans and Democrats alike, including Donald Trump, consistently signed off on this EO, and this time he decided that he was going to rescind it, right? And so when people are like, oh, well, what is it about immigration? And oh, what is this DEI thing? And oh, what is this going on over here? Here's the reality. It is all rooted in white supremacy. And that's what people need to understand. The white supremacy agenda is alive and well, and every single one of these attacks, they are rooted in white supremacy. So unless you are a white man, I don't really know what place you have in this agenda that we see coming out. And by keeping us divided, by having those that understand the importance of affirmative action, those that understand the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion over here fighting this fight, and then those that are so concerned about their family members and whether or not they're going to be deported, they're over here in this other fight. Instead of uniting us, we need to understand that it's not an attack on just one group. It's an attack on all of us, and it is all rooted in white supremacy. Even this random whitewashing of Jesus and this narrative around Christianity. It is the white supremacist narrative of Christianity, the same one that kept Black folk enslaved.
Well, here's a perfect example. I'm going to pull this up for you. Today, I was perusing social media, and people need to understand you got to be careful with, because it can get real overwhelming. So this tweet here came up from this Geiger Capital, and he tweets, affirmative action is systemic racism. Not my opinion, look at the data. So he shows Harvard applicants, all in the top academic, had vastly different chances of admission depending on their race. And so he puts this here, okay? So this is the first one that he puts. And so Hugh Hewitt, conservative radio show host, retweeted this, and I saw it. And so I, of course, responded this way. Hey, Geiger Capital and Hugh Hewitt, now do legacy. Please tell me the race and gender of Harvard students admitted due to legacy. White people never want to call out legacy. I'll wait. And of course, Congresswoman, they never responded, because what they know for a fact is that if you put on legacy, that's absolutely white people. And so they want to label everything else, oh, this about merit. But legacy ain't merit. It's a whole bunch of grossly unqualified white folks getting into colleges and universities because their parents and grandparents went there. And that's the game they love to play.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. When they try to play this game, I just remind them of the people that Trump has decided should be in his cabinet. They are all unqualified. Let me tell you something. I can find somebody of every color, of every sex, of every gender, of everything that is better qualified than every single one of his nominees. I absolutely can. Because right now, what we see playing out, and the reason that we needed affirmative action is because it's always been this cronyism. It's been the good old boy system. And it was about making sure not that you were given a hand-me-out, but instead of you saying the pool of people that I'm looking at, they are only white men. Instead, I'm going to look at everybody. And I'm going to try to make sure that we have everybody here. Y'all can talk about admissions all you want to, but when it came down to getting grads such as Barack Obama, he may have been admitted because of affirmative action, but I can tell you for sure that he didn't somehow become the president of the United States as the only Black person to hold that seat because of affirmative action. He became president because he had a work ethic about him. And back then, we actually cared about ethics in some way. So he had one wife. He had one woman that he had children with. He had no criminal record. That is what we required. And he also was intelligent. Yes, it may have been affirmative action that got him there, but it wasn't affirmative action that was going to keep him there. So whether or not we get a chance is all it's about, is making sure that you will say. It's basically like I've been talking about, we need to take up the ban the box legislation, which is legislation that I filed on the state level. Well, considering the fact that we have a 34-count convicted felon that is sitting in the White House, arguably the most prestigious job that you can have in this country, and he just happens to be a felon, I don't know why somebody can't get a job at the Walmart because we refuse to ban the box on the application. That's honestly what it is. What it is literally saying, I am going to consider you even if this is your record. What it is saying, I'm going to consider you even if you aren't a man. I'm going to consider you even if you don't happen to be white. That is all it is. It's opening up the consideration and giving us a chance. But at the end of the day, just like any other Black person will tell you in this country, we have always had to work 10 times harder. So just because they gave us a chance, let me tell you, it is so much more difficult for us to say.
Last question for you. I know you have lots of other things to do. It's been already a very long day. When it comes to Democrats, and listen, you tried to become chair of the Democratic Policy and Communications, whatever the title of that committee is, and I can tell you, here we are almost at the end of January, and look, very limited opportunities that we've heard from Democratic groups, DNC, from House, Senate, or whatever, And I'm just trying to understand, after the shellacking that took place in November, after we saw what happened, how Republicans utilize independent media, streaming shows, things along those lines, are Democratic leaders going to wake up and realize this is a communications war and paper press releases ain't gonna cut it?
I don't know. all I can tell you is thank you for being my constituent. I had the best numbers in the entire state of any challenged Democrat or Republican seeking re-election because I believe in communication. And the way that I do communication is completely different. And I can tell you that the old school way of thinking, and I won't name any names, but I definitely remember someone who's actually gone on who talked to me and said, well, there's no way you can do all of that media and be effective. And I'm like, I can kind of walk and chew gum. Like, I can do both, right? There is a sentiment, seemingly from old school Democrats, that you kind of keep your head down and you just do the work. And I do want to be clear. We absolutely need to do the work. But if no one knows what you've done, really, what was the point? Right? And so that's where I see it differently. And I try to explain to people, it's kind of like a teacher. When teachers walk into a classroom, they should understand that people will be better learners in different ways. Some people are auditory, some people are visual, some people are going to be hands-on. And so what does that mean? It still translates even when these children become adults, that some people just take their information in different ways. And so we need to know that they take them in different spaces and in different forms. And we need to make sure that we're prioritizing all of them. And right now is when we should be communicating a lot. You shouldn't wait till election time. I mean, you know, we all know, we've all seen what I call the Chitlin circuit, right? When it's election time and everybody comes to the black church. Like, why can't you come when it's not election time, right? Like, come tell us what you've been doing so that we know, and literally you stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And right now, I feel as if I really am about to experience what Shirley Chisholm went through and what Barbara Jordan went through and what so many others who were first went through as they were trying to break through the noise, but they were doing it in a time in which people at least had some kind of ethics about them. Ethics is out the window. Right versus wrong is gone.
Yep.
Like, it's all out the window. And so, you know, if we don't tell our stories, then somebody else is going to co-opt those stories and is going to tell them for us. And we will be back here in 4 years or in 2 years or whenever talking about we don't understand why we lost again.
Yep. I keep saying that Democrats are playing a political game that no longer exists. And so they want to play by a set of rules. And Republicans are like, what rules? We're just going to create whatever we do, whatever we want to do, and y'all can suck it up. Congresswoman Crockett, keep swinging. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a bunch. Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard what we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you are scared, when you're looking over your shoulder, oh my God, that advertising contract is not going to come in. Well, guess what? A lot of these major ad agencies, they're not even supporting us anyway. You know, in 6 years of doing this show, Group M hasn't done a damn thing with us. Publicis hasn't done anything with us. You've got Horizon, you've got all of these folks, they haven't done jack. And so we are calling it like we see it, and we're speaking truth. And unlike some of these other so-called progressives and people who believe in truth, I'm not running around trying to kiss MAGA ass and kiss Trump's ass. I won't be going to Mar-a-Lago, not for a damn thing. And so this is about us being able to speak truth. So when you support this show and this network with your resources, that is exactly what is happening, because we are trying to build something that is bigger and broader, and actually it has the courage to say what needs to be said, even when it makes other folk uncomfortable. If you want to contribute giving Cash App, use the Stripe QR code. This is it right here. And if you are listening, simply go to blackstarnetwork.com to check it out. Also, because you want to see your checking money order, some of y'all old school, we understand that. See your checking money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003-7-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, folks, we've got some 4 million social media followers. If only 20,000 of our fans contribute at least $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, that's $1 million. It allows us to be able to continue to build, to add these shows and do the work that's required. So your support is needed. So please join our Bring the Funk fan club today. If you've not already joined, if you have given to us in the past, please renew your commitment, because it's important that we support Black-owned media, because Black-owned media matters.
How many times have I told y'all that this is one of the most anti-Black, racist administrations we've ever seen? Check this out here. The federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. The segregation clause is one of several identified in a public memo issued by the General Services Administration last month, affecting all civil federal agencies. The memo explains that it is making changes prompted by Donald Trump's executive order on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which repealed an executive order signed by President Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1965 regarding federal contractors and non-discrimination. So there's been a lot of reporting around this. And so the whole goal is to say, all these companies that you don't have to abide by these rules that say that you can't discriminate. What do you make of this, Larry? And I keep saying that, probably the most violent racist we've ever had in the White House, and this says a lot, is Woodrow Wilson. This administration wants to defund Black America. It is targeting Black people. They are anti-Black. We can go on and on and on. And this, of course, is just another part of that.
Yeah, this is part of, the very beginning of a long 4 years. And Roland, I was on your show last week, and I said, we've been focusing on this, we're using the phrase anti-DEI. We should be saying these people are pro-Jim Crow, because, and this is a perfect example. This strong focus on anti-DEI, you're right, it's centered on anti-Blackness. It is focused on dismantling all the progress that was made, and obviously we talked on your show a lot about the Great Society programs, the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, Fair Housing Act, et cetera. It is, when he signed this executive order in the very beginning of his presidency, it was very clear about what he was trying to do here. Obviously, we talk about federal contracts. That's taxpayer money. So we're not moving forward. They're trying to dismantle, once again, all the programs that were created that was for over decades, really over centuries, in terms of Black folks, in terms of being on equal footing or trying to get as close to equal footing. They're dismantling all those programs and using taxpayer dollars to do that. And so when Ellie was on before, we talked about, I mentioned, we have to focus on discord and not decorum. People have to be willing, and I know Black people are tired, but they have to be willing when we see things like this to make sure we're heard, not just at town halls, but various other methods we have to use to make sure that these kinds of things are reversed. Because you go back to LBJ in terms of the work he did, like I said, with the Great Society programs and signing an executive order. And now here we are with the President of the United States policy that says openly say, you know what, don't worry about that. Don't worry about Jim Crow. Just go ahead and reinstitute that. And we'll keep moving forward to make sure every program, every right that Black folks have fought for decades is just eliminated. And this is, once again, another terrible example of that.
Morgan, I have made this clear that, and I made it very clear, of course, in my book, White Fear, that people need to understand what is really going on here. The right is trying to target
every economic program or initiative that has aided black people and benefited many others since the Black Freedom Movement or the Civil Rights Movement. That's what this is all about. To attack affirmative action in colleges and universities, to attack programs in law firms, to attack programs in corporate America, to attack programs in government. They are operating by this, oh no, it's about doing what's right and just and about being fair and it's about a meritocracy. When the fact of the matter is, this country has never had a meritocracy. It's never existed, ever. It benefited white men, it benefited landowners, didn't benefit white women, didn't benefit black people and others. And so in their minds that this is the greatest harm. And in fact, the Washington Post got a hold, Washington Post or New York Times, one of them, got a hold of the DOGE plan. And the first 6 months was all attacking DEI. And that means attacking black people. This is a massive economic assault on black America. And I don't think even a lot of us really understand how deep this is.
I think that's right. I mean, taking this example, it is wrapped in a couple of things in terms of how it's getting implemented. So like the NIH guidance, once this policy came down, was, okay, we're going to get rid of the ban on segregation, but then also we're going to get rid of our equal opportunity program, which would likely benefit a lot of black contractors. Exactly what you're saying, Roland. I mean, it's kind of wrapping this idea of like meritocracy. Well, we don't really have segregated facilities. This isn't that big of a deal. Okay. But you probably aren't going to hear about this other piece that maybe is having a very, and not to say that we have at all solved for racial discrimination, obviously, but that the equal opportunity program is having a very direct impact on a certain segment of our community being able to get contracts, make money, build wealth, et cetera. I will say, though, and this is something that's come up in conversations and why this strategy, in my opinion, is somewhat successful or successful enough to get this administration the support they're looking for from our community and others. Because we do have to be honest about the fact that some people from our community did vote for this administration, is that, and again, I would be very interested in the panel that, well, what have these programs done for me lately? I have never gotten access to that type of contract. We've had generations of these contracts. It has not impacted the economic reality in a significant way for, let's call it, at least 50% of the Black community. And I'm never going to work at a corporate law firm. So what does this have to do with me? And look, we can spend some time on that, but I do think we have to be real about that sentiment that for a big segment of our community, there has not been that economic advancement. And getting back to one of the things that Ellie mentioned when we're talking about, building a successful coalition, an administration that will support having these types of opportunities available, we have to think about what those economic messages are going to be able to get enough people to support in the right direction.
Here's how I would address that. And I've heard this before, oh, it hasn't benefited me. Okay. Anybody in your family? Anybody in your neighborhood? Anybody in your church? The reality is last year, and it's not like we should be jumping up and down because it wasn't even 2%. But last year, the reality is that Black contractors received $10 billion in federal contracts. Again, it wasn't even 2%. So I would say to those people, so do you want Black contractors getting $5 billion? How about $3 billion? How about we go down to $2 billion? Because here's the reality. In Black neighborhoods, you have Black organizations that are dependent upon the largesse of Black people who work. Black churches, HBCUs. So when someone makes that comment, Mustafa, they're actually not looking at black people in the aggregate or as a whole. And so I hear people, you hear this phrase, Democrats have never done anything for us. Well, that's also a lie. I mean, it's also a lie to say Republicans have never done anything for us. I mean, there are little programs you can actually point to. But you can also say, okay, so what do you think black life is without any of those programs? Like if you want to have that conversation, sure, let's have it. And we'll show you what that actually looks like. Doesn't look good. And that to me, Mustafa, is a massive mistake if that is the position of a lot of black people, because what you're then doing is you're giving them license to say, oh yeah, we can go ahead and gut it. This ain't gonna be a problem at all.
Right. We should actually be focused on how do we expand the sets of opportunities that are in front of us and understand the steps that are necessary. Because we often on the show talk about the wealth gap that exists. We know that this plays a small role in helping to address that. We understand that. Let's anchor it in this, because folks miss this. And I talk to people all across the country. These are your tax dollars. So if you're not getting some of those tax dollars back, then that means that they're going to other communities. They're going to others who may not be looking for opportunities to reinvest inside.
In fact, Mustafa, let's take it back to Jim Crow. Mm-hmm. There were decades that black people were paying into a system if they never got anything back. Mm-hmm. They didn't get roads, bridges, schools. They didn't get any. We were paying into this system. Literally, white folks were being able to live a grand life because they were benefiting from the tax dollars, property taxes, income taxes, sales tax of black people during Jim Crow, and we got virtually no benefit.
That's exactly right. And I would encourage folks, I'm not going to give you homework, but I would say if you really want to understand what's going on in this moment, if you really want to be anchored in this conversation that we're having right now, go back and look at President Andrew Johnson. Because in 1866, he actually vetoed the Civil Rights Act. He was against the Freedmen's Bureau. He believed that in the South, only white men should govern. Now, that sounds really familiar to sets of actions that are currently going on. So when Roland talks about, and the other panelists who are sharing right now are talking about resources and who has access to those resources. And if we pretend like, even though it may be a smaller percentage that is coming into our communities, like that it is not a big deal, then we start this self-fulfilling prophecy where people can begin to repeal in all other aspects of the economic life inside of our communities and outside of that. So I know everybody, means well when we have these conversations, but we have to look deeper, because many times we are having a surface conversation and not really seeing the dynamics that go on behind the scenes. After decades of working in the federal government and pushing back, even when I was in the federal government, against injustices that I saw these opportunities for our communities to better be able to fund, and nobody was giving us anything. It was really our dollars that were being redirected to other communities, to other initiatives, and not the ones that communities were actually asking for. So we just got to make sure that we have a much better understanding of how we build a stronger economic infrastructure, which then gives us the opportunity to create stronger infrastructure in all the other aspects that are critical to healthy and sustainable communities, that come from where we are.
Larry's also trying to get people to understand that if you have black doctors in your neighborhood, you are benefiting from programs. You want the black lawyers. You want black entrepreneurs. You want black entrepreneurs in your area. Okay, how do you think these things happen? See, I think we make a serious mistake And I get it. When we become so, well, I haven't gotten anything. And whenever I remember we were on the road, I forgot where we were broadcasting. And the brother put that out there. My response was, who did you ask? What did you apply for? I said, at some point, I said, you can't just look at this as, well, let it all go because I haven't benefited, when if we start breaking these things down, oh, no, you've actually benefited. You've actually benefited from a lot of this. But there's a difference between a direct benefit and an indirect benefit.
Well, I've talked about this on your show before. We have to, first of all, and maybe this goes back to like the Freedom School Project, doing this during the summertime. We have to do a better job of really, in your show, that's why your show is so important, explaining to people how these systems are linked. And part of the reason why we have a president we have today is because people don't understand some of the basic, simple ideas about federal resources. The other thing is I want to highlight one thing you said about, you mentioned Black physicians, lawyers, et cetera. The importance of Black physicians alone in the community. There was a study came out a couple of years ago that found out Black infants are two to three more times more likely to die if they had a white physician compared to having a Black physician. And let's sit with that for a second. In addition, there are a lot of folks out here who are getting away from the idea of communalism. The reason why Black folks we are where we are today, beyond the fact we've continued to deal with systemic racism, is because we have a strong sense of communalism that goes back to our ancestors, slave Africans being brought here to the United States. This idea of communalism is what's kept us as sane as possible, and why we've been able to in some ways navigate these economic, political, and social systems. So this idea that people don't see how they're benefited is we have to do a better job of explaining to people how, like you did, articulating how these systems work. B, we have to do a good job of highlighting if these systems don't exist. We talk about Jim Crow in terms of the challenges that Black folks face. In addition, we have to remind people that even though there are some of our people in our panel and some Black folks throughout the country who are successful, it's a reminder that those numbers should be quadruple what they are, whatever our discipline or our place of study is. But because the system is embedded in white supremacy, even those Black folks have had a hard time getting to where we are. So the idea is it's not us. It's not that we don't benefit from the system. We do. But the idea is the system is so complicated and geared towards, limiting our success that you may not necessarily see it immediately or, your immediate community, even though you benefit from it. The idea is to be far more Black people thriving economically, politically, et cetera, if we dismantle the system to make sure that Black folks have the chances that we deserve as U.S. citizens.
Okay, so somebody just posted. Hold on one moment. Someone just posted in the chat. I found out my doctor was racist during COVID. When I think about opioids, the numbers have changed in the last several years. But in the first 3 to 5 years, racism actually, I know people may think this sounds crazy, but that was probably one of the few times Black people benefited from racism. White doctors believed that Black people had drug problems. So therefore, they prescribed Black people to take Tylenol. They were initially prescribing white folks OxyContin and a lot of the other powerful opioids. That's a perfect example, to Larry's point, when you have Black healthcare professionals who are able, I just saw a story, I think her last name was Castleberry, a very prominent sister on YouTube, or she was on TikTok, it was something along those lines. She was a social media influencer. And for 8 months, her white doctors kept telling her that she had a fibroid problem. Come to find out, she had cervical cancer. When it was finally diagnosed, it was stage 3. She died a few months later. So I need people to understand that when you look at medical school programs, when you look at student loan programs, when you look at, like, there have been things that have been done that have aided the rise of black doctors and black lawyers and black engineers and black professionals. And also, I think we gotta also be willing to challenge our own people who don't know shit. Because in your own community, if you're like, okay, do I accept what I have or do I want, I just keep going back, I just keep going back to my life growing up in Clinton Park in Houston. We lived 8 blocks from my grandparents. My parents didn't go to college, both worked. Combined, never made more than $50,000 a year, 5 children. And when they decided to join with others to launch a civic club, they were asking very basic things. How do we get new streetlights? How do we get new streets? How do we tear down overgrown lots? How do we get rid of these abandoned houses that have now turned into crack dens? How do we get stepped up police patrols? How do we get our park rebuilt? How can we convert this old firehouse into a senior citizen center? These were regular, ordinary people who didn't have college degrees, who didn't have lots of money, but they cared enough to say, okay, there are things that we want in our neighborhood. Who do we go ask? Is it the city? Is it the county? Is it the federal government? Is it the school district? That's what it is. I just think a lot of times, Morgan, and I want you to make the point that you were going to make, but I also want y'all to address this. I just think a lot of times we let too many people in our community off the hook. I think we do not challenge people in our community enough to give a damn about where they live. Now, I know somebody's sitting here saying, oh, Roland, that's easy for you to say, position that you're in. No, I'm putting myself in that chair when I was 10 and 11. I am not speaking through the lens of where I live and how much I make today. I'm looking at when I was traveling with my mama to the state capitol for rallies with the Metropolitan Organization. I'm putting myself in the position of being 14 and 15 and speaking before the Houston City Council. I did not have politically connected, financially endowed parents or grandparents. What I did have, though, were a group of people who actually gave a damn about their community, a group of people who actually cared enough. I just think we have to, at this moment, we have to be challenging our folk to do less bitching and moaning and then do more organizing and mobilizing. Morgan, go ahead.
Well, look, Roland, I mean, and I identify a lot with what you said. I also have benefited from a strong community. Challenges, came our way growing up, but we were able to overcome them because of the root of a strong community, strong parenting. And that put me in a position. I'm going to shout out also your first guest tonight, Michael Brown, was the beneficiary of the Ron Brown Scholar Program that allowed me money to pay for college, to pay for law school. So don't get me wrong. I mean, these programs, I do not dispute at all that they have an impact. It is a tangible impact. But what I'm saying and what I'm hearing from people is it is not enough. We don't want a program. We want to be free. And if you are getting stuck in your children in an underperforming school district where we know this is true, you are not even learning how to read for real by the time you hit high school, let alone how to do math, then you are not being positioned to actually take advantage of any of these opportunities that might be available. Multiply that by a couple generations of living through that, and we have to be honest about the fact that we have a segment of our community that is not in a position to really succeed and build strong community and provide all of the resources, Roland, that you and I both had available to us, it sounds like. So why is that? I would say it is about the fact, in a big, big way, that people do not have enough money and financial stability to be able to reinvest in their community in that way. Are some people just checking out? I absolutely think that's true. But let's even take the example of a Black doctor right now. That Black doctor is going to be entering a healthcare system that is going to stress them out, that is not going to allow them to actually probably have an independent practice where they would be able to be rooted in our community, sponsor the Little League team, do all these things. They're going to get gobbled up by United Healthcare, a huge monopoly that's going to dictate how much they get paid, when they work, and if they don't play by those rules, they will not have a job and be able to practice medicine in this country after probably accumulating $200,000 in debt. So even at the higher end of the class spectrum, I would say now, we're running up against some of these limits for us, let alone the people that have not been able to get into a position based on a substandard education they've received to access that type of opportunity. And if we want to avoid or get out of this mess that we currently find ourselves in, we have to be real about that. We have to have a more aggressive vision for what the future is going to be so that more people from our community are in a position to really reinvest and build strong communities.
Which is why I believe, Mustafa, to the point I think you made it earlier, is that what you can't do is lose what you already got. And I think the mistake that, and I've heard some people do this, the mistake that people make is, okay, you say, well, like perfect example, if you look at the federal MWBE contracts, white women get 78% of those contracts. And so I'll hear somebody say, well, that ain't benefiting us. But the black contracts last year were a record $10 billion. So the point you're making, all of y'all are making, I'm making as well, I don't want to go backwards to try to go forward. My deal is I'm going to fight where we are right now, to keep it where we are now and build upon that. The worst thing would be to sit here, which we saw in 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2011 with the home foreclosure crisis. We saw 53% of black wealth wiped out because of the home foreclosure crisis. Now, I remember when people were saying, oh my goodness, the richest black county in America is Prince George's County. And I kept saying, I need y'all to stop saying it's the richest county. I need y'all to stop saying it's the wealthiest county. So I was like, why are you hating? So I'm not hating. I said, do they own the homes outright? I said, no. I said, if there's an economic calamity, guess what? They're gonna lose them homes. And what happened? Home foreclosure crisis hit. Middle class, upper middle class, black communities across America got demolished because a lot of folk couldn't afford those balloon payments. I said, so stop saying somebody's wealthy. Wealthy folk ain't gonna lose their house when the market goes under. So I had to walk people through that. But where we cannot be, Mustafa, we cannot be in a situation where we are losing ground voluntarily. That to me is what's crazy when people say, yeah, man, and we heard it last year. Man, you know what? I'd rather have Trump back because I had money in my pockets when Trump was there. You know you had money in your pockets when Trump was there because that wasn't about Trump. So I was like, what you mean it wasn't about Trump? I got an email from a brother, right? Compton. Yeah, man, we had money in our pockets when Trump was there. I said, PPP fraud is not money in your pocket. I said, the so-called Trump economy of 2017, 18, and 19, that wasn't Trump. That was Obama. All the hell that we went through in 2009, 10, and 11 positioned us for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And all the hell we went through coming out of COVID after Trump screwed up in 2020, and then the hell in 2021 and 22 building out of the economy, that was Biden-Harris. So I don't want us to lose ground. That to me is the danger. When Morgan talked about the language that people are using, the danger is they are willing to allow us to cede ground that was fought with blood, tears, and Black death.
We just have to be extremely careful that we don't continue, not all folks, but we can't allow any of our folks to lower expectations. I see it all the time. I've worked in over 1,000 communities. The places that thrive have changed their mindset. They've done the work of learning and listening and then bringing their own expertise and innovation and ingenuity into a space and building. And when folks build, then they're reaching over and behind to make sure that somebody else is coming along. And then there's the expectation that those folks have to do that. We can't go back. I ran track in college. I was pretty fast. And if every time I got to the 100-meter line, if I'm running the 400, and then I have to go back 50 yards or go back to the starting line and go, there's no way that I could ever win the race. And we've got to just make sure. I use that analogy because we have become so used to being beaten down. We've become so used, some folks, to not having the information, to not having somebody who says, brother, sister, family, this is how you can do this. And when we do this, then we can get stronger together and we can make sure that more folks are actually thriving. Because so many people have just been through so much that sometimes they get locked into this survival mentality. And survival mentality means that you are constantly on defense. And you are never on offense thinking critically about how do I make moves? How do I actually build a strong infrastructure, not just underneath of myself, but underneath of my family and then expanding out to my community and expanding out to my people. That's the mindset that you have to get to. But you've also got to have a place where people can help you to learn how do you navigate these systems? We always talk about breaking the system down. You know, I think that that's fantastic if it was a possibility. I think you got to figure out how you navigate stuff, and you may bring new elements in. But I'm always willing to learn. So if somebody has figured out how do you completely dismantle a system and rebuild it, I am more than willing to listen to that. But until I see that in practice and see it how it is uplifting enough of us, then we've got to make sure that we are actually holding our arms around each other, making sure that nobody's just holding on to information and lessons learned and best practices, and making sure that folks are getting that information and that we're trusting each other. But trust comes through interactions and for people showing up, even folks who look like us. We still got to continue to show up. And if we're going to build trust, then we got to stick and stay with each other. And that is so critical in this moment. Because if we are not truly, and I heard Larry earlier talking about community, if we are not building real community in this moment, then a whole bunch of folks are going to be in some very devastating situations because there is intentionality in making sure that they are stripping away the various resources, but also the erasure of the successes that have happened. And we can't allow that. And that means that not only that we operate with our hands and making sure that we are shouting out and educating, but we also have to make sure that we are utilizing these amazing brains that we have that have helped us over 400 years to not just survive inside of this country. But that is going to require commitment. And we have to make the decision if we're going to commit to each other.
Now, y'all know, I always do this. I always lay out where where there is something biblical that you can apply to what I just laid out. And when I was talking about how we cannot cede any ground, how it is our responsibility to fight for what we've gotten so far. The reason I need people who are watching and listening to hear this, but also spread this, is because we make a massive mistake when this generation, when I hear people say the things that all three of you have talked about, I've said, I believe that when people make those statements, they're making it out of anger, fear, frustration, brokenness. But they also, as far as I'm concerned, are insulting the very folk who did the fighting. Because the inches that folk fought for, we may want to see yards. They were fighting for inches, and they were able to gain things. And I think about, and I always, when I think about how do you fight over something that you've already won, I always think about, Henry, go to my iPad. I always think about this fantastic story of David's mighty men in 2 Samuel 23, where there was a field of lentils, and Israel's troops fled from them. But Shammah was like, no. If God gave us this, I'm going to fight over this insignificant field of lentils. And it said he took his stand in the middle of the field. He defended it and struck the Philistines down, and the Lord brought them about a great victory. My position, Larry, and I'm going to go to a final round, each one of you, is I'm not about to act like that thing is small and insignificant. I'm not going to not fight for Black-owned media dollars when John H. Johnson and Earl Graves and countless others were beating those doors down. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, yeah, I'm not going to fight for these federal contracting programs or the Minority Business Development Agency when it were folk who were doing the work to make that stuff happen. When you talk about Perrin Mitchell, Congressman Perrin Mitchell of Baltimore, who made that his life's mission in Congress when it came to black contracts, when it came to Maynard Jackson, what he did, Marion Barry, and Andrew Young, and so many others. I believe this is where freedom schools are important. This is where reminding a lot of our folk how we got here is critically important, and letting them know this is not a moment where you give up what was fought for. This is a moment where you say, no, I'm going to go after and grab more land, more territory, but I'm not going to go backwards.
Always forward. And Roland, what is that saying about if you don't know history, you're doomed to repeat it? And I think that ties into what we're talking about this evening. You have to know the history, and that's why you and I talked about the importance of freedom schools and educating some folks. The other thing is, Roland, is the point you're highlighting is something I've expressed to people during this difficult time is continue to fight forward, maintain what we have, and continue to fight forward. I believe if I'm quiet, that means I'm complicit, and I refuse to be complicit. So we have to, like I said, no steps back, always moving forward. We understand historically that Black people always were fighting against the storm since the first enslaved Africans were here in 1619. It's always been that case. But we have to continue to stand steadfast. The other thing I want to add is I want to go back to something Morgan said because a phrase popped into my head. Black people who feel like they don't benefit from the system, Michelle Alexander called them an undercast, right? Those individuals who feel like they're permanently locked out of the system. We have to make sure that understand that those people feel that way for a reason. But once again, we have to also explain to them that there are opportunities to use the system or work within systems within our own community to make sure they can advance and continue to do well. The other thing I would add is that, Roland, the saying is, we started from the bottom, now we're here. Look, Black folks have always been fighting to pull ourselves up. And so, and many of us come from, some not always come from, middle class families, sometimes come from working class and underserved communities. But there are some of the most successful Black folks in our community have come from very underserved backgrounds. And so we have to continue to remember that, there's folks out there who might be considered part of the undercast, but there's still stories of Black folks who regardless of their economic or political situation, have continued to fight, stood steadfast, and found a way to navigate these systems to make sure we can all prosper.
Morgan?
I'm completely on board with fighting to preserve what we have gained, and I agree that should be a priority. My main point is it is not sufficient. How do we know? Donald Trump is president. And so how we look forward is important. The consensus we're building as a community about what we are working towards is important. And I think it's also important to make sure that we're listening to as many people as possible, including a lot of young people who have very different in my experience. So, yeah, absolutely. Fight We have to maintain these programs have an impact. The contracts that we've been able to secure have an impact, but it is not enough, and we have to be honest about that.
Mustafa.
I use the words of my grandmother that folks have heard me say before: you have power unless you give it away. You give your power away when you sit on the couch and you don't get up and vote. You give your power away when you allow folks to take your rights away around contracting or economic opportunities. You give your power away when people stop you having the ability to go to certain institutions to learn. You give your power away when people take away your health care. You give your power away when people tell you that that's not the right community for you, or you can't afford to live in that community. We give our power away all the time because we start to believe the narrative that others create. So my grandmother was right. We got to stop giving our power away.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $6.65 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $8.6 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
I appreciate the speaker for admitting openly on the record that it is unconstitutional. But the concerns that I have are around the fact that we are sitting here pretending as if we all are looking out for the Constitution, yet we are coming from completely different angles. So let me go to Professor Shaw. To be clear, which branch of government is responsible for interpreting what is and what is not legal?
Well, the Supreme Court, the Article 3 judicial branch has the final word.
So the judiciary is who it is. So it's not the legislators.
You know, I'd say every branch has an obligation to interpret the Constitution. The final word comes from the courts.
From the courts. It's not the former speakers. It's not everyday people. It's not the president. I just wanted to make sure that we understood who it was that was responsible. And what is so frustrating for so many of the American people, the ones that are watching right now and otherwise, and the reason that they're outraged and scared is because what we see right now is a diminishing of all these institutions. Right now, we have a legislative branch that has decided that it intentionally would disregard their duties. They are not checking the president whatsoever. The only check that the American people have had thus far has been from the judiciary. And the judiciary isn't pulling this out of the sky. In fact, they are coming from basic reading of like the plain language of the Constitution for all of those that are constitutionalists when we start talking about things such as what birthright citizenship is. But one of the things that I want to make sure that I get to, because there are deeper implications if we go down this rabbit hole. Imagine the type of world where the president does whatever he wants to and no one can rein him in. It's a world that right now many people are afraid of. Let me put it this way. If Joe Biden would have done an executive order for abortion, despite what the Supreme Court said, that would have been a problem. Imagine if the state of Colorado kept Trump off the ballot and other states follow suit. That would have been a problem. Or imagine if Jack Smith ignored Eileen Cannon and with the help of an activist judge decided that he was going to prosecute the sitting president anyway. The problem that we have right now is that if we continue down this road, then we will not have a rule of law because we have people that are currently serving and they're saying things like, ignore the judge's order. What it means to have law and order in this country is that you follow the order and you go through the appeals process, even if you dislike what the judge did. Thank you, and I yield.
Folks, you've heard me say this time and time again, and I'll say it right now. Ain't no millionaires and billionaires contributing to our show. Even the black ones. Do you have major advertisers who are spending their ad dollars with us? Absolutely not. Because the agencies say that, well, we don't do news. We can't do news. But I see these ads on Fox News. I see the ads on CNN. I see them on MSNBC. And there were people who literally said, oh, no, this ain't going to work. This is going to fail. Here we are 6 years and 4 months later, 1.58 million followers, started with 157,000. But it's also because of our fan base who contributed. 10,000 people watching live just on YouTube. More on our app, more on YouTube and the other places where we stream. And it's a lot of people, and they're people who I know personally, people who call and ask me to do favors, who don't even contribute to the show. There are people I've seen on social media talk about, how we got to build our own ecosystem, support our own, who don't actually do it. My man Michael Harriot used to be with The Root, launched something called Contraband Camp. Last night, I signed up, $59.99 for a year. Because I can't say we need more black media, and I can't say that, but then I don't actually support it. Other people who I've actually poured into, invested in. So when I ask you to join us, there are people who are in our YouTube chat who are joining in. We don't charge a subscription fee. There's no minimum amount we charge you. Because the goal that we wanted is for this to be open so people can be able to access it. I was walking through the Atlanta airport when I arrived on Tuesday and I left on Wednesday. And so many brothers and sisters stopped me and they said, man, I'm watching your show. I'm listening to the podcast. Thank you. Keep going, keep going, keep going. But y'all, I say it all the time, we cannot keep going if we can't fund it. The lease of our office is up next year. It's going to be an increase. When we talk about staff, there are some positions that we would love to fill. Today, we actually shot 2 pilots of a show that I would love to launch, and we're going to run those shows in the next 2 weeks. There are 2 of the shows that we're planning pilots on. That's going to cost money for the people producing and working it and for the people who are hosting the show. Because I'm not saying please work for free. But we are not going to be able to have voices that speak for us if we don't support those platforms. So I do what I'm asking you to do. I literally support other black-owned media platforms because we need more of the voices than just me. I'm just one person. But I want to create Black Star Network to create more Black Stars. I want to be able for us to have 6, 8, 10 different shows hosted by Millennial, Gen Z, and other Gen Xers. I tried to do a show with a Generation Alpha, but the ask of his daddy was so outlandish that I said, there's no way I can even do that. But there are others who I'm looking at. Oh, yes. When I travel the country, I'm paying attention, and I'm looking at people who are 12 and 14 and 15 years old and watching them saying, how can I support what they're doing and build the next generation? So when we ask you to support us, when I say we want 20,000 people on average giving $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, y'all, that's $1 million. That $1 million from those folks is huge. Brother hit me today. He said, man, I've been talking about contributing. He said, I finally did it today. He contributed $250. There's some other people I saw, they contributed $10. Somebody contributed $1.08. That 8 cents matters just like it was $800. It all adds up. So what we do here is what nobody else in black-owned media is doing. We are trying to build a network of multiple voices that will speak to our people in a way to serve as giving the clarion call to justice, to truth, to honesty, to decency, the people who are going to cast the vision. And we need you to say, like the people did to Nehemiah, let us rebuild. I would love for all the people who are watching, would love for today for us to raise $100,000. If 2,000 people gave $50, and there's 10,000 of y'all on YouTube right now, we hit that easy. You can't give us direct on the Cash App because they shut down our accounts. So you can use Stripe. This is the QR code. I posted the link directly in the YouTube chat. But if you want to use Cash App for Stripe, it's right here. This QR code, if you're listening, go to blackstarnetwork.com. If you want to give via PayPal, PayPal is paypal.me/rmartinunfiltered. Venmo is venmo.com/rmunfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com, roland@rolandmartinunfiltered.com. If you want to be old school, so your checking money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. You can always count on the idiots at Fox News to try to explain away anything Donald Trump does. Listen to this stupid conversation this morning on Fox and Friends.
There's an item in the New York Post that we all have in front of us. It's an exclusive story, and it talks about how with these 104% tariffs that went into effect, we think that China is going to have to pay for it, but it tells a story of a special needs toy importer. And when the tariffs went into effect at midnight, his tariff, he's been paying a tariff because he gets stuff from China, $26,000 a year. His tariff bill went from $26,000 at midnight to $346,000. And that's money he's going to have to come out of his pocket. It sounds like he's going to have to go ahead and close down part of his business. He tried to make the toys in the United States, but the tariff on that, his most popular item, went from $0 to $17 at midnight. And what he told the New York Post is people don't understand the tariff situation. They think just foreign countries are paying for the tariffs. That's not true. Half of the tariffs are being paid for by U.S.-based companies. Yeah. So when you look at the big numbers and they look good, just remember that according to this guy, half of the small businesses and half of the tariffs are being paid by Americans.
I'm sorry, did they actually say that this guy said that tariffs are being paid by Americans? But I thought dumbass Donald Trump told us nobody here was going to pay for it. These people are nuts. Lawrence B. Jones is sitting there saying, well, I think the elites have had it so well, but Trump, we just have to just let things just happen and calm down, and it's going to work out for the American worker. The hell are you talking about? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. My panel, Andrew Clark, managing partner, District Legal Group, joining us from D.C. Joy Cheney, founder of Joy Strategies out of D.C. Michael Imhotep, host African History Network show out of Detroit. Glad to have all three of you here. I sit here, Andrew, and these people, they talk, and stupid stuff comes out. They lie. They're not being honest. Every now and then, they occasionally will actually speak the truth. You have Steve Doocy, who's sitting there. Again, truly one of the dumbest people. You know it's something when you're Steve Doocy and you're one of the dumbest people on TV, and you end up looking like a Rhodes Scholar when Sean Hannity's fiance, Ainsley Earnhardt, and that idiot Brian Kilmeade are sitting right next to you. That is an incredible feat by itself. But they sit here and they go through this stuff and they lie. And literally, the people who are watching are like, well, they said things are going to be okay, so they're going to be okay. They are all liars.
Yeah, the crazy thing about these tariffs, and something that I can't understand, is they keep trying to talk about they're bringing back these manufacturing jobs. What manufacturing jobs are they bringing back? Over in China, they're making $5.31 an hour in these factories. How can we compete with that? Even with 100% tariff, 125% tariff, how can we compete with $5.31 on a tariff? So per hour. So I just don't understand what the logic is behind it, because the only people that are clearly going to suffer are the American people. When we go into the grocery stores, when we have our small business closing, and the only thing that we can do is go to these big box retailers who are going to be able to set whatever price they want for things, right? Because they're not going to absorb the prices. They're not going to take food out of their children's mouth. They're going to take food out of our children's mouth, out of our hands and close down all of these small businesses that are competing with them, Roland?
What's amazing to me, Joy, is that he was lying when he was running. He was straight lying. And these idiots actually fell for it. Donald Trump had to go home and go, because he wasn't talking to Melania because she don't talk to him. So he was probably talking to one of his aides who said, couldn't you actually believe these dumbasses believe the lies that I sold them on? They fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
They have continuously fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. Donald Trump has been talking about tariffs and getting it wrong for decades. For decades. The only people who didn't understand what were going to happen with tariffs were the people who voted for him. Everyone else understood, including economists, understood that this was going to be a disaster, not only for the world economy, but for the American economy. There are no surprises here. What I find amazing is that he tends to spin the fact that companies have been at his doors. Not China, by the way, but others. And look, everyone, of course, wants to make a deal, but it's for someone who is an economic terrorist, right, which is almost what he is, wreaking havoc on the entire world. Of course, people are willing to come to you and wanting to negotiate, but he is in a desperate position. He needs them to negotiate because it's his people who are knocking on his door and saying, this is not what we thought we voted for. You are messing up. And by the way, when I say his people, I don't mean the rank and file people who voted for him. I mean the corporate oligarchs that funded his campaign and that ultimately capitulated to him. Even they are saying, no, this is unacceptable. The stock market is saying this is unacceptable and telling him in real time. So he is panicked. He is afraid. He sounded panicked and afraid. He did not sound strong. He sounded what he is, understanding that he's bit off more than he can chew, that people are not, the countries that he wants to have coming to him are not, that they are engaging in a war with him. They have the backing of their own people to do so. He doesn't have the backing of his people to do so. So Donald Trump is the major loser here. But the biggest loss is going to be felt by small business owners and about American workers. And last thing before I give it back to you, the people who are thinking that this is going to result in jobs for the American worker that they would want to have, it's so sad. Those jobs are gone. And if they were to somehow show back up here, they're going to be done by AI machines, right? They're going to be automated.
This is the one
and he's lied to people.
This is the one that cracks me up, Michael. This is what cracks me up the most. They're all calling and kissing my ass. No, they're not. and if they were, you would not have bent over.
Well, why would a 78-year-old man brag about people kissing his ass? There's something wrong with this guy. I'm serious. There's something wrong with this guy. This is the same guy paid $130,000 for Stormy Daniels to keep quiet about him having sex with her. This is the same guy. But, number one, it's a number of things on this, and I read the article today from the New York Times, sell-off in U.S. bonds and dollar raises questions about safe haven status because the overnight markets, China and Japan were dumping U.S. Treasury bonds, which are looked at as a safe haven. Today at the press conference, when you had Treasury Secretary Bessent and also you had Caroline Leavitt, one thing that did not come up was factory jobs coming back and companies building factories here in the U.S. because nothing that they said today would make companies want to invest in building new factories because it takes about 2.5 years to 4 years to really build a factory. OK, and then the other thing is what happens after the 90 days? What happens after the 90-day pause on the tariffs? Now, if he's such a good negotiator, why didn't he announce any deals that have been struck so far with any of these 75 countries? Okay, the whole thing is ridiculous. what really set it off today, Roland, is that Goldman Sachs around 1 p.m. today upgraded the probability of a recession to 65%. Okay, and Reuters has an article on this as well as Business Insider. And then about an hour or so later after that, Donald Trump comes out with this 90-day pause. But yesterday, when they were asked about it after economic advisor Kevin Hesed, after it was kind of presented that he said something like that, we saw a uptick in the market. The White House said, no, it's not going to be a 90-day pause. But then the next day, here you have a 90-day pause. So Donald Trump is scared. He saw the stock market continue in the tank. He's getting pressure, increased pressure from Republican senators, from some Republicans in the House, because they're getting massive pressure from Republican voters.
Right.
And also, Elon Musk yesterday called trade advisor Peter Navarro a moron and dumber than a sack of bricks. And it was Navarro who was the one who came up with this funny math for the tariffs. Okay, so all this is closing in on him. But this is a catastrophe. But it didn't have to be this way, because 400 economists back in September 2024 signed on to a letter stating that VP Kamala Harris's economic policy would be much better than Trump's, and Trump's would tank the economy.
Well, and that's why I keep saying that these folk are getting exactly what they wanted, and it's playing out. And so we all said, we tried to tell you, but y'all didn't want to listen. So that's where we are.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
On Monday, the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief who never served a day in the military signed multiple executive orders that could have a significant consequence on our armed services. These directives call for the extensive changes in military affecting troops who are discharged years ago for COVID-19 during the COVID-19 vaccine mandates, eliminate policies and programs that deal with race, gender, sex, and other things, quote unquote, for merit, and also an executive order restoring America's fighting force, eliminates race-based and sex-based discrimination within the armed forces for the United States. Trump also claimed that the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion had corrupted the military, and stated that this approach would no longer be in effect during his administration. His executive order reinstated a policy from his first term banning transgender individuals from serving in the military. This order rescinds a measure put in place by former President Biden, which allowed transgender people to enlist and receive health coverage for gender-affirming care. On Tuesday, two national LGBTQ IAPK plus advocacy groups filed a federal lawsuit challenging the executive order, and on behalf of 6 active-duty transgender members and 2 prospective service members, the group argued that the ban violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 5th Amendment. So look, I want to bring you all back in here, because let's think about what he is doing. When they say that we are getting rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, he's not saying for those frontline troops. Black folks, y'all can still be in the infantry. Latinos, y'all can still, go out there and look for the landmines and get shot with the bullets. But when it comes to the leadership of these organizations, he wants it to be a 1950s version of the United States military, where you have the madmen at the top and the black and brown people at the bottom with no chance of advancing. And even on this order with regards to transgender transgender individuals. As I said at the top of the show, these same laws, if they're allowed to stand to discriminate against transgender people today, can be used to discriminate against African Americans tomorrow. Mustafa, what do you think is the impetus behind these things?
Well, first of all, I'm thinking about the words of Dr. King when he said injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And that's meant to all the folks who often forget, that when we allow one group to be attacked, then there is a next and a next and a next that they are coming for. So we should just be mindful of that. The game that they're playing it is really one about making sure that all the amazing gifts, especially that Black folks have and others, are not brought forward in leadership. We understand that when you have diverse leadership, you have a stronger organization. Whether we're talking about a nonprofit, we're talking about a corporation, or we're talking about the military. When we look at, just the other day, so many of us were making sure that we were lifting up the Tuskegee Airmen, making sure that people who didn't know about not only how amazing they were, as Air Force pilots and everyone else who helped to support that, but that their story was often, kind of hidden, if you will. And that is because they didn't want folks to know, how amazing they were, and also, how they were just excellent at what they did. So when you're able to strip away the ability for folks to be able to move up through the ranks, then you can also bring in those old adages that they're not smart enough or that they don't have the technical skills that are so critical for these types of positions. So the game is to break down the civil rights infrastructure, to break down diversity, equity, inclusion infrastructure. And then we should also call out the fact that even though DEI is so incredibly important, that we haven't always been the beneficiaries of that. We know that white women, in many instances, have been able to ride that horse to the top in many organizations. By no means do I not want folks to be able to have, an equal opportunity to be able to be successful. But we know that we are the ones who have carried the burden. We're the ones, who had to blaze these trails. And we know that we also are the ones who should be able to reap the benefits of everything that we put into this.
And Pastor, on that same point, the Republicans were able to properly demonize DEI, CRT, the same way they did BLM. If you make something an acronym, it makes it scary to people who don't know what's going on. And it's hard to say I'm against diversity, I'm against equity, I'm against inclusion, but it's easy to say the DEI means did not earn it and brand it that way. Why do you think so many people still right now do not understand that these programs are in large part what was able to help build the Black middle class, build our officer corps and our military, build these corporations up where they actually have Black folks in the front door and not just sitting by the door taking tickets, taking coats? Why have we lost the messaging war on this?
Well, I think you already nailed it, right? We lost the messaging war on it in the first place. One, because we did not have a significant enough investment in media. Roland Martin talks about that on a regular basis, particularly Black media. We didn't have a response to the thousands of hours that conservatives have put into their own media infrastructure. That's number one. But then number two, it's so easy to divide us. It is extremely easy to divide us. And so there are people who are going to support Donald Trump because this particular order is targeting the transgender community. And what we have seen throughout history is what we're seeing right now is if you can find a group that can get people to hate them, then it doesn't matter how far down the totem pole that they are. If you can get Black people to oppose this or to support this, rather, because it's a transgender community, then it becomes eminently easier for them to do that to us. Just like if you can get Black folks to start supporting ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and start calling the snitch line and getting that bounty because they despise immigrants all of a sudden. It becomes eminently easier for them to do that to us on the backside. And Donald Trump knows this. If they're intelligent about anything else, they are extremely aware of how to divide and conquer, and we're living in that reality right now.
And before we go to break, Dr. Walker, talk about a little bit how they were able to separate Black folks from these other minority groups. We saw this in Chicago where you had Black folks calling the cops on Latinos who they thought might be illegal. You have Black people supporting the anti-trans ban, saying, well, I don't like transgenders, but not understanding that these same things will affect us directly.
Yeah, I think that, there's a lot of, we talked about misinformation, right? And propaganda war. We've lost the propaganda war. And as it relates to the Black community, some of the examples you provided is a lot of this misinformation, propaganda has, and we know going back from the first Trump campaign, we know that Russia and we have to talk about this in terms of how they purposely spread that, misinformation in the Black community, and that continued through the Biden and then in the next election after the Biden, first Biden administration. So the Black community, in terms of all this misinformation that is spread throughout our community regarding groups with similar challenging experiences, have bought into drinking the Kool-Aid, so to speak, as we say in the Black community, but to our own detriment. And so the idea historically, when it comes to civil rights, fighting for civil rights meant that everyone has to kind of sit at the table. And when you bring constituencies together, from the Latino community, Asian American, Pacific Islander community, et cetera, and Black community together, we know we're more likely to be successful overall.
Right.
But you have an erosion of that, and now we're in the position we're in today.
And look, I tell people that if you take rights away from one group, ain't but so long till it's going to come back to you.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now, we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Folks, the economy is in a tailspin because of Donald Trump's stupid tariffs. The March job numbers came out today exceeding expectations, but unemployment numbers were slightly worse than expected. Yep, you can always expect that. Of course, tariffs also are playing, wreaking havoc. We're not seeing that, though, fully show up when it comes to the economy. But March, we saw 228,000 jobs added despite losing 4,000 federal jobs. You also, overall unemployment inched up a bit to 4.2%. Black unemployment rate jumped to 6.2%. Black men saw an increase to 6.1%. In March, Black women's unemployment rate dipped to 5.4% from February's 5.4%. Morgan Harper is the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the American Economic Liberties Project. She joins us now. Glad to have you back on the show, Morgan. So let's talk about these numbers. What's the good, bad, and the ugly?
Overall, it's a pretty good jobs report. The jobs created were a bit higher. Labor force participation is pretty consistent. Wages have gone up a little bit and still outpacing inflation. But in some ways, like we've been talking about this calendar year, 2025, Roland, it's kind of like neither here nor there in a way, these jobs numbers, because they're not reflective of the policies that have been put in place since January 20th with the change in administration. We are going to see in the months to come a lot more of those impacts. Now, you did note rightly, some of the decrease in federal workers and all of that, but we did see some job creation in healthcare and some a bit of manufacturing. But overall, I think that's the important point as we look at these jobs figures right now, is this is still a reflection of the past, the pre-second Trump administration, and how all the impacts of this current administration play out is still very much unknown. But we are seeing some very clear impacts with some of the results in the stock market, of course.
That point you just made there, that people need to understand that, the right always wants to take credit when things are good and blame it on Biden when things are bad. The reality is when you talk about, really, I dare say the first 4 to 6 months of anybody who's new in the Oval Office, you're actually living off of or dealing with the previous occupants' economy.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I was watching, some of the coverage this morning, and maybe other people too that are like us and probably torturing ourselves watching too much news. But Jared Bernstein, who was one of the economists from the Biden administration, was interviewed on this point, and I was a little surprised because actually, he was giving the readout, jobs report good, this is solid data, but this was a guy that was in the administration, so could take some credit for having helped to produce some of these numbers. But that wasn't really the frame.
No. Democrats are too stupid to learn how to take credit for when you do something right.
Well, yeah.
I said it. No, you don't. I said it. They are. They're too stupid. They don't know how to sell themselves. That's their problem.
I think that is a problem. I think that's something that needs to be addressed. Certainly, Republicans do not hesitate to take credit for things that they both have and haven't done, if any current experience plays out. But I think it is an important point, though, in that what are we taking credit for? And the stock market, this is going to continue to be a big issue that we all have to pay attention to, is how much are these metrics tied to the stock market reflective of our economic realities? And I think this is going to be a big, big topic as we get into more of this tariff discussion and some of the impacts of the trade policy changes that Trump is implementing as well.
Explain to people, I don't think people really understand when we talk about our economy. 70% of the American economy is based upon consumer spending. So when folk stop spending money, and let's be real clear, we ain't talking about rich people. We're talking about poor people, working class people, middle class folks. And so what happens when they start getting concerned and then they start pulling back, that has a significant impact on the economy. I tell people the most important thing is what's the consumer confidence number? That number right there tells you everything when it comes to the economy. If consumer confidence is awful, we saw this with Biden and Harris when they were like, "Oh my God, the economy's in a tailspin. I'm hoarding money. I'm saving money. I know what's going to happen. I'm scared to death." That drove the narrative for 3 years, and that paved the way for Donald Trump's election because people were like, "Oh, he's going to fix the economy," and now he comes in and acts a fool.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of focus on how do businesses react to some of these economic policy decisions, but I think you're exactly right, Roland. I mean, how consumers are reacting, especially because we have this consumption-based economy, is a very important factor of whether or not we're going to continue to grow. Now, I will note that part of the theory of doing some of these tariffs, though not reflected in the execution of how they've gone about it, is that we need to move away from being so much of a consumer-based economy and get back to building things, having more domestic manufacturing. But if you're not pairing any of this trade policy and tariff implementation with some investments in that domestic manufacturing, creating the incentives for companies to want to build factories in the U.S., create those jobs, then you are just creating the groundwork for increased prices, and that will impact consumers' ability to continue spending and feeling comfortable with the economy.
But there's something, Morgan, that we have to constantly put on the table, and too often people don't want to do it because it's being real. Let's just cut to the chase, and we're going to use Walmart for an example. What is Walmart's phrase? Low prices. The reality is, people in this country, we want low. The reality is companies want to make as much profit. So if you want low prices, they want to make as much profit. That means you're going to go somewhere to make goods as cheap as you possibly can. And here is the oxymoron in this country, and it is moronic, and it drives me crazy. Every politician and people and worker, we want American-made products. We want American jobs, but we want $25, $35, $40, $50 an hour. And so guess what? Americans ain't trying to pay $85 for a pair of jeans. They want to pay $19.99. I mean, so at some point, so it always cracks me when people say that, and so it's real. And I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. That was we had some sweaters made. So what happened was we had some sweaters made for the show, and I was doing a Warnock campaign. So I said, who made their sweaters? It's a really nice, thick sweater. So looked it up. Okay, so guess what? Had my assistant call that company. They're like, we make American products. This is what the cost is for this sweater. I think each sweater came out to be $110.
Yeah.
This sweater over here, we could have got for $40. So now I got a decision to make. Do I want to buy 10 of the $110 sweaters and spend $1,100 plus tax, or do I want to spend less than $500 for sweaters, slightly different material, but at the end of the day, it's still $700 cheaper? That is the conundrum, the oxymoron that we have to deal with in this country.
I agree with you. I mean, you have identified a core point, is that if we want to have things like Black-owned businesses that are able to grow, independent businesses that are potentially competing with Walmart, an alternative from Walmart, then we are going to have to be radically changing how we operate in this country. We will not be able to have the same level of access to cheap goods. And having access to cheap goods and being the consumer for the entire world's manufacturing has been the economic policy of the United States. You know, it's called, probably people have heard this term, neoliberal economic policy. That has been the governing policy for my entire life, right? We have made that trade-off, is we are going to consume, we're going to get cheap shit, you know what, right? Okay. And everybody else is going to manufacture. We're going to let that manufacturing go away. And we're going to kind of trust the Walmarts of the world to manage that all appropriately. They'll get the goods in here. They'll be cheap. We don't care where they make it, as long as we, you know, are getting all this. I should say, I don't know. And this is where I would push back a little bit, Roland. I don't think that the average American out there was necessarily thinking through the steps of what it meant to shift our economy in this way, right? We elect people and we expect them to be making decisions that are going to lead to good outcomes for our lives. What we have been living through, that I think will be no stranger to anyone who is watching, is the gutting of many parts of this country, including a lot of Black neighborhoods that formerly had more thriving business ecosystems, including rural areas that used to have more jobs. Rural areas, by the way, that include a lot of Black people too, that a lot of folks don't want to talk about. And so now we have everybody that you have to move, you have to go to the city, you have to work for the Walmart and get, you know, just a dollar raise every year, and all these big companies that are financialized. They are beholden to the stock market. They do not care about Main Street or anybody who's living around it. And that's the question for us. Are we going to continue to allow our futures to be sacrificed to have access to cheap goods? And this is the problem with what Trump is doing and the approach that he is taking. Legitimate question. It's a question you just identified, Roland. But to make that kind of shift, to get back to more of a domestic infrastructure, which started and also was happening under the Biden administration, with things like trying to build semiconductor chips, all of this domestically, you got to bring people along for that.
Yeah.
You have to you have to have a methodology to it. You have to take things step by step. They are just going for it, you know, completely haphazardly, not being very clear, not clear if any of this stuff is going to stick, not educating people about what's happening. And that is a recipe for economic devastation. So this is a treacherous moment. It is not totally clear how everything is going to play out. Right. But I do want to be honest with everybody that question, that quandary that you've just identified, is the cheap stuff worth it, is what we need to have a serious conversation about, but we just probably can't trust this administration to be leading it.
Well, but it's the thing that we just don't want to deal with. I don't know why people, and I've been saying this for now more than 25 years. And every time, and I'm just sitting here and I'm kind of like, okay, like, guys, these are fundamental business questions. I remember when I was in Chicago and I'd moved there, and I was in the Hyde Park area, I think, not Hyde Park, it was near Hyde Park. And so this guy was complaining about gentrification. He was like, man, we need this, and you know, we need grocery stores, we need businesses, we need this, we need that. And so he's sitting here going on and on and on. And I said to him, I said, let me ask you a question. I said, you ever own a business? He's like, no. I said, okay. I said, where do you live? He told me where he lived. I said, do you own or do you rent? He said, I rent. I said, let me explain something to you about power. I said, you're a renter. I said, you ain't got shit to say. He was like, excuse me? I said, let me explain to you business. Businesses, when they examine data, depending upon the business, they're looking for homeowners compared to renters. Homeowners are different from renters because renters are transient. Renters typically will do year to year. I said, now, if it's coffee, if it's, I was describing, because he was talking about sit-down restaurants. I said, sit-down restaurants are a different type of business. I said, if you're going to invest in a business, you're going to want to know that I have a reliable clientele that's coming here. So he's sitting there looking at me like I'm crazy. So I then go, okay. I said, have you ever seen a neighborhood constructed ground up? He was like, no. I said, well, I'm from Texas. I have. I've literally seen entire neighborhoods. I said, do you know what they start with? He goes, he's roads. I said, nope, they start with little orange flags that are placed into the ground. I said, do you know what those are marking off? They're marking off sewer lines. They're marking off the infrastructure. I said, then they'll come in and they'll pave a road. I said, there are no houses yet. Then a builder comes in and puts up one model home. I said, then they might add 2 more. They're gonna have max 3 model homes. I said, so I'm describing the neighborhood. I said, what's the first business that comes up in the neighborhood? He goes, grocery store. I said, nope, they operate on 2% profit margin. So he was kind of like, he's going on and on. He was like, at me, I said, so you know what the first business is? I said, a donut shop. He thought I was crazy. I said, nope. I said, it's always a strip mall. It's a donut shop and it's a dry cleaners. And he's like, okay. He's like, okay, I don't understand where you're going, bro. I said, because if you got homeowners, they're gonna stop for coffee and donuts when they're in the car going to work. I said, and they're gonna drop their clothes off and pick them up when they come home. And I said, the grocery store does not come until later, until you have maximum viability because of their profit margin. And he was just like, oh, I said, so bruh, I said, I need you to understand, you are asking for things in a neighborhood that economically the neighborhood may not be able to maintain. I said, so you know what? You're gonna come in and you're gonna shut down in less than a year. I said, so if you wanna have a gentrification conversation, I said, then we have to deal with how many people are renters in our neighborhood versus homeowners. He was totally blown away. And that's what I'm talking about here. Things are happening in this country economically, and people don't want to have real conversations on how these things happen. We just sort of want to say, I want stuff to happen, and not ask how it actually happens.
I think that's right. I think the grocery store is an interesting example because we probably talked about this a bit with the Kroger-Albertsons merger. There is some illegal conduct that's happening by very large grocery stores that's making it harder, even if you do get your independent grocery store off the ground. But that's kind of another conversation. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I will say though, again, we're all busy. We're all living our lives. We all have a lot going on. We elect people to represent our interests. And I bet if you asked your average elected official, Roland, what you just described about grocery store profit margins, they don't know a thing about it.
No.
And that's a problem.
Well, that's because a lot of the people who are in politics actually have never run businesses. So they, and that's
okay. That's
right.
Okay, but then you need to fill that knowledge gap.
Right, but you kind of got to have people who, it's sort of like when I watch these hearings and you got politicians making decisions when it comes to reproductive rights, and you have an actual doctor who's on the panel, not that fake Dr. Rand Paul is, but you got an actual doctor on the panel going, hey, I'm a gynecologist, I kind of want, y'all might want to ask me this kind of stuff. And that's what we do. So it's frustrating to me that when we're talking about how do we have an economy that works for all, we don't really want to have the nitty-gritty conversations that forces Americans to have to answer very basically. Are you willing to pay more for products that are made and built in this country compared to what you're doing now, and they're being made in Indonesia, China, and these other nations? And when you force people, sure, I want to pay more. Let's see you do it. Okay, let's see you do it, because then you're going to start complaining about how much stuff costs.
Right. And especially now we're talking about those kinds of changes happening simultaneously. The alternative vision of what could be an approach is the targeted tariff, where you choose an industry, you apply a tariff, you also invest in domestic manufacturing, like, again, what was happening with EVs, for example, under Biden administration. And then people start to get acclimated to what that kind of change could be like, what it is to pay for something that is actually based here.
Right.
But yeah,
and on that point right there, with EVs, you're going to have government subsidies that make it cheaper to buy those products. Because the whole EV thing has multiple purposes. You're helping American manufacturers. You're weaning people off of fossil fuels. It's impacting the economy. You actually have to subsidize that. And all of these people who go, the right, we're subsidizing these automakers. Elon Musk is not the richest person in the world without subsidies. His company actually was dying and was saved by American subsidies. We subsidize fossil fuel companies to the tune of billions of dollars every year. That's Exxon. And so I'm like, what are we talking about here? But that's what you have to do. I'm watching all of these people talk about AI. You need massive amounts of electricity for AI. You might want to fix the grid. But we don't want to invest in fixing the grid.
Well, but we also have investor-owned utilities that are taking advantage and raising prices and not making those decisions that would lead to more renewable energy because they make a lot of money off the status quo and don't have to make any changes. And we have state regulators that aren't actually using their power to change anything. So, I mean, where do we start? We could go on and on, but I think you have identified the key question.
Yeah, I just want, as we move forward, people are thinking about these things, and we're not just throwing stuff out there without realizing their ramifications. Morgan Harper, we appreciate it. Always good to see you.
Great to see you.
Thanks a bunch, folks.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
Folks, lots of lies last night from the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief, lead insurrectionist, and white supremacist Donald Trump. He stood before Congress, giving the joint session of Congress speech. Lots of stuff to say, long, frankly, boring speech. And what did he do? Lie. He talked about, he brought back freedom of speech while they also are talking about government censorship. He talked about how the economy under Biden-Harris was awful. It was one of the best economies we've had in half of a century. Now, the Federal Reserve is predicting the GDP is going to be going down because of the actions of him. He wants to crack down on protesters, cut funding for school. He also attacked diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then, of course, during his speech, he celebrates a young black kid who wanted to be an officer by making him an honorary Secret Service officer. That same young black kid fighting cancer, this is the same guy who's cutting cancer research in the federal government. He's a joke. He's a pathetic joke. And Republicans last night looked like idiots, constantly applauding and screaming and clapping. Democrats, most of them on the other side, objecting silently, some holding up signs. People like David Axelrod said it was despicable what Congressman Al Green did. I think David Axelrod's comments are despicable. I'll deal with that later. But right now, I want to talk with Pennsylvania Congresswoman Summer Lee, who joins us right now. Congresswoman, glad to have you here. First and foremost, let folks know. So what was the strategy of Democrats going into last night? You had some members in pink, some folks dressed in black. You had some had shirts that said resist. Some were holding up signs. A lot of folks were mocking those signs, saying it looked like they were at an auction. And so for folks who don't know these conversations that take place in the conference, what was the strategy last night?
Yeah, I'm gonna just, keep it real. I don't know that I necessarily knew what the strategy was last night. I think that when you get down to it, right, we're a caucus of 212 of us, 213 or so of us. And, there are different caucuses, different groups of people who organize or don't with each other. And I think that what we saw last night was definitely a little bit of a pick your own adventure when personally, I think we probably needed a more concerted and a more intentional effort that was in one accord. I think that as we're fighting back against the quickly rising tide of fascism, of Donald Trump, and not just Donald Trump, but, all of these folks who have been working behind the scenes that are now coming in front of the scenes to take over and capture our country. As that is rapidly increasing, we're going to need to see a way more coordinated effort from all of us. We're going to need to hear and people, I think, are rightfully wanting to hear from us. They want to know that we match their urgency. And I think that yesterday is not going to be the last opportunity, right? It wasn't the first, it will not be the last. But it is an indication that we are going to have to get a foundation, a really strong foundation, because the time to start to build so that people from the outside can organize, so that our labor, our Black and brown communities, so all these folks can organize. We have to start to build that foundation. We got to do it right now.
So I saw this comment last night by David Axelrod on CNN, and I want to play this. Y'all go ahead and roll it.
So it's one thing to mine our differences. It's another thing to try and heal our differences. And that is, that's the difference between real leadership and political expediency.
Would it have been healing to stand for Mark Fogel? Might have been.
No, I agree. You are absolutely right.
DJ Johnson.
What I will do what you will not. I will say, I think there were times when they should have risen. I think what Al Green did was despicable.
So let me say this here. David Axelrod's comments are despicable. And he's constantly saying that, the problem is for Democrats, they're playing to the base and Republicans do the exact same thing. I saw what these Republicans did when President Obama was speaking. We saw and heard what they did when President Biden was up there, when they were standing up and yelling as well. And the reality is, one of the reasons why people sat at home last year, because they felt they did not see enough fight. The reality is that Donald Trump didn't somehow just dramatically increase turnout. That didn't happen. He didn't increase turnout among African Americans and Latinos. That was because of the voter participation of those folks actually dropped. And I said it point blank, and I don't give a damn. I said it on Twitter. David Axelrod is full of shit. He has no idea what he's talking about. I actually travel this country. I can guarantee you I speak to far more regular and ordinary people than David Axelrod will speak to an entire year. And what I keep hearing when I travel around this country, they actually want to see people demanding, fighting, sticking up. Now, here's the reality. Republicans control the House, 3-vote majority. Y'all have limited power to stop them from doing what they're doing. Senate Democrats have a lot more power. One senator can hold up nominations and hearings and all sorts of things. But if there's ever a moment where people want to see a pulse, they want to see a heartbeat, it's right now.
Period. Listen, there's a cacophony of bullshit that's coming out from people right now. Nonsense. And to be quite frank, his nonsense didn't even register because, you know what, those are just not even the voices that we need to lift up. But right now, let me just say it. I'm going to go ahead and add in with Brother Al Green, who stood up, who took a stance because of something he believes in. But that's also what he always does because he's a brother who will speak up. And you're 100% right. We are all going to have to dig deep down and figure that one out because you're right. There are so many people right now who I am afraid are looking at what they're seeing right now and are going to decide that they have no faith in any of us, that they have no faith in anybody who doesn't have the courage to stand up. And that's me included. That's all of us. So right now in this moment, when we're talking about meet the moment, we can both and we will have to both acknowledge that we may not have the House, the Senate, or the White House. but we do have megaphones, we have platforms, we have a mandate from our own people who are looking for our own leadership. And what I want to say right now is that when we think about what the final fail-safe is in a democracy, it's the people. It is the people. And yes, that means that we still need our legislative leaders to stand up. We need our messaging to be tight. We need to look like we're resisting, like we are, like we care, like we understand this. But we need to be doing all of that so that we can empower the real people who are going to move this along, as history has shown us over and over and over again. The civil rights movement happened the way it did, not because Congress finally moved, but because the people moved it. Because there were people on the outside who were organizing, who were agitating, who were boycotting, who were striking, who were doing all of these things at once. And I think that everything we've done in our history and our community is going to lead up to this right now. So I want to be in the voices right now to say that I just feel like we are underreacting. We're underreacting. So whatever Axelrod got to say, he has a vision for America that is different than ours. So because our vision isn't what his vision is, whatever he thinks is, I thought that whole showing yesterday was despicable. I think the whole showing of what Republicans do every day. Right now, I'm watching colleagues, Christian colleagues on Ash Wednesday who want to cut Medicaid.
Right. And want to cut Medicaid. People are going to die as a result of the cuts to USAID, and these so-called pro-lifers are not going to say anything. And the thing that also jumps out at me when I hear the Axelrods of the world with their bullshit is this here. And this is my problem. And listen, God bless them, Biden, Harris, they riding together, going to the inauguration. But here's my problem. Too many people in the media, they want Democrats to uphold institutions. They want Democrats to act right. They want Democrats to do what's right. They want Democrats to know you shouldn't do these things. You shouldn't be acting that way. No, we have institutions, the peaceful transfer of power. Yet this son of a bitch, Trump, skips the damn inauguration in 2021. He doesn't come. Melania doesn't come. They don't come. They don't care. Oh, but they want to be treated with deference and respect. Okay? Last night was a return to the crime scene. That's what you saw last night. And when I sit here and watch these folks like, oh no, that's not how they should behave. That's not what's going on. Yet, when the right had the Tea Party protests and the Freedom Caucus, and they were doing all of those things to Obama. And I'm sorry, when Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high, I'm like, damn that. This is a moment where you got to meet force with force.
We got to throw that one out, right? That was cute. That was nice. It sounded nice. It's time to throw that one out. And listen, I think that, Roland, to get right to it, I think that people, we got to understand, we got to live in a reality we live in. People don't care and they don't have expectations of the Republicans because they know who they are. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. And there are enough of us who know who they are. So when people are looking for sanity, when they're looking for clarity, when they're looking for courage, they're not going to look to Republicans because they already know that is a party of racism, that is a party of misogyny, that is a party of fascism. That's what they expect from that. What they don't expect for us to go along with it. They don't expect Democrats to give any space for that. So we have to recognize that people are going to hold us to a higher standard. And instead of us getting or feeling uncomfortable with it right now, it's time for us to stand in it. It's time for us to say, listen, if the democracy relies on the Democratic Party, then that means that we, each and every one of us, the 92%, everybody, we need to hold the Democratic Party to the highest standard, because if it fails in its endeavor, then the democracy fails with it. That means that we need to hold our leadership to the highest standards. That means that we need to hold our institutions to the highest standard. There is very little room for mistakes, little room for us to slip, because if we lose the faith of these people, then we are never going to have the movement that we need to counteract the movement that the Republicans have been working on for decades.
Yep.
And they have been working on it for decades. So Democrats do got to we do got to grow a spine. We do have to treat them as the criminal party, as the party of hatred and division that they are. We do have to see that they are going to be hypocrites. That's all they know how to do. But I hold me to a higher standard. And after yesterday, that's the standard I'm going to continue. I'm going to hold everybody in my life to that standard. Because right now, when I say that the clock is ticking on democracy, the clock is ticking. And after yesterday, we're not going to get everything right. But after yesterday, after these last 30 days, after this last month, we gotta up the ante. Trump doesn't care about decorum. Trump doesn't care. You know, Republicans, they don't care about whether what they're doing is honest or disingenuous. And I got so many colleagues who want to chit chat with us and chop it up with us in the hallway and then go out and do the antics that they do. That's because they're playing a game and they're playing to win. Period.
Well, I'll give a perfect example. Here is one of the most racist members of Congress who has no problem hanging around white supremacists. That's Andy Biggs. Listen to this hypocritical asshole today in a congressional hearing.
Kind of like what I saw on the floor of the House last night. I mean, I love the little popsicle sticks with the little construction paper signs. Those are pretty special. Trying to spend less money. And yeah, save on money. I appreciate you didn't want to be extravagant. That I think I'm going to draw a response here. But that's really what we saw on display last night. Sophomoric, childish, not even sophomoric. More juvenile than that. Attempts to disrupt the joint speech. And I'll yield back. Well, I'm waiting for the.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the digression to address my friend from Arizona. First of all, I'm delighted that we were able to show you what a nonviolent protest looks like, and I appreciate the fact that you praise people for bringing signs and popsicle sticks rather than steel pipes and Confederate battle flags and Trump flags to beat people up.
Again, that's how you respond. But the person we're dealing with here, and see, I just think it's important when we talk about the person who was just talking, because a lot of folk may not know who we're dealing with when we talk about Andy Biggs. This is the same person. This is a piece that was in the Arizona Central. No biggie anymore for Representative Andy Biggs to hang with racists and anti-Semites. He participated in a Second Amendment rally that included anti-Semitic College Republicans United and the right-wing extremist Proud Boys. That's who the hell he is.
Yeah. And that's why we can't play into it. Right now, they're galvanizing their forces. They're all falling in line right now because they have a one-track focus, right? Their whole entire focus and their whole entire agenda is taking over this country so that people like them can keep their advantages. They can keep their unlevel playing field because they know that if this is an equitable country, if this is a fair country, they know they can't compete. They know they can't compete with Black folks who've come from the bottom for real, pull themselves up by no bootstraps at all, put themselves through school or trades or whatever it may be, and are still finding ourselves in the same room as them. That's why they have to keep moving the goalposts. So we know what their mission is, but that means that we can't play into it. That means that we got to tighten up. I want to see us not punching left. I want to see us not punching down. I want to see us not kicking people out of our coalition who maybe don't have the same perspective of us. I want to see us looking to understand each other more because we're going to need it. Because when I say that we're in for the fight of our lives, I say if you don't see that from what they're providing us, then I don't know what's going to get that message across right now. We have very limited time, right? Democracies and backsliding, they don't last very long. History tells us that. So that means I don't care if you're Black or you're brown or you're Muslim. I don't care if you are urban or suburban. I don't care if you call yourself a moderate or a progressive or a leftist. If you are somebody who cares about the rights of human beings in America, if you're somebody who cares about us having equitable access to education or healthcare or housing, if you care about poor people and working class people, we have to get it together. We have to get it together because these people are coming for everything that we have.
Yeah, they're coming
everything that we have, and they're doing it in our face.
And this same Representative Andy Biggs, along with Paul Gosar, go to my iPad, both of them refuse to sign a resolution denouncing white nationalism. That's who they are. And again, David Axelrod won't say that kind of stuff on CNN. He won't bring those things out. And the reality is, to your point, which is why we spent 3 years trying to tell people about Project 2025, that these folks, and people are like, well, we didn't think they were actually going to do it. They told you.
They told us.
They told you. They are circulating the memo to get rid of 80,000 people in the Department of Veteran Affairs. What they want to do is decimate this country. They want to shut down these federal health centers you've been talking about. They want to massively cut, and the goal is very simple: to give tax cuts to people who make more than $360,000 a year. And not only that, they are shutting down. Robert Reich posted this. I'm gonna throw this out, lads, which was just amazing, and people don't understand how these crooks are in charge and what they are doing. He posted this: Trump has dropped investigations and enforcement actions against 89 law-breaking corporations, 42 cases at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, 15 cases at the Department of Justice, 6 at EEOC, 7 crypto cases at the SEC. It's a new golden age for corporate criminals. That is who they are working for, Representative Lee.
Exactly. Say it again, because right now, again, we got to know who the people are, who the crooks are, and we got to know what they're doing. So I know there are a lot of people who are like, oh, yeah, you're pointing out the problems, but no. If everybody actually doesn't know the problem, people don't know that the reason why they're cutting Medicaid is because they want to give a billionaire a tax break. Everybody doesn't know that. Everybody doesn't know that they want to take food out of your baby's mouths so that their already billionaire friends can get another tax break. People don't know that Elon Musk is in the government right now so that he can mitigate and navigate his own conflicts of interest. They don't always know that the reason why they're trying to take out the CFPB, why they are firing, Gwen Wilcox and at the NLRB, they're attacking all of our points of power, worker power, the power of Black and brown people, Black people especially, Black folks being able to get a good job so that we can get into, so that we can grow our economic wealth and opportunities. They're targeting all of the education, right, so that our kids can't get their leg up. They're targeting all of our points of growth and power, and they're doing it very blatantly because these new age robber barons, tech bros, tech barons, oligarchs, whatever you call them, however you call them, they're sitting right there in front of us.
That's it.
And we have to name it and claim it, because there are a lot of people in our communities who don't know that Elon Musk is a crook, because they believe that if you're a billionaire, then you must have worked for it. You had to have done something. You gotta be smart, right? Because you're a billionaire, not that he is somebody who grew up in apartheid South Africa, got his money off of abuse and theft and thievery, and that he is actually not a genius. We got to tell people that. We got to tell that story, and we have to tell it repetitively, because it takes multiple times for it to sink in for folks. So keep on saying it. Keep on putting it up there. Keep on making it plain, because the people of this country deserve to know what's actually going on right now, and they deserve to be empowered and equipped to combat it. We got to get people tools right now.
Indeed, indeed. Representative Sarah Lee, we appreciate it. Welcome to the show anytime.
Thanks, brother. It's always good to be here, so I'll be back.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Folks, again, last night, if you just broke down just the lies and the lies, Daniel Dale of CNN did a whole breakdown, and he literally did four minutes of just lie. Oh yeah, he lied about this. Yep, he lied about this. Yep, he lied about this. I mean, that's what it was. And so, to sit there and listen to that, and as y'all know, last night on the State of Our Union coverage, we didn't carry that joke of a speech. You want to listen to stupidity? Listen to this fool right here. Listen to this.
They bear with me, and they did probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you.
Let me remind y'all the tariffs last time that took place in Congress when Trump was there. Taxpayers, we had to bail them out of $28 billion. I just want y'all to know, again, taxpayers, American taxpayers, Because of this idiot's tariffs, farmers were filing for bankruptcy, losing farms, losing money because of this idiot's tariffs. That's what we're dealing with when we talk about an idiot like Donald Trump.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $8.6 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Here's Congressman Stephen Horsford on Capitol Hill just giving the business to the U.S. trade rep.
Is this market manipulation?
No.
Why not? If it was a plan, if it was always the plan, how is this not market manipulation?
It's not market manipulation, sir.
Well, then what is it? Because it sure is not a strategy.
We're trying to reset the global trade system. It's offshored all of our factories.
And what has that done? How have you achieved any of that? But to enact enormous harm on the American people, which was our concern from the very beginning. Tariffs are a tool. It can be used in the appropriate way to protect U.S. jobs and small businesses. But that's not what this does. So if it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer? And all the while, there are not even any Republicans left in this hearing. They all left because they don't even want to defend this. But meanwhile, the Speaker is rushing to the floor to pass a budget reconciliation to screw America by passing the biggest tax cut in history on the backs of the American people. WTF? Who's in charge? Because it sure doesn't look like it's the trade representative. You just got the rug pulled out from under you.
You know, Morgan, I've had a lot of people hit me today saying that what he said, market manipulation, you've got rich folks who swoop in, been able to buy stocks at cheap prices, and this is hurting every worker, things along those lines. You've got companies announcing that they're not moving forward with projects. You've got companies, the bank CEOs said a number of people were not moving forward with mergers and acquisitions, and that there is just this massive amount of lack of clarity about what's going on. And Trump's just walking around like, oh, my God, it's great. It's beautiful. He was caught on an open mic just saying, look at how beautiful it is. The market went up 2,500, 3,000 points. That's got to be a record. I mean, this idiot is talking about it's got to be a record. Dude, you caused the crash. You caused the drop.
Yeah, and it really does seem like there were certain players that were prepared to take advantage of this moment. So I think market manipulation is an accurate issue for Rep. Horsford to be bringing up, like we saw in that clip, because, yeah, I mean, if certain large, because let's be real, and I think this is another important point, Roland, is who is spending their days trading on the stock market? If you have a 9-to-5 job, like I have, like most of the people in this country, if they're lucky, have that, or else you're running around to 2 different jobs throughout the day, you don't have time to be sitting there monitoring what's happening in the stock market and making individual trades. So most of us, if we are involved in the half of the country that's involved in the stock market, we are passive players in that market. You know, like we have our 401k, we're invested in these index funds, and then we see how it all rolls out. The people that are in the position to trade with this type of speed are large institutional investors in the stock market. And these are the types of entities that are run by people that are likely to be friends with Donald Trump. So if there was market manipulation to be had, those are the types of people that are going to be positioned to take advantage of it. Unlikely that it's going to be your friend down the street that likes to trade occasionally in an individual stock. Let's be real about that.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, people who are day traders, folks who are doing that, I mean, you're absolutely right. These things are happening before our very eyes. The net result to the average, regular, ordinary working day person is that even though with this 90-day extension, what it still is doing, Morgan, is causing massive just unsteadiness. And so even though you wait 90 days, it's still we don't know what's going to happen. And so that's the problem. What business likes is certainty. What the average worker likes is certainty. You want to be certain you have a job. You're getting a paycheck. You want to be certain that prices are going to be stable. But when you have up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, it's schizophrenic. And when it's schizophrenic, what do people do? They sit back and say, I ain't spending nothing. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not hiring people. I'm not making acquisitions. I'm not building a new building. I'm not building a new plant. I'm not acquiring a new company. I need to sit back and wait to see what the hell is going on.
Exactly right. And then that's the real risk here. And, another thing I would point out is it didn't have to be like this. Like we heard from Rep. Horsford, he's acknowledging there's a role for tariffs to play that in a version of this that could support workers, that would be more protective of small business interests, that would be targeted, that would be strategic, that would be methodical, that would be easy for all of us to understand, for the market to understand, that would create more certainty about what's going on. This administration has decided to do the opposite. They are risking an economic recession, and the level of chaos is only going, and I will say this, I said it before, and I'm going to say it again, it will only serve to benefit the richest of the rich and the largest companies. I mean, we actually saw now that Albertsons, for example, has come out and said, oh, we won't be paying any higher prices. So that's a large grocery chain. They are able to tell their suppliers, oh, no, we're not absorbing any of this. You guys just have to give us whatever price we want, because they're called, what's known as a power buyer, and they can kind of set those terms. Walmart, kind of similar. You know who can't do that? The independent grocer in your neighborhood that is just trying to get by with, as we've talked about, very, very thin profit margins and has no ability to flex beyond what they're currently paying for the goods that they're trying to sell in their store. They will not be able to stay in business. That is a big, big risk of this kind of uncertainty that's going to hit independent businesses and us as consumers more than anybody.
Indeed. Morgan Harper, American Economic Liberties Project. We surely appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
Folks, the attacks by Elon Musk on USAID, Gizmodo said this is the reason they were investigating his Starlink contracts with Ukraine. You see right here, he has been attacking this agency more than any other And the Lever actually reported that, let me actually just go to their reporting, that the Lever reported that they were in the midst of the USAID Inspector General was in the process of investigating its own public-private partnership between Musk, Starlink, and the Ukrainian government at the time that his DOGE crippled the agency. And what does that tell you? And then, of course, you have this happening right here. Let me pull it up here, which, again, is a joke. It shows you how these people are utterly insane. At today's news conference, Carolyn Levitt, okay, who is, frankly, nothing but an airhead, listen to what she actually said about Elon Musk and conflicts of interest.
With Spectrum News. You talked a bit about DOGE. Elon Musk is currently a, quote, special government employee who also owns companies that have billions of dollars in federal contracts. You said earlier this week that he has abided by all applicable federal laws, but what steps is the Trump administration taking to address that conflict of interest?
The president was already asked and answered this question this week, and he said if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that DOGE is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts. And he has, again, abided by all applicable laws.
So if Elon comes across a conflict, he's going to say, hey, guys, I have a conflict. Let's see, pull up my panel. By a show of hands, any three of y'all think he's going to do that? No, I didn't think so. Daniel, right there, when you talk about the USAID investigation with Starlink contracts, hello, that's a conflict of interest right there.
Not only is it a conflict of interest, but these are really scary times. I mean, I want people to understand that when we talk about, first of all, self-excusing yourself and an individual that has gone through a very non-competitive space to get, as you mentioned earlier, over $15 billion in federal contracts. This is not only a conflict of interest, but internationally, most people don't even realize that USAID is focused specifically on disaster relief and recovery, poverty efforts, security issues, national security issues. So when you see someone that can actually weaponize an area where our country and our partners are at risk, individuals that have been committed to the safety and security of these areas. You saw what the Biden administration did around offering aid to Ukraine. Look, regardless of what an individual believes, supports, or doesn't support, when it comes to our foreign adversaries as well as those who we work with, I think it's a challenge because most people don't understand. As a political appointee, I went under more scrutiny and a background check than Elon Musk has gone through in one day. And when you have individuals like this that don't have to go through a confirmation, no accountability, and they're able to go in and remove individuals and organization at their own discretion, we're going to see this type of irreparable damage for a long time. And quite frankly, it pisses me off, man, to see what's going on right now around our country with unchecked powers that this individual is doing. We're hearing more about Elon Musk than our vice president. That's a problem. And
well,
so
that's because Elon Musk is the vice president, or Elon Musk is actually the co-president. Folks, you've heard me say this time and time again, and I'll say it right now. Ain't no millionaires and billionaires contributing to our show, even the black ones. Do you have major advertisers who are spending their ad dollars with us? Absolutely not. Because the agencies say that, well, we don't do news. We can't do news. But I see these ads on Fox News. I see the ads on CNN. I see them on MSNBC. And there were people who literally said, oh, no, this ain't going to work. This is going to fail. Here we are 6 years and 4 months later, 1.58 million followers, started with 157,000. But it's also because of our fan base who contributed. 10,000 people watching live just on YouTube. More on our app, more on YouTube and the other places where we stream. And it's a lot of people, and they're people who I know personally, people who call and ask me to do favors, who don't even contribute to the show. There are people I've seen on social media talk about, how we got to build our own ecosystem, support our own, who don't actually do it. My man Michael Harriot used to be with The Root, launched something called Contraband Camp. Last night, I signed up, $59.99 for a year. Because I can't say we need more black media, and I can't say that, but then I don't actually support it. Other people who I've actually poured into, invested in. So when I ask you to join us, there are people who are in our YouTube chat who are joining in. We don't charge a subscription fee. There's no minimum amount we charge you. Because the goal that we wanted is for this to be open so people can be able to access it. I was walking through the Atlanta airport when I arrived on Tuesday and I left on Wednesday. And so many brothers and sisters stopped me and they said, man, I'm watching your show, I'm listening to the podcast. Thank you, keep going, keep going, keep going. But y'all, I say it all the time, we cannot keep going if we can't fund it. The lease of our office is up next year. It's gonna be an increase. When we talk about staff, there's some positions that we would love to fill. Today, we actually shot 2 pilots of a show that I would love to launch, and we're gonna run those shows in the next 2 weeks. There are 2 of the shows that we're planning pilots on. That's gonna cost money for the people producing and working it and for the people who are hosting the show. So I'm not saying please work for free. But we are not going to be able to have voices that speak for us if we don't support those platforms. So I do what I'm asking you to do. I literally support other black-owned media platforms because we need more of the voices than just me. I'm just one person. But I want to create Black Star Network to create more Black Stars. I want to be able for us to have 6, 8, 10 different shows hosted by Millennial, Gen Z, and other Gen Xers. I tried to do a show with a Generation Alpha, but the ask of his daddy was so outlandish that I said there's no way I can even do that. But there are others who I'm looking at. Oh yes, when I travel the country, I'm paying attention and I'm looking at people who are 12 and 14 and 15 years old and watching them saying, how can I support what they're doing and build the next generation? So when we ask you to support us, when I say we want 20,000 people on average giving $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, y'all, that's $1 million. That $1 million from those folks is huge. Brother hit me today. He said, man, I've been talking about contributing. He said, I finally did it today. He contributed $250. There's some other people I saw, they contributed $10. Somebody contributed $1.08. That 8 cents matters just like it was $800. It all adds up. So what we do here is what nobody else in black-owned media is doing. We are trying to build a network of multiple voices that will speak to our people in a way to serve as giving the clarion call to justice, to truth, to honesty, to decency. The people who are going to cast the vision. And we need you to say, like the people did to Nehemiah, let us rebuild. I would love for all the people who are watching, would love for today for us to raise $100,000. If 2,000 people gave $50, and there's 10,000 of y'all on YouTube right now, we hit that easy. You can't give us direct on the Cash App because they shut down our accounts. So you can use Stripe. This is the QR code. I posted the link directly in the YouTube chat. But if you want to use Cash App for Stripe, it's right here. This QR code, if you're listening, go to blackstarnetwork.com. If you want to give via PayPal, PayPal is paypal.me/rmartinunfiltered. Venmo is venmo.com/rmunfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com, roland@rolandmartinunfiltered.com. If you want to be old school, send your check and money order. P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. You take the Spelman Endowment, the Howard Endowment, and the Hampton Endowment, and you combine those three, and they don't even come close to the lowest Ivy League indictment. if the Trump MAGA administration sets its sights and wants to sink its teeth into HBCUs, our institutions stand no chance against that type of assault. We had better wake up.
Those institutions, Roland, were a fraction of the endowments of those white schools in the 1930s and 40s when they produced the undergraduates like Thurgood Marshall at Lincoln University, like Oliver Hill and Spotswood Robinson at Howard University School of Law that killed Jim Crow. Those HBCUs had a fraction of those endowments in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s when they produced the student movements and the brilliant black intellectuals on those faculties that literally rewrote the cultural DNA of this country. Those HBCUs have nothing in the bank compared to Harvard, to Yale, to the flagship state schools today. But what they do have is not economic, but it's moral, cultural, and it is intellectual. You're right about Ketanji Brown Jackson. Shortly after Sonia Sotomayor was sworn in, she came to speak at Howard Law, and we were there, the faculty, the students, and she said that she didn't like the Ivy League bent, and yet we still see what clerks she has selected. I'll tell you somebody else who never hired a clerk from an HBCU or Howard University, and specifically. That would be a man named Thurgood Marshall. Let me be very clear. The whole time Thurgood Marshall was on the Supreme Court of the United States, he did not hire one clerk from the institution that he got his own law degree under Charles Hamilton Houston, who himself graduated from Harvard Law. So let me be very clear about how the internal sickness of blackness. I saw Justice Brown Jackson a couple of weeks ago at the installment of the new dean at Howard Law School, of course, our frat brother, Roger Fairfax, whose brother is our frat brother as well, of course, the good brother Justin Fairfax, who was there. I expect that may soon change at Howard University, if for no other reason than Ketanji Brown Jackson and Roger Fairfax went to law school together, as did her roommate at the time, Roger Fairfax's wife, Professor Lisa Fairfax, who was on the faculty of the University of Pennsylvania. But it speaks to that little word that you raised, Roland, which is a nasty little word, that 5-letter word, E-L-I-T-E, elite. Unfortunately, we live in not a meritocracy, but a kleptocracy with a very strong elite bent. And I share, Nola, your enthusiasm, and I think all of our enthusiasm, because Harvard finally did what you have to do with punk-ass bullies, which is punch them dead in their face. And very quickly after that, or right around the same time, the Yale faculty said, and mind you now, let's be very clear about what we're witnessing now. This isn't the administration. This isn't the president. This isn't the trustees. This is the faculties. See, because Lawrence Tribe, Professor Emeritus over at Harvard Law School, the whole they're looking like, hey, man, you messing with our reputation now. Do you understand? Not only in this funky little country called United States of America, but globally. You see, it means something to be associated with a brand that stands for a question of intellectual independence and freedom of expression. There is, after all, until they throw it completely out the window, a First Amendment to the United States Constitution. So Larry Tribe and them was like, nah, y'all gonna change. And then Yale's faculty has now said to Yale what they're gonna do. And if y'all follow the Ivy League close, you know, as Harvard goes, Yale goes. And as Harvard and Yale goes, it keeps tumbling down. Columbia played itself, friends. So by the time it gets to Brown and Dartmouth, the Ivy League will come along. But Nola, you made a very important point when you said those Big Ten schools, because what happened with the faculty senate at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln? What happened at Rutgers? What happened at Indiana University Bloomington? What has happened now is the Big Ten Alliance, which is 18 schools, including 2 public institutions and flagship schools, because now they're talking at Michigan State in Lansing and Ohio State, where I went to law school, in Columbus. And they're saying, oh, no, this is it. Now, them punk-ass law firms that you mentioned, that bent the knee too early? See, because Harvard did what it did this week, I think we might just be able now to see a sea change. And finally, our HBCUs can absolutely participate in that sea change, even deep behind the cotton curtain, with the one resource we have that none of them have more of, and that is guts. If we go and look at the model, not of Harvard, not of Yale, but of the HBCU models of the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, where in spite of conservative leadership, as conservative then as HBCU leadership is today, The faculties of those institutions did not flinch. Can we recover? Can we recover the courage of a James Farmer Sr. at a place like Wiley College? Can we recover the courage of a Benjamin Mays at Morehouse, or the courage of an Oakwood, the courage of an Eva Beatrice Dykes at Oakwood? If we have our models, we don't need to look at no white schools. And Roland, I think we can win that, but you're right. We're going to have to wake up and take some courage.
See, I need people to understand why we're having this conversation. Yeah, this goes back to my Washington Watch days. There were so many times when we talked about stuff on Washington Watch and News One Now on this show, and mainstream media figured it out 2, 3, 4 weeks, 2, 3, 4 months later. I mean, I blasted Mediaite because they hyped up Megyn Kelly criticizing Kristi Noem for playing dress up in the Department of Homeland Security. And I said, wow, Mediaite, y'all late. I hit that 2 weeks ago. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, what I'm laying out to y'all is prophetic. It's going to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. But I need y'all to understand the money. Go to my iPad, Anthony. The top 10, this is from HBCUmoney.com. The top 10 HBCU endowments total is $2.6 billion. The top 10 PWI endowments is $336 billion. The number of PWIs, predominantly white institutions, above $2 billion endowment is 78. The number of HBCUs above $1 billion is 1. The number of PWIs above $1 billion is 148. I'm just trying to show y'all the numbers. Now, if I go Ivy League, this is 2023. I told you, I just showed y'all. The top 10 HBCUs combined have an endowment of $2.6 billion. One of them is $1 billion. So that means the other 9 represents the other $1.6 billion. That's right. Brown University is the lowest Ivy League, and its endowment is $6.6 billion. So the endowment of Brown, the lowest Ivy League, now go back. Brown 6.6, Columbia 13.6, Cornell 10 billion, Harvard 50 billion, Princeton 34 billion, Yale 40 billion, Dartmouth is 7.9 billion, University of Pennsylvania 21 billion. See, Harvard's actually now 53 billion. This was 2023. Harvard, by having 53 billion, can tell Trump to go to hell.
Yeah.
Because they can say, we will fund that $2.2 billion loss in federal grants for the next 3 years and work to make sure a Republican does not win in 2028.
That's right.
They can weather that storm. If Harvard returns 10% on their investments, that's $5 billion a year. The federal grants are $2.2 billion. I'm telling y'all right now, be prepared for the Trump administration or a conservative governor saying, HBCU, get your ass in line. Don't be threaten presidents and provosts. Don't have too many protests. Don't make too much noise. I'm just trying to warn y'all that if they could go after Harvard and Columbia and the Ivy Leagues and MIT and go after the most prominent law firms in the country and get them to bend their knee, you got Mark Zuckerberg worth billions of dollars trying to bend the knee to keep that Federal Trade Commission settlement as low as possible. You just had today in Washington, D.C., give me a second, let me pull it up, where a federal ruling against Google in an antitrust lawsuit declaring that they actually have a monopoly. Man, y'all need to understand, there's a reason all them billionaires were lined up at the inauguration.
And he's going to humiliate all of them still.
And right. So look, with the law firms, he's already gotten concessions and saying, I want more. I want more. I want more. So I just need our people prepared.
That's right.
That they're going to attack black institutions.
Absolutely.
So if there ever was a time
Absolutely.
for black institutions to be aligned and for black people to understand the fight we're about to face.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
All right, folks, we are truly dealing with some absolutely crazy times. The twice impeached, criminally convicted felon in chief, Donald Trump, has literally said, I don't need to follow these federal judges who are issuing rulings. His own vice president, J.D. Vance, has said the exact same thing. Elon Musk is openly criticizing the judiciary's authority over the executive branch, and he's even doxing the daughter of one federal judge. Judges have issued temporary freezes on Trump's federal spending freeze orders, Musk's attempt to access government payment systems, and the administration's controversial push to encourage federal employees to resign. But they literally say we can ignore these orders. This is Scott Jennings. We put a video on CNN first talking about Biden and federal judges and then defending the craziness of Donald Trump.
Democrats, in all the polling we've seen, hate Joe Biden. They're done with Joe Biden, and he's sending them all a $10,000 check in an effort to buy their support. Even Nancy Pelosi, who I'm not often aligned with, as you know, stated on the record unequivocally that this is illegal. The President of the United States does not have the authority to do this. And so you're saying that a judge should decide how and when money is spent
a judge is saying,
for years and not the President of the United States?
Wow, it's amazing how the tune changes. Here's Laura Ingraham on Fox News giving us her half a cent when it comes to this issue as well.
Unelected Obama judge in Rhode Island must be feeling very full of himself tonight, because in a ruling issued earlier today, he railed against President Trump and the DOGE crew for failing to comply with his order, one judge's order, to unfreeze federal spending. Judge John J. McConnell handed it down after 22 blue states just were up in arms that funding hadn't been restored. Of course, they went for the sympathy play, citing HIV services in the Congo and a public health grant to Namibia. Now, McConnell had ruled previously that the Trump team had overstepped its executive authority by halting the monies. But if one judge, is going to have the power to stop the Trump cleanup crew in its tracks,
Now, here, this gets even crazier. This is a news conference today of House Speaker Republican Mike Johnson.
Have said that some of the Trump actions, early actions, they put a halt to them. J.D. Vance said that judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. you're a constitutional law expert. Ultimately, at the end, if the courts say that the administration is violating the law, should they comply with the court's demands?
Well, of course, the branches have to respect our constitutional order, but there's a lot of game yet to be played. Those will be appealed. We've got to go through the whole process, and we'll get to the final analysis. In the interim, I will say I agree wholeheartedly with Vice President J.D. Vance, my friend, because he's right. What they're doing in the executive branch, I've been asked so many times, aren't you uncomfortable with this? No, I'm not, because when Congress, for example, appropriates dollars for the executive branch to use, we build in, not only in the spirit of the law, but in the letter of the law, a broad amount of discretion for how that is used. There is a presupposition in America that the commander-in-chief is going to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars, that the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States, is going to command those within his branch of government to do the right thing by the people, to be accountable, to not fund drag shows in Middle Eastern countries or South America, to not waste our taxpayer dollars. And that's what has been uncovered. And that's why we and the people are applauding what's happening right now in the new administration, because they've taken that seriously. And they're doing it. The forensic audits, effectively, that DOGE and Elon Musk are leading. I met with Elon yesterday about this to get an update. And to me, it's very exciting what they're able to do, because what Elon and the DOGE effort is doing right now is what Congress has been unable to do in recent years, because the agencies have hidden some of this from us. You know, there's a lot of oversight activity that goes on around here all the time, you all know, but when duly elected representatives of the people request information to find all of these abuses and it's not turned over to us, what it takes is an actual audit of the systems and the files themselves that are often hidden from Congress. That's what you're seeing right now. And that's why this is so exciting. They're uncovering things that we have known intuitively have been there, but we couldn't prove it. Now the proof is being provided, and no one can argue the counter to that. So stay tuned. There's a lot more to come. And I think the courts should take a step back and allow these processes to play out. What we're doing is good and right for the American people. What DOGE is doing is making sure that your taxpayer dollars, all of us, are spent in the way that they're intended to be spent, and that they're in America's interest, and they're financially responsible with the precious taxpayers' money. We have a $36 trillion federal debt, and we have got to get a hold of these things. You're going to see it reflected in the reconciliation package that comes forward. You're going to see it reflected in appropriations as we go forward, and you're going to see it in these efforts to cut the waste, fraud, and abuse. And we think the final number on that is going to be substantial and a game changer in Washington for the country. So we'll have a lot more questions and answers, I know, as the week goes forward. But I'll just tell you.
Folks, that man stood there and lied. He just lied. I'm going to get into a lot of that a little bit later. Let me right now bring up retired United States District Judge Vanessa Gilmore, who joins us now. Judge, always glad to have you here.
Thank you.
How long were you a federal judge?
Almost 28 years, Roland.
Okay. As somebody who was sworn to uphold and protect the Constitution, either take an oath, you were a part of one of the three branches of government as executive, legislative, and judicial. What do you say when you hear a vice president of the United States, an individual who occupies the Oval Office, because I don't call him president, when you hear Elon Musk and Republicans in the House and Senate literally support them ignoring a judicial ruling? Is this insane?
Roland, thank you so much for having this really important conversation. You know, our democracy is like a three-legged stool. The three branches of government, the legislative, the executive, and judicial, are like a three-legged stool. And if one or two of those legs are non-functioning, the entire thing collapses. And right now, we have the executive and the legislative, as you can tell by that clip that you just played a moment ago, basically gone from supporting the two of the legs of our democracy. And so that leaves only the judiciary as the only leg standing, and it's standing on a wobbly leg at that, because although there are lower court judges, district court judges like myself, and even appellate court judges that are pushing back against actions that are clearly unconstitutional, at the end of the day, that third leg could also fall, because as we know from some of the rulings of our Supreme Court over the course of the last year, The former and now current occupant of the Oval Office has secured things from that Supreme Court that basically support the type of unconstitutional behavior that we've been seeing. They have essentially held that he cannot be held liable for any criminal activity and that it is executive power to do so. I mean, what happens when a judge issues an order and that order is ignored? There are only a couple of remedies. They are the contempt powers of the court. They're both civil contempt and criminal contempt. And in a civil contempt situation, if a judge's order is ignored, then we enforce that order by demanding that it be complied with. And our only remedy in that scenario is a fine. If there is a criminal contempt, then there's a possibility of a fine or jail time. But the Supreme Court has already said that there cannot be any jail time. And even if somebody wanted to go down that path, who enforces the judge's criminal contempt proceedings? Well, it's a two-part step. First, the local U.S. attorney has to represent the court as the prosecutor. And the U.S. attorneys are selected by the President of the United States. And then the Marshal Service has to actually go out and enforce the orders of the court. The Marshal Service is under the executive branch, which means that the Attorney General of the United States would have to be the one to give the order for the Marshal Service to enforce our orders. So basically, there's nobody that would be in place to enforce the potential criminal contempt that might be handed down or meted out if a federal judge's order is ignored. So we're in a catch-22 where all three of the legs of the stools of our democracy are basically gone.
And the thing that's insane with that is, as you laid out, because again, the criminal referrals go to the Department of Justice, the Attorney General has to decide. Pam Bondi's already made it clear that I'm gonna do whatever the hell Trump wants. And so she doesn't have that. And so in that clip, you heard Speaker Johnson talk about, well, there's a presupposition that the president is going to be a good steward of the resources. Yeah, there's also a presupposition that the person who occupies the Oval Office is not going to act in an unlawful manner. It's going to have a respect for the Constitution. It's going to have a respect for judicial rulings. What these people are saying is that we don't want to listen or hear anything from any federal judge unless it's the Supreme Court. And that simply is not the system, because last I checked, there were a number of federal judges who ruled against President Joe Biden, and Republicans glorified that. They had no problem when federal district judges issued such rulings in the last 4 years.
Think about it. There's precedent in history, Roland, for exactly what you're saying. Think about going back to Brown versus the Board of Education, when the Supreme Court decided that the schools of the South had to be desegregated, and the states of the South and even some of the judges of the South weren't willing to stand up and enforce what the Supreme Court said. Robert Kennedy was Attorney General then, and he sent U.S. troops, the National Guard, to support James Meredith to help him get into the University of Mississippi. That shows that leadership has to come from the top. And the leadership at the top is the one that enforces the orders of the president and the orders of the courts. And we have an unprecedented situation here where we have leadership at the top that is not following orders of the federal judges, that is not following orders of the Supreme Court, and we have a Supreme Court, unfortunately, that is giving cover to essentially unconstitutional and illegal actions.
And to your point there, Jack Bass has a fantastic book, I have it on the shelf, called Unlikely Heroes. It is an account of those federal judges on the Fifth Circuit, the role that they played in Brown versus Board of Education. It's called A Vivid Account of the Implementation of the Brown Decision in the South by Southern federal judges committed to the rule of law. There were federal judges who made erroneous rulings who were then overruled by other federal judges who were saying, I don't care, frankly, if you're a racist and you're a Southern Dixiecrat. You are there to speak on the law, not your opinion, the law. And that's what happened. And they said, we do not care. And that's why Black folks, NAACP Legal Defense Fund and others kept going back to the federal courts. And in fact, in Louisiana, the Louisiana legislature would pass a bill. They would go right to the courts, get an injunction. They would pass another bill the next day to keep black kids out of school. They would go right back and get another one. If you did not have those federal judges honoring the U.S. Constitution, you would not have had Jim Crow brought to its knees.
You're exactly right on that. You are exactly right. The judges are really the last line of defense in enforcing the Constitution of the United States. And so we have to have the judges in place to enforce the law as it is written. And we have to have persons who feel obligated, who understand their obligation to follow the law as it's set forth by federal judges. You know, there's another good book that speaks exactly to the issue that you just raised, Roland. It's called Let Them Be Judged, The Judicial Integration of the Deep South. And it talks about how the judges stood at the forefront of making sure that the law of the land, which was the integration of the schools of the South, would actually take place. And there were 4 judges on the Fifth Circuit at that time who really decided that they were going to make sure that the mandate of the Supreme Court to integrate the schools of the South was going to actually be carried out. If it was not for the bravery and the courage of those 4 federal judges, we would not have been able to achieve the mandate that was dictated by the Supreme Court in Brown versus Board of Education. We're at a very different time now, though, where the Supreme Court has actually basically said that the person that should be upholding the Constitution is going to be exempt and exonerated from any attempt to make him follow the Constitution of the United States. So we're at a point now where we don't have any of the legs of government to support what needs to happen to support our constitutional democracy. And that is a very, very dangerous place for us to be in.
Some people have said that we are facing a constitutional crisis. Others are like, oh no, that's too early. We're not there yet. I disagree. I believe when you have the executive branch backed by their party in the legislative branch, as you already said, when they control the law enforcement apparatus, that is the U.S. Marshals, they control the FBI, they control the DOJ. When they are operating in concert, I dare say this is a constitutional crisis.
There are no checks and balances right now. The legislature should check the executive branch. The judicial branch should check the executive branch. Right now, we have the legislature, the legislative branch, Congress, basically acquiescing because it's controlled by the Republican Party, acquiescing to anything that the executive branch says. And the executive branch, that includes the Attorney General of the United States, is not willing to do anything to stand up to constitutionally improper conduct. And then the judicial branch is kind of standing there hobbling on that one leg, trying to be the force that keeps the stool standing up. But right now, I don't think that it's an overstatement to say that we are in a constitutional crisis.
Obviously, I don't want you to reveal private conversations, but I'm quite sure you judges are like the rest of us. Y'all have group chats and things along those lines, and constitutional law professors. What are you hearing from your fellow judges, whether they are current or retired, and law professors? I mean, are people are they expressing real concern with what they've witnessed in barely the first month of this administration?
Well, you're right, Roland. Judges are just like everybody else. We gossip, we get together, we chit and we chat. But we have had many conversations about what is going on offline, and I would not say anybody that I've spoken to about this issue, but there have been several of my former colleagues, and they fluctuate between being terrified and being completely perturbed and mad and angry at what is going on with respect to a failure to recognize the sanctity of the orders of federal judges. Many of them are just completely furious about the blatant disregard for the rule of law as it is being handed down by various federal judges in orders in cases that are pending across the United States. I don't know that there has been any consensus on what can be done other than everybody is just saying that they're just going to keep doing their job, keep fulfilling their oath to uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States, because that is the oath that we took, that judges take, and that is all that they can do. Try to fulfill their oath to follow the Constitution and laws of the United States, but trust and believe it is a big source of discussion among federal judges right now.
And I am sure that discussion is not just democratically appointed federal judges, it's also federal judges appointed by Republicans.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's across the board. People are either terrified or furious, and just frankly appalled that judges that are following the law can have their orders, their constitutionally correct orders, ignored in the way that it is. And for the legislative branch to support the ignoring of federal judicial orders is really just a slap in the face to both that entire branch of government and frankly to the American people.
All right, retired federal judge Vanessa Gilmore, I certainly appreciate you joining us on the show.
Thank you.
All right, folks, I want to bring in my panel right now, Dr. Larry J. Walker, assistant professor at University of Central Florida, joining us from Orlando, Randy Bryant, entrepreneur, author of Never Says, 25 phrases you should never, ever say to keep your job and friends. He joins us out of D.C. Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice with the EPA out of Washington, D.C. Let me start with you, Mustafa. I played that clip of Speaker Johnson. The reason I found that to be, oh my God, sheer stupidity is, I mean, like, you know, I'm going to get to the Elon Musk stuff and what they're doing first. But to listen to these so-called law and order people, to listen to them talk about, yeah, this is just not right. It's just unfair what these judges are doing. I mean, how dare they tell the executive branch what to do, as if federal judges don't speak to the issue of the law. And it's just simply insane.
I mean, judges, what they do is they interpret the law. And after they interpret the law, then they share with folks the actions that should move forward. Now, if Congress was doing their job, the judges may not have to, interpret the things the way that they did. But since they are out there doing their job, and the only one right now who is doing that, then they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. So, you know, Speaker Johnson knows better. It's just amazing some of the things that folks will say through a political lens instead of doing what's right for the country. And, it's not disappointing because, they've been very clear that the law, bends toward them. At least that's their interpretation of it, that they are allowed to do whatever, they choose to do. And unfortunately, there are very little repercussions in this particular moment for the actions that they're doing. I mean, but folks have to continue to put a spotlight and to speak out is one of the things that we still have the ability to do.
Sorry, they talk about the system. This is what is difficult for them to comprehend. This system of ours really operated on the. I'm gonna use a golf metaphor. When you play golf, it's called the honor system. It's called the gentleman's agreement. That if you're a golfer and you stand over your ball, and as you are approaching your shot and you see your ball move, that was not caused by anything in nature, you are to call a penalty on yourself. Even if no one's looking, even if no cameras or anything, the honor system in golf says that you are to say, fellas, the ball moved, I'm assessing myself a one-stroke penalty. But let's remember, one of the greatest golf cheats ever is Donald Trump. One of the people who cheats, Sam Jackson talked about playing golf with him before. He was like, that bastard cheats. He cheats. He's literally said, oh, I've won 30 of my club championships. Lying. So that's the problem. This honor system that we have is that by electing someone to the Oval Office who has integrity, honor, and decency, the system simply fails when a crook, when a thug, when a insurrectionist gets control of power. And it's made even worse when his own party, unlike those Republicans who marched up the hill to tell Richard Nixon, it's time for you to go, you don't have that. These people are compliant in the crime.
Yeah, I think, Roland, we have to really go back decades in terms of the fight with courts to pack the courts and also push back on, civil rights legislation since the 1960s. You heard the judge talk about the important role that, federal judges played over the last several decades. The challenge is, Roland, that, the guardrails are gone. They're gone. You had a very specific thresholds in terms of upholding democracy. And I think people have to differentiate between what a democracy is and power. And right now, the Republicans are saying to you, we're focused on power. We have the executive branch. They certainly control the Supreme Court. They've got plenty of federal judges throughout the United States. And the legislative body is not willing to do its job. The other thing Roland's missed in this conversation is when Congress appropriates, constitutionally, Congress appropriates money. We do not have a king. You cannot determine when one branch is appropriated money, constitutionally mandated for very specific projects and initiatives, and then turn around and say, no, I'm not going to fund that. That's why you keep seeing these federal judges, you see the administration lose in court. I've never seen anything like it in my time working on the Hill. And once again, we have to continue to stay steadfast because when you mentioned earlier whether we're in a constitutional crisis, we're way beyond that now. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so people are going to really need, not only in terms of protests, but also short and long-term range planning in terms of the next, leading up to 2 years from now, we have to, vote in members of Congress, and then maybe whoever's up in the U.S. Senate, et cetera, but also state and local government, that folks have to really get active to make sure that, we don't have an authoritarian government because we're headed in that big direction in a very quick period of time. Everything's accelerating, and so we have to do something about it.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $8.6 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
Folks, it's been 88 days since the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief Donald Trump occupied the White House. During these 88 days, he has abused in a massive way presidential power by dismissing individuals from federal boards, laying off thousands of employees under the pretext of saying the government needs the money to fund other operations, openly disregarding court orders and unlawfully deporting individuals, and also just completely saying they're not going to comply with court orders. It's been a fierce battle fighting against him, especially in the federal court system. Janae Nelson, the president and director counsel of the Legal Defense Fund, wrote an op-ed in The Nation called "We Can Defeat Trump's Lawlessness. We've Done It Before." She joins me right now. Janae, glad to have you here. You lay out that it can be defeated. Let's unpack that, because just we saw today, even in the very, very conservative Fifth Circuit, that judges have been nailing Trump on how they are abusing power, just deporting folks for the hell of it.
That's right. What is happening is so egregious that you see some of our staunchest, most conservative, some of the most extreme circuits and judges recognizing that our Constitution, our democracy, the rule of law itself is at stake because it is being abused so plainly in plain sight with zero restraint. And if there's any fidelity to the rule of law, if there's any interest in keeping this country from devolving into a full-out autocracy, the courts have to step in and enforce the law and recognize that no one is above the law. Even if this president thinks that he has full immunity, he still cannot engage in unlawful conduct without a check by these courts. And certainly the people in his administration don't enjoy the same immunity that he does. So what they're doing at his behest and at his direction is putting them, their lives, their livelihoods, their licenses at risk. Because in many instances, they are engaging in civil rights violations, potentially human rights violations, and misconduct that can lead them into potential criminal conviction. So this is serious business, and I'm glad to see that the courts are stepping up and stepping in.
So here's what's interesting right now. You've got Democrats saying it is wrong for Democrats to be focused on people like the man who was deported to El Salvador, Senator Chris Van Hollen, traveled there to meet with this man. They're saying, oh, no, you should ignore those things. But the courts are hitting them left and right. Now, I know the LDF is a nonpartisan group, but to me that sounds idiotic. If you believe in the rule of law, if you believe in the Constitution, then as Congresswoman Barbara Jordan said in the Watergate hearings, my faith in the Constitution is whole and it is complete. And I will not stand idly by and watch people abuse this. To me, that's crazy advice.
Yeah, as you said, LDF is nonpartisan. We don't give political advice. What we do is say what the law requires. And the law requires that every single person has a right to due process, has a right to be treated equally under the law, should not be subject to human and civil rights abuses. And the problem that we are in right now as a country is this very self-centered approach to rights and to protections. And we have to realize that if we are serious about the principles that hold this country apart from many others, or at least used to, that it doesn't matter who is being targeted. What matters is whether the principle that we believe in is being abused, if it's being ignored, if it's being weaponized. And we should not care against whom that is happening. We should simply care that it is happening. I'd like to believe that all of us believe that every human is created equal and deserves those protections and rights. But even if you don't believe that, the fact that these principles are being weaponized should be of concern to all of us, that this government has turned itself against its people is one of the most concerning developments in the evolution of this democracy in modern history. We are in uncharted waters, and this idea that our democracy is unraveling or maybe under authoritarian or fascist threat is no longer a notion. It is a clear and present danger that is actively unfolding in front of us.
Well, I'm sitting here looking at, I follow Kyle Chaney of Politico on Twitter. This was just 2 hours ago. He said, just in, lawyers for Venezuelan nationals say they're being loaded onto buses this hour in anticipation of a new wave of Alien Enemies Act deportations, with less than 24 hours notice, they're asking Judge Boasberg for an immediate restraining order requiring 30 days notice. They don't believe in due process. They don't believe in people following the process. We ran a video the other day of people thought was someone with ICE who was breaking the window of a man, and we find out that he was actually with a militia group. I mean, he was not actually with ICE. I mean, what Trump is doing, he is giving these people permission to essentially kidnap folks.
That's right. We're seeing live kidnappings. We're seeing live abductions. We're seeing people being pulled off the street without any explanation, without anyone giving any ID. And if anyone is confronted with that circumstance, they don't know what to do. They don't know if this is lawful conduct of people who are licensed and deputized with the authority to confront them, or if these are rogue criminal actors. And in many instances, we're seeing, as you pointed out, a confluence of both at the same time. We are in dangerous times, and this is anyone. If you are perceived to be someone who might be an immigrant or might not have lawful papers or citizenship here, you could be a target. And we're seeing with each passing day that every citizen in this country is closer to being under threat. An actual citizen was mistakenly detained by ICE and had to be returned. We're seeing a refusal by the government in El Salvador to return Mr. Garcia Abrego, Garcia, pardon me. It's unbelievable the level of incompetence and intentional harm and violence that's being inflicted by this government. And even when they recognize that they've done something wrong, they are not taking adequate steps to undo that harm and to retract their efforts and actions. So we are in very, very rogue territory, and we should be crying out in protest, and we should be calling on every elected official to do what Representative Van Hollen has been doing and what other representatives have been saying. Representative Garcia, with whom I was in conversation last night, and so many others have actually been speaking out, and we need to amplify those voices.
This right here is amazing. Have you ever, in your legal career, seen a judge write this? And this is a 3-judge panel, a Reagan appointee. And this is regarding Mr. Garcia, the man from Maryland. The judge writes, "It is difficult in some cases to get to the very heart of the matter, but in this case, it is not hard at all. The government is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. Further, it claims in essence that because it has rid itself of custody, that there's nothing that can be done. This should be shocking not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear. The government asserts that Abrego Garcia is a terrorist and a member of MS-13. Perhaps, but perhaps not. Regardless, he is still entitled to due process. If the government is confident of its position, it should be assured that position will prevail in proceedings to terminate the withholding of removal order." I mean, these judges are literally themselves shocked at what they are witnessing, and to have DOJ officials, lawyers walk into their courtrooms and literally say, "We're not going to follow your order." The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against Trump. He is out here going, "Oh, no. They ruled in our favor."
Yeah, well, we know that this administration traffics in lies and falsehoods. You know that they will look directly into a camera and tell you that what is up is down, what is left is right, and what is wrong is also right. And we are much smarter than that. We have to be discerning. And as media professionals, as you do all the time, media has to call it out. They have to name a lie. And that's what we're seeing. It defies exactly what was written in these court statements and court orders. And many people have talked about us approaching a constitutional crisis. We are having that crisis right now. And this crisis will only worsen unless this administration sees that there are actual consequences. They're going to be held in contempt of court. They may face actual fines. And if they continue to defy these court orders, they may face even more severe sanctions. And this is necessary if they're going to ignore an entire third branch of government when the Constitution established this tripartite system so that we have checks and balances. We can't have one branch, the executive branch, cancel out all others. And that's what's happening right now. Everyone must rein this in, including Congress, because if this administration continues to go too far, which it already has in my view, we need to be talking about impeachment. This is clear. This is clear. This president and his administration are violating all sorts of laws, and these are grounds for impeachment.
I know y'all have been focused on this as well, and in order to win, you need folks who are willing to fight. And when you have major law firms capitulating, cutting deals with Donald Trump because he's issuing, frankly, illegal executive orders targeting law firms, that can happen. Universities are buckling as well. Thankfully, Harvard, MIT, and others are fighting back. But in order to combat lawlessness, you've got to have people who are not afraid to fight.
Not afraid to fight, not afraid to enforce the law, not afraid to honor their oath to the profession that they sought to enter, for which we took an exam and completed an oath to uphold our Constitution. So it is deeply disturbing as a lawyer, as a person who has fought for civil rights for decades, who represents an institution, the Legal Defense Fund, that has used the law and the power of law and research and people in nonviolent, peaceful ways to help evolve this country for over 85 years. It is one of the most concerning matters at this moment to see the legal profession buckle. However, there are more of us who have stood firm than have buckled, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. There was an amicus brief that the Legal Defense Fund filed in support of Perkins Coie and Wilmer Hale and Jenner and Block, 3 law firms that are actually litigating against the Trump administration because of their lawless executive orders. And we're proud to stand with those law firms and to remind the courts that not only is what is happening unlawful in this moment, but it harkens back to a time period where organizations like ours and civil rights lawyers in the South were harmed and threatened, and there were attempts to intimidate us from pursuing what we knew what was right under the law, from pursuing our efforts to end legal apartheid in this country. And we stood firm and we prevailed. And that's what these law firms and lawyers must do today. When you face lawlessness in the eye, it is your obligation to use the power of law to defeat that lawlessness, that effort to undermine everything that we stand for and why we came into this profession in the first place. Because if we don't hold the line, we will quickly descend into a space that is irretrievably harmful for our citizens and, frankly, for the entire future of this country, our national security, our national standing. Really, it is a slippery slope into a true spiral that I don't know we will ever recover from if we don't start to gain hold of it.
And you know, it's always amazing, Janae, and I tell people this all the time. It's always amazing when people finally wake up and realize what's going on. New York Times columnist David Brooks, conservative columnist, dropped this, and it says, "What's happening is not normal. America needs an uprising that is not normal." And he goes on and he writes about how empires died. And then he said, Trumpism is threatening all of that. It is primarily about the acquisition of power, power for its own sake. It is a multi-front assault to make the earth a playground for ruthless men. So, of course, any institutions that might restrain power must be weakened or destroyed. Trumpism is about ego, appetite, and acquisitiveness, and is driven by a primal aversion to the higher elements of the human spirit, learning, compassion, scientific wonder, the pursuit of justice. When you see the capitulation of media, unwilling to do stories, when you see, let's cut deals with Trump so our mergers can go through, and who cares if he's suing us because 60 Minutes interviewed Vice President Kamala Harris, or ABC cutting their deal and the money going to his library. What this is about is, let me break any institution that could shine a light upon me. When I do this show, I'm literally sitting across from this portrait of Ida B. Wells Barnett. And it hangs in our studio. Ida B. Wells Barnett is Harry Belafonte, and is James Baldwin. And every time I see that Ida B. Wells Barnett photo, and let's get a shot of that, the quote that she has is right there when she talks about the way to seek truth is shine a light upon the darkness. And media, if there's a moment where media has to be willing to challenge power, this is it. If there's a moment where media has to inform the public of what's going on, this is it. When people hit me and go, you know what, man, y'all keep talking about Trump and MAGA, that's just enough. I'm like, no, it's not. If you don't understand that what is happening literally is about impacting the next 50 to 100 years, a total destruction of civil rights. That's what we are fighting. We are fighting literally for the next 2 to 3 generations.
I could not agree more, Roland. So, you said when people wake up, what will they see? And that's why there was this quote unquote war on woke, because they want people to remain asleep, to have their eyes closed to the criminality, to the corruption, to the destruction that we are seeing play out. Those of us who knew this was coming, those of us who saw the signs of it, those of us who have been screaming about the embers of white nationalism that are still burning in this country and now are a flame. We knew this was happening. That is why there are all of these efforts to ban books, to put limitations on protest, to stop people from being able to vote. There is an effort to take away all the levers of power, all the potential accountability of government, to take it and wrest it from the hands of the people and to put it in the hands of a very small, increasingly wealthy minority of people who do not have this country's interests at heart at all. It's only self-interest, self-aggrandizement, self-serving, self-dealing that is happening on the part of many in this administration. And so it is incumbent upon the media to lay those truths bare. This transcends party. This transcends politics. We're talking about basic fundamental rights. We're talking about whether the United States of America, as we have known it for the past 60 and nearly 250 years, whether it's going to continue to exist, whether we're going to continue to be in a free society. And we can continue to debate all sorts of policies. We can continue to have partisan politics and all sorts of things where we agree to disagree. But one thing we must stand united on is whether we want the United States of America to continue to exist, because that is the threat that we're facing. And so many people have been sounding this alarm, and I'm glad that more people are waking up to that piercing sound.
Yep.
And I hope it won't be too late before everyone recognizes the enormity of the threat that we face.
And this is one of the reasons why we have said on this show, this is not a moment to rest. This is not a moment to check out. This is not a moment for folks to say, hey, you know what, that's someone else's fight, because what is happening will impact every single one of us.
That's absolutely right. Everyone has to get engaged. Everyone has a role to play. I don't care what your position is, where you're located, what your identity is. You have a contribution to make in this effort to save our democracy, in this war against freedom, this war against truth, this war on education. Everybody has a role to play, and that can be any number of things, including how you spend your money, including how much you hold your elected officials and your representatives to account, including your ability just to educate your neighbors and friends and reach out and call people into this fight. It's imperative that each one of us find a role to play, because whether you think you're in this or not, you absolutely are. No one is exempt.
Indeed, indeed. Janae Nelson, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roland.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
%30 of the federal government are veterans, and Lord, a lot of them who voted for Trump, now they crying because they getting laid off, and I'm sitting here going, he didn't love veterans. That man don't care. He skipped out on the war, and he said, what did he say? He said trying to avoid STDs was his personal Vietnam. That's literally what that fool said. And so he didn't. So all these people who fell for that nonsense, he didn't love the military. Now they learning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they learning real quick. There's 3 issues that I take with the felon in chief. First and foremost, this war that he's causing with our allies. He's putting military service members in danger by doing this. They're already saying they're not going to refuel our carriers. Okay, that's just step 1. Okay, secondly, all these veterans that are complaining, we voted for him and we're, how could he do this to us? You knew what was coming. He's been saying this. Even
and for the folks
first
at home,
time,
you served. How long did you serve?
I served a total of 7.5 years.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Air Force and then the National Guard. So you have these individuals who voted for him who say, oh, we didn't expect him to do this, but he's been saying this. As service members or as military, if our commander-in-chief says they're going to do something, we're going to assume that they're going to do it. So for them to come back and say, well, we didn't think it was going to be this bad. No, the issue was you didn't think it would impact you.
Boom.
Yes. You did not think it would impact you. So that's my third issue that comes up. Now we have veterans who did not vote for him, including myself, who are now being fired, who can't get health care, who are having all these other issues, who served their country valiantly, honorably. And now we have to fight for health care somewhere else because...
And they're doing massive cuts to the VA. They're looking at cutting benefits as well. And so all the Republicans, they all been lying about how much they love the military.
Absolutely.
They love to send troops to war, but not take care of them when they're at home.
They like the idea of it. They like to claim that they're patriotic, but they don't follow up with it. And Trump, throughout his first presidency, he made fun of different service members who were held as prisoners of war. I mean, he has time and time again shown that he does not respect the military, and yet we have service members and veterans who still voted for him. And now they're crying. And I see these posts all the time, and I'll comment and say, you know what? As a service member myself, I don't feel, or as a former service member myself, I don't feel sorry for your situation because we tried to tell you, but you didn't care because you didn't think it impacted you, and now it does. And so now we're in this predicament that now we have to try to rally them all together, and we still got veterans who are saying they still support him after being fired by him. I don't understand that, but you know, at this point, I'm just praying that people will start getting some common sense and start fighting back, whether it's through words, whether it's showing up and protesting, this being nice and sending letters and roo rah rah, that's not going to do it anymore. And as someone that's in the military, we believe in force if needs be. So some people need to be thinking, what do we need to do to make sure our voices are heard?
Folks, you've heard me say this time and time again, and I'll say it right now. Ain't no millionaires and billionaires contributing to our show. Even the black ones. Do you have major advertisers who are spending their ad dollars with us? Absolutely not. Because the agencies say that, well, we don't do news. We can't do news. But I see these ads on Fox News. I see the ads on CNN. I see them on MSNBC. And there were people who literally said, oh, no, this ain't going to work. This is going to fail. Here we are 6 years and 4 months later, 1.58 million followers, started with 157,000. But it's also because of our fan base who contributed. 10,000 people watching live just on YouTube. More on our app, more on YouTube and the other places where we stream. And it's a lot of people, and they're people who I know personally, people who call and ask me to do favors, who don't even contribute to the show. There are people I've seen on social media talk about how we got to support, build our own ecosystem, support our own, who don't actually do it. My man Michael Harriot used to be with The Root, launched something called Contraband Camp. Last night, I signed up, $59.99 for a year. Because I can't say we need more black media, and I can't say that, but then I don't actually support it. Other people who I've actually poured into, invested in. So when I ask you to join us, there are people who are in our YouTube chat who are joining in. We don't charge a subscription fee. There's no minimum amount we charge you. Because the goal that we wanted is for this to be open so people can be able to access it. I was walking through the Atlanta airport when I arrived on Tuesday and I left on Wednesday. And so many brothers and sisters stopped me and they said, man, I'm watching your show. I'm listening to the podcast. Thank you. Keep going, keep going, keep going. But y'all, I say it all the time. We cannot keep going if we can't fund it. The lease of our office is up next year. It's going to be an increase. When we talk about staff, there are some positions that we would love to fill. Today, we actually shot 2 pilots of a show that I would love to launch, and we're going to run those shows in the next 2 weeks. There are 2 of the shows that we're planning pilots on. That's going to cost money for the people producing and working it and for the people who are hosting the show. Because I'm not saying please work for free. But we are not going to be able to have voices that speak for us if we don't support those platforms. So I do what I'm asking you to do. I literally support other black-owned media platforms because we need more of the voices than just me. I'm just one person. But I want to create Black Star Network to create more Black Stars. I want to be able for us to have 6, 8, 10 different shows hosted by Millennial, Gen Z, and other Gen Xers. I would love, I tried to do a show with a Generation Alpha, but the ask of his daddy was so outlandish that I said, there's no way I can even do that. But there are others who I'm looking at. Oh yes, when I travel the country, I'm paying attention and I'm looking at people who are 12 and 14 and 15 years old and watching them saying, how can I support what they're doing and build the next generation? So when we ask you to support us, when I say we want 20,000 people on average giving $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, y'all, that's $1 million. That $1 million from those folks is huge. Brother hit me today. He said, man, I've been talking about contributing. He said, I finally did it today. He contributed $250. There's some other people I saw, they contributed $10. Somebody contributed $1.08. That 8 cents matters just like it was $800. It all adds up. So what we do here is what nobody else in black-owned media is doing. We are trying to build a network of multiple voices that will speak to our people in a way to serve as giving the clarion call to justice, to truth, to honesty, to decency. The people who are going to cast the vision. And we need you to say, like the people did to Nehemiah, let us rebuild. I would love for all the people who are watching, would love for today for us to raise $100,000. If 2,000 people gave $50 and there's 10,000 of y'all on YouTube right now, we hit that easy. You can't give us direct on the Cash App because they shut down our accounts. So you can use Stripe. This is the QR code. I posted the link directly in the YouTube chat. But if you want to use Cash App for Stripe, it's right here. This QR code, if you're listening, go to blackstarnetwork.com. If you want to give via PayPal, PayPal is paypal.me/rmartinunfiltered. Venmo is venmo.com/rmunfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com, roland@rolandmartinunfiltered.com. If you want to be old school, so your check and money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Wow, Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett has been on a roll this week. She called out the GOP's hypocrisy during the first hearing before the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Oversight. The Republicans continue to argue that January 6 defendants were political targets of the Biden administration's Department of Justice. Crockett was like, that's bullshit.
I will now recognize the ranking member from the great state of Texas, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to level set on a few things because my head has been spinning from some of the testimony that we have heard today. So just to level set really quickly, all of you have been involved with the criminal justice system in some way at some point in time in your lives. As it relates to January 6th, I just want to be clear. If anyone was incarcerated because of what happened on January 6th, they either went to trial or they entered pleas of guilty. Is that true or false? I'll start with you, Mr. Swecker.
I really don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
that's fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Fahey?
There would be
yes or no, Mr. Fahey? I ain't got that much time.
It's not a yes or no.
Okay, then I'll move on. I'm going to reclaim my time. I'm going to reclaim my time.
That's a separate category, but the people that were sentenced and incarcerated, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Breen?
Yeah, I'm assuming that was the process, although I understand the trials were not fair.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Mr. Ballou?
Every January 6th defendant who was incarcerated was charged or found guilty.
Thank you so much. It's interesting that we're not having a conversation around January 6th, and we're talking about school boards, and we're talking about people that never ended up being arrested. We're talking about the process seemingly working because there were people that felt like there should be an investigation, but ultimately they did not feel like there was anything that warranted going forward. But I can tell you for sure that we as Americans watched in despair because we did not know what was going to happen on January 6th. And as a result, over 1,000 people were arrested and or convicted. But the first day, the first priority that the sitting president had was to release these criminals. So while we're talking about whether or not we're going to be safe, I want to clarify these weren't little innocent folk that were running around and were persecuted as it was made out to be. In fact, we know that the day after one of those defendants got out, he was rearrested on a firearm charge. We know that soon after another defendant got out, he was arrested for child solicitation. We know that after another one got out, he was actually killed by law enforcement in a confrontation. And we know that after another one got out, she was sentenced because of a fatal car crash that she caused. So I want to be clear. In this country, we should believe in law and order. And I am going to be honest because much like Mr. Breen, the only time that I ever entered a criminal courthouse was in defense of someone, in defense of the accused. And it is because I believe in the Constitution. I believe that everyone has the right to due process. And as a defense attorney, I should show up ready, and I am hoping that the system works. But I say hoping because nothing on this earth is perfect. And one of the things that I actually used to take a lot of issue with was the fact that I did believe that there was a two-tier justice system. This is not something that the black community somehow woke up and said, oh, this is a new thing, although we're talking about it and we're meaning it in different ways, because all of a sudden you had somebody with more power than arguably anyone in the world, and somehow Lady Justice found him too. And I say Lady Justice somehow found him because it was grand juries that had to indict him. And then ultimately, he was found guilty of 34 counts of felonies, at least in one courthouse. We know that the other cases never proceeded for various reasons. We also know that when he entered into civil courthouses, he was found liable for various things. Listen, I don't want to have the American people get it twisted. I don't want them to be confused and believe that just because somebody is a prosecutor or just because somebody brings a case, that somehow that is weaponization. If they bring it forward and if the justice system works the way that it's supposed to be, Mr. Breen, you talked about how your client was found not guilty, and I'm guessing that you accept that jury's verdict.
Certainly.
You accept that jury's verdict for your client?
Absolutely.
Okay, but I got to move on to a few other things really quickly. Christopher Wray. Mr. Ballou, do you know who that is?
Yes.
Was Christopher Wray appointed by Joe Biden?
No, he was appointed by President Trump.
He was appointed by President Trump. Now, Christopher Wray, for those that don't know, was the head of the FBI. And Christopher Wray, was he fired by Joe Biden just because Joe Biden was a Democrat that came in?
No.
In fact, Christopher Wray left the FBI when Trump threatened to fire him, but Christopher Wray still had time on the clock, didn't he?
He did.
So any prosecutions that took place, they actually took place under the Wray FBI department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the last thing, I know, Mr. Chair, I'm running out of time, just real quick. The last thing that I want to ask, because we've talked about the mayor of New York, is he a Democrat or a Republican?
He's a Democrat.
And he was prosecuted under a Democratic DOJ or a Republican DOJ?
A Democratic DOJ.
Thank you so much, and I will yield. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Ranking Member.
You know, it's amazing listening to these idiots who over and over and over again act as if these thugs, these white domestic terrorists who stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021 are just innocent bystanders. I sat there even looking at the news today, Greg, how the Trump administration went to bat for the Tate brothers, who are accused of sex trafficking. When asked about Donald Trump, goes, oh, I know anything about it. Yeah, but Rick Grenell, who works for you, pushed Romania to release them to the United States. They get off a plane in Fort Lauderdale. Ron DeSantis goes, we don't want them in our state. Donald Trump is in love with criminals and thugs and racist. All these people who, oh, I know he's bad, but I voted for the policies. No, you voted for all of it. These people are beyond despicable, and thank goodness folks like Congresswoman Crockett are challenging them, forcing them, but they got to go, yeah, the trials were unfair. Why? Because they had video evidence? Because the folks were guilty as hell? Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yes, sir. I mean, I must say, while I enjoy Congresswoman Crockett's delicious shade, her ability to throw shade, I think that I certainly enjoy more, and I think that it is more unavoidable when she turns on the prosecutorial litigious talent, like we just saw today, the leading questions that lead people to clown themselves. I think that's very effective. Clearly, there is a split in MAGA world. This Tate issue splitting those more quote-unquote conventional social conservatives, the handful that are left, from the white nationalist manosphere types like Donald Trump. Clearly, there's going to be fracture and eventually civil war, maybe sooner rather than later, with Musk sliding around the cabinet meeting with that black hat on his head looking ridiculous. Certainly there will be a civil war in the white nationalist faction. And we have to put the pedal to the metal. Certainly Congressman Jeffries is not built like that. He's more in the conventional mode. Certainly identifying someone like Elise Slotkin to give the response to Donald Trump's State of the Union is a signal that the Democratic Party leadership still doesn't get it. So the question facing the Democrats now is the one that is always facing them, except now all the hiding places have been laid bare, and it is this. Are you going to yield more time and space to the Jasmine Crockett's, to the Maxwell Frosters, to the Ocasio-Cortezes, to the Johanna Hayes, who was incredibly effective in some questioning I saw her engaged in a couple of days ago? Are you going to get out of the way of these people and let people fight? If you combine that with the kind of whistle past the graveyard, hope and pray strategy of the Jeffries and the Schumers and the Slotkins of the world, then you might be able to cobble a coalition together that will be able to move and do something once this civil war bursts into open conflict, as these benefits and as these jobs continue to be hacked away at by the white nationalists like Elon Musk. But I guess time will tell.
You know, like Greg, what I really enjoyed, I completely agree with you. Like, I love her reads, honey, the way she can read you all the way down and change your whole life, because that lady, she did that thing to, anyhow. I love the way that she used the law, not only because that's her profession, but it did several things. So it exposed the hypocrisy that was intentional. And secondly, sometimes you really do just got to pop out and show them, you know, like people have to be reminded that Jasmine Crockett just isn't the fiery black woman that has the great zingers and one-liners, you know, and who can take down, you know, fellow colleagues in Congress. No, this woman is a trained lawyer, you know, as she outlined for you. And then she showed us, without being, you know, over the top, you know, without making it a performance, that professional black woman showed up and showed y'all what her job is, right? That's Jasmine showed up for her black job today, right? And so I really enjoyed how she really unpacked that methodically. And then the next thing I'll say is, you know, I've come to believe that the narrative around January 6th is just that. I mean, Greg, you know this better than all of us. You're an attorney. It's about the thing that's going to win you the case, right? It's about whatever that winning argument is. And I think that these folks are just so focused on owning the libs and getting the W at all costs. It's that's the difference between how Republicans fight and have always fought and how Democrats fight. It's the at all cost part. So it doesn't matter if January 6th harmed, law enforcement, and it doesn't matter that they stormed the Capitol and that it was an insurrection. None of that matters. It's the win on the other side that matters. So if you have to tell a false narrative to get that job done, that's exactly what you're going to do. But Democrats, on the other hand, that at all costs part, that's where the line is drawn. And that's where there's always this tension. And I'm not saying that the line shouldn't be drawn. But the fear prevents them from going in a direction that they should be going in. Because right now, I can tell you, I'm part of a rapid response network called the Persist Network. And what we do is we rapidly respond to counter mis and disinformation. And I can tell you, being out here on these messaging streets, the folks are looking for a leader. It is not about who's going to bring the coalition together and who might be more palatable to one group. No, people are looking for a leader. People are looking for someone who is strong and, yes, at times loud, and who is not fearful. At the very least, Dems are saying we want someone who isn't fearful and who cares more about, how things look and how we appear as a party. We are decimated, y'all. We got to change the playbook. Them people been changed the playbook. I'll leave it there before. Let me relinquish my soapbox because I was about to go in a whole another direction.
Reese.
Yeah, I mean, why are we even still talking about January 6th? Like, who give a fuck? Obviously, nobody cared. You know, Dems hung their hat for 4 whole ass years on January 6th, and people shrugged their shoulders and went and voted for Donald Trump to get back in the White House. So all of the propaganda that the Republicans are pushing about this, it is not moving the needle because people don't really give a damn one way or another. Maybe the Republicans do, but people who saw that, we all witnessed and we were all aghast by it, didn't give a damn when it came time to the elections. And so, you know, Jasmine Crockett was doing her job. She did it brilliantly, as always. But I said back during the election, this democracy shit, this January 6th stuff, move on from that. Democrats should really be focusing, and this is not a criticism towards her because I know that was the purpose of that particular hearing, but Democrats really need to move on from this whole frou-frou idea that January 6th is something that we still need to keep relitigating. All the trial charges are dropped, the shit's in the past. We got bigger fish to fry with DOGE, with Musk, with Trump, with this tax bill, with these deficits, with everything they're throwing at us. I don't really care. If Republicans want to keep with their rhetoric, who cares? That's how I feel about it. Now, I know that may not be a popular take, but the more that we're talking about that, they getting away with a whole bunch of other shit.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now, we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $6.65 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
In America is an assault on what makes America America. You've literally got a twice impeached, criminally convicted felon in chief, Donald the con man Trump, who literally says that he is a king, who says that, frankly, he doesn't have to abide by constitutional law, that only he can determine what the law is. You see his administration literally tell a federal judge they're not going to comply with an order from that federal judge. These folks you see the actions they're taking. You see what Elon Musk is doing, how they are invading every federal department, how these people, we don't know who they are. There are no protections. They wanted to get into the personal taxes of every single American. They are firing people left and right. No rhyme or reason for any of their actions. People are demanding change. People are saying, what do we do to stop this? I have traveled around this country and I consistently hear people saying, what's going to happen? Where's black leadership? Where's Democratic leadership? Can this be stopped? What do we do? Because what we are seeing is a constitutional crisis and assault on this country. Well, joining us right now is the Democratic leader, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Congressman, glad to have you here. It's a lot I want to get to, but first and foremost, this is what I hear. I hear this constantly. People keep asking me. I was in San Francisco for the NBA All-Star game last week. They said, what the hell are Democrats doing? Are they fighting back? What is the plan?
Good evening, Roland. Great to be with you. Thanks for all that you do and bringing the information straight to the people in a clear and compelling manner. Look, the Trump administration strategy is clear. They want to flood the zone, and they've unleashed this parade of horribles on the American people as part of a deliberate attempt to try to disorient and discourage and depress people throughout America. And it's incumbent upon all of us to make it clear, look, we know it's an all hands on deck effort. We're pushing back in the Congress. We're pushing back in the courts. We're pushing back in communities all across America. And we're going to have to do it day after day, week after week, month after month, until we get the country through this moment. But the notion that this is all inevitable and that Donald Trump is simply going to steamroll the country is belied by the facts. There have been more than 75 different lawsuits filed in federal courts all across the nation related to at least 25 different unlawful and unconstitutional executive orders or administrative actions taken by Donald Trump. And we're winning in court. Donald Trump is losing. That's going to have to hold. We're going to have to continue to follow the process all the way through to the end. But we're winning in court. We're not losing. He's losing. In terms of the community and making sure that we can bring the information directly to everyday Americans on the ground, in town hall meetings, at rallies, in the living room, on social media, and in every possible way, it's going to be critically important for us to continue to press forward in that regard. Abraham Lincoln once made the observation that public sentiment is everything. With it, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. We are engaged in an effort to make sure that public sentiment pushes back aggressively against Donald Trump.
When you say public sentiment, does that mean, is the goal to amplify these stories we hear? The federal worker whose wife was pregnant, who couldn't get a medevac because of the cuts, the 71-year-old woman from Myanmar who died in a refugee camp in Thailand because she couldn't get her oxygen that was being paid for by USAID for a hospital there. We just did the story of the 11-year-old girl in Texas who took her own life because she was being bullied by classmates who said that they were going to call ICE on her family. They were going to be taken and she was going to be left here alone. We even played a video of one of your colleagues, Congressman Mike Lawler from your home state, who literally talking to a Latino legislator in Westchester County, where he was like, well, hey, if ICE comes up to you, you need to comply. And the guy was like, what are you talking about? I'm an American citizen. So what we have is a visceral attack on people of color, on black people, on Latino people, and you've got, frankly, some Democrats who are like, hey, we're spending too much time talking about diversity and things along those lines.
The elevation of these stories is going to be critically important because at the end of the day, the far-right extremism that is being unleashed on the American people has real-life consequences for everyday Americans in our community and in communities all across the nation. And we've got to elevate these stories, continue to tell these stories, and do so relentlessly, exceeding the intensity by which these unlawful executive actions are being unleashed on the American people. And that's what we will continue to do. We're thankful for the work, Roland, that you've been doing in that regard, and it's going to be necessary. Look, the central scheme that is taking place here is that Donald Trump and Republicans consistently promised to lower the high cost of living for everyday Americans. We recognize that housing costs are too high, grocery costs are too high, childcare costs are too high, utility costs are too high, and insurance costs are too high. America is too expensive for far too many people. That should not be the case in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Things need to change. Republicans promised to try to address the high cost of living, but they don't have a single bill, a single idea, a single initiative related to making America more affordable. Why? Because it was all a bait and switch. At the end of the day, what they really want to do is pass a budget that provides massive tax cuts for their billionaire donors and wealthy corporations. And then the third part of the scheme is to stick working class Americans communities of color, and everyday Americans, including children, people with disabilities, and seniors with the bill by doing things like decimating Medicaid.
Obviously, they want to. First of all, last night on Fox News, Donald Trump said there'll be no touching Medicaid and Medicare, Social Security. But then today he endorsed the House Republicans' bill. Are Democrats going to? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of pressure on their side when it comes to that bill. Are Democrats? Are you going to tell your caucus we're not going to lift a finger? Y'all want to pass that crap? You're on your own. Or do y'all plan to offer amendments and things along those lines? Some people are saying that the position of Democrats should be, no, if y'all want to pass that, you must do it with your votes. Don't look to anybody on our side for any votes to help you pass this massive tax cut for the rich. What's your
budget
strategy?
Committee that took place last week, which advanced their budget proposal, every single Democrat participated in that 12-hour committee hearing. And at the end of the day, when the vote was called, every single Democrat voted against the GOP tax scam. And it's my expectation that you'll see that same level of intense and principled and enlightened opposition as we move forward, because the impact on the American people would be so devastating. Cuts to Medicaid, cuts to nutritional assistance for children and families and veterans, cuts to housing assistance at a moment when we should be trying to make affordable home ownership accessible to people as opposed to making it more difficult. Next week, it's our expectation that the Republican tax scam will be on the floor of the House of Representatives. We'll be able to debate it extensively and reveal for the American people what it's all about, why it will be so harmful, and why we, of course, are going to do everything that we can to stop it.
Some Democrats said that they've been critical of a video that was circulated, that was edited, where you said, hey, we don't have any leverage, we don't have any power. For the people who don't understand politics, Republicans, look, they have a 3-seat majority in the House. So the question for you, what leverage, what influence, what power do you and Democrats have to stop Republicans from what they're doing? The Senate is a lot different, where one senator can actually hold up a lot. Is Chuck Schumer, your colleague there, is he trying to be as aggressive as possible in doing that on the Senate side? Because all I keep hearing from people is they want to see a fight. They want to see Democrats breathing fire, firing away, and saying that we are going to do all that we can to stop the MAGA right from, frankly, destroying the country.
Budget Committee Democrats fought incredibly hard last week, and I think you'll see that level of fight continue to take place when the bill reaches the floor in the House. And it's my expectation that we'll see a similar level of aggressive and principled opposition in the Senate. Now, what's important to understand is that in the context of that leverage discussion, the question related to Speaker Mike Johnson and Republicans trying to set the stage to blame House Democrats for their inability to fund the government, meaning the Republican inability to fund the government, which could relate and result in a government shutdown. And the reality is, Roland, that Republicans have been lecturing the country for the last few months about how they allegedly won a big and decisive mandate. They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They have the responsibility to fund the government at the end of the day, particularly given the context of their complete control of the situation. And the notion that they would try to blame Democrats for their inability to govern is something that it was very important to shut down and make clear to Speaker Johnson that we are not going to let them get away with perpetrating that lie to the American people. At the same period of time, of course, we're going to fight as hard as we can to hold the Republicans accountable if they decide to support this bill that will be on the floor next week. All we need is 3 Republicans to join with the 215 Democrats that we have in the House right now, and we can stop any of this bad stuff from happening, from ever becoming law. But we cannot allow these Republicans to escape accountability. At the end of the day, they've got children, they've got pregnant women, they've got people with disabilities, they have seniors in nursing homes, they have rural hospitals, all of which will be devastated by the up to $880 billion in potential Medicaid cuts that are being proposed. And we will not allow them to duck and dodge and hide and not have the attention put on them where it should be at this moment in time.
You created a rapid response team to respond and drive out information. I saw some criticism. They felt that the three leaders of that were way too old, that you should have had younger members on the rapid response team. So first of all, on this rapid response team, how many people are actually on it? How many people are is a part of this? And how are they trying to craft the narrative and the message?
That's the interesting thing, because the chair of the Rapid Response Task Force and Litigation Working Group is one of the youngest Democrats and one of the youngest members in the House of Representatives. It's Assistant Democratic Leader Joe Neguse. And it was made clear in the announcement of the task force and the litigation working group that Joe Neguse would be chairing it. Chair means leading it. What's confusing about that? Now, there are three co-chairs, Rosa DeLauro, who's the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, Jerry Conley, who's the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, and Jamie Raskin, a brilliant lawyer, led the second impeachment, who's now the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee. They are there because those three committees are the areas of jurisdiction that most relate to the unconstitutional and unlawful executive orders that are coming out of the White House.
While you're talking, of course, this is the actual press release. Henry, go to my iPad. This is the actual press release here. I know we're running out of time. I want to ask you this here in terms of, and I've had to deal with this with a lot of people. What do you say to black women, to young black folks, and others? And I've heard this a lot. Man, we're resting. We're tired. We're tired of being out here. We put it all on the line trying to elect Vice President Kamala Harris. You know what? Let the rest of these people do all the work, pick up the slack. What do you say to them when you've got local elections in 2025, but also you need a highly motivated base to turn out in massive numbers for the 2026 midterm elections?
We have an opportunity to take back control of the House of Representatives in 2026. We only need to flip 3 seats out of a total of 435. This is the narrowest majority that Republicans currently have of any Congress since before the Great Depression. We are very close to being able to flip the House and cut Donald Trump's presidency legislatively in half in 2026. At the same period of time, of course, we have to engage in that day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month effort through these first 100 days and beyond to continue to push back against the extremism that we're seeing. And we're going to be here. We're going to be in the arena. We need everyone to join us when they're ready. But obviously, the more people that get engaged, the better. Last point that I'd make, Roland, one of the things that has been undercovered, but that we've seen, and you and I have talked about this over the last few months, is that there have been several special elections that have already occurred subsequent to Donald Trump being sworn in on January 20th, including one in Iowa in a Senate district, state Senate district, that Donald Trump had won in November by 21 points. The Democrat won by 4 in January, in the middle of the winter, because Democrats turned out and independent and swing voters said enough already with the extremism, and it was only a week. And we've seen a similar pattern unfold in special elections in Virginia, in Delaware, and most recently in the suburbs of New York, with respect to the Westchester County executive race, where Donald Trump's endorsed candidate lost by 27 points in a jurisdiction that has had Democrats and Republicans within the last decade or so serve as county executives. And so people are engaged. People do understand the stakes. And obviously, the more people get involved, the faster we can turn this thing around and move the country in the right direction.
Well, in a moment, I'm going to be talking with Josh Will, who's actually running for winning the special election there in Florida. So it's going to be a tough race. It's a ruby red district. But again, if folks actually turn out, there could be an upset there. House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Roland.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now, we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.
One of the problems with sitting through that speech was we had to listen to unrestrained attacks on basic civil rights. Like we haven't seen since the 1960s. When they start carrying on about DEI, you got to break that down what they're against. They're against diversity. Well, what are they for? Segregation?
Yes.
Well,
and they're against supply diversity, contracts.
Wait a minute. And if you have a problem with diversity, you can't do anything about it because they're against diversity. Now, put this in perspective. In Trump's last term, he appointed dozens of judges that would not say during their confirmation hearings whether or not Brown v. Board of Education was properly decided in 1954.
That's right.
Like, segregated schools is something that's up for debate.
Yeah.
Okay, they're against it and proud of opposition to diversity. They're proud of opposition to equity, which all that does is rings that old saying true that for those who are used to privilege, equality seems like oppression. So we can understand why they're against equity. And if you're against inclusion, what are you for? Discriminatory exclusion? I mean, these guys they just come right on out with it, just loud and proud against civil rights. No question. And we found out tonight they're not discriminating just against civil rights. The immigration policy, am I the only one that heard him say that he endorsed the Eisenhower deportation program?
Yes, sir.
You heard him. You know what that was called? You know what the name of it? Operation Wetback.
Yeah, Wetback. Right.
Now Google that and you'll find out that they rounded up about 1 million and some people, many of them citizens. And that's what he endorsed and got a standing ovation.
There you go.
So we're not the only ones he's after.
Oh, absolutely.
But we have to, if you're not interested in health care and access to college and nutrition programs in the budget, you ought to be interested in your civil rights.
Congresswoman Clark, final comment.
What we're facing, and I think for someone like myself and maybe some other folks from my generation, because born right after the civil rights movement, right? The idea of white supremacy had been something that we read about. We're in the midst of a real insurrection of white supremacy. And I think that there been too much tiptoeing around the fact that this is what is going on. And so we have got to awaken and really enlighten it. And I keep going back to educating, because like so many others that have come after me, the access to that information has been episodic. Those who were right in the, so I'm New York, so we Black Power movement. We weren't civil rights movement. It was a different vibe coming out of Brooklyn. So you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. So we grew up with the self-image and understanding of who we were as Black people, anchored in that, right? There's a generation now that's a little bit removed from that understanding, from those sacrifices. And so being rooted in history helps you in a moment like this, because then you know what you're dealing with. Right. For a lot of other folks, it's entertainment. Mm-hmm. There's an entertainment value in it, and they figured out how to, I tell people, I compare the Trump administration and their sort of media ecosystem to the WWE.
Oh, no question.
Right? And our young people are entertained by it until they feel the pain. But if you're in pain all the time, you're not sure where that pain is coming from, then you can justify going in for more pain, right? So there's a lot of work. The CBC sees it very clearly. And again, we're looking for partners. And I said force multipliers because the way I talk coming from Brooklyn is a little bit different than how some of the young people in this room talk to their peers and maybe even talk to others. And so I'm going to need someone to interpret. You hear what I'm saying? For some of their peers, what I'm talking about, and get them moving. Because in this moment, I remind people, I wasn't there, but I visited the monument to the young people of Montgomery. These were children who put their lives on the line.
Absolutely.
Okay? So let's remind our people that children put their lives on the line, and it's our time now. Because this is white supremacy in full effect.
Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. You heard what we just talked about there. Folks, I can't reiterate this enough. Listen to me clearly. I cannot reiterate this enough. When you've got technology companies running scared, when you've got legacy media not doing their job, when you've got Black-owned media that is disintegrated, now is more than ever for us to have independent media that cares about the truth, that is willing to say what needs to be said. So when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered, this show, when you support the Black Star Network, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting the other shows. Our goal is to add 2 more shows this year. We want additional shows. We want more weekly and daily shows because we want to be able to speak truth to power. We want to be able to say what is necessary where other people are scared. And when you are scared, when you're looking over your shoulder, oh my God, that advertising contract is not going to come in. Well, guess what? A lot of these major ad agencies, they're not even supporting us anyway. You know, in 6 years of doing this show, Group M hasn't done a damn thing with us. Publicis hasn't done anything with us. You've got Horizon, you've got all of these folks, they haven't done jack. And so we are calling it like we see it, and we're speaking truth. And unlike some of these other so-called progressives and people who believe in truth, I'm not running around trying to kiss MAGA ass and kiss Trump's ass. I won't be going to Mar-a-Lago, not for a damn thing. And so this is about us being able to speak truth. So when you support this show and this network with your resources, that is exactly what is happening, because we are trying to build something that is bigger and broader, and actually it has the courage to say what needs to be said, even when it makes other folk uncomfortable. If you want to contribute giving Cash App, use the Stripe QR code. This is it right here. And if you are listening, simply go to blackstarnetwork.com to check it out. Also, If you want to see your check and money order, some of y'all old school, we understand that. See your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003 7-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, folks, we've got some 4 million social media followers. If only 20,000 of our fans contribute at least $50 each, which comes out to $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day, that's $1 million. That allows us to be able to continue to build, to add these shows and do the work that's required. So your support is needed. So please join our Bring the Funk fan club today. If you've not already joined, if you have given to us in the past, please renew your commitment, because it's important that we support Black-owned media, because Black-owned media matters. How many times have we told you that the crazy plans of Donald Trump and Elon Musk are all about causing discord, causing drama, as well as nothing but destruction, and they don't care who they impact? Well, guess what? One of the biggest issues is that how they are firing people left and right, impacting families as well. And so what you see is them firing a massive number of federal workers, making no effort to actually study what they do and what they accomplish. This weekend, 20 immigration judges were fired, no explanation. Folks, already there's a backlog of more than 3.7 million cases in our immigration courts, and it already takes years for people to have their cases heard. So instead of adding judges, these idiots just went ahead and fired them. Joining us now, one of those immigration judges, Carrie Doyle. She joins us now. Glad to have you on the show, Carrie. So first of all, explain what happened here. Did you get an email? Did you get a phone call? Was it one of those two-line sentences that said, okay, you're gone, that's it, don't come in?
Hi, Roland. Happy to be with you. I received an email in late Friday afternoon, about 3:50. I was observing court as part of my training. The judge was finishing up their decision, and I had my laptop open and following the case, and got an email with an attachment, and I saw the title of the attachment was terminated. So it actually was 2 paragraphs, but there was really no explanation other than them saying, the acting director saying it was no longer in the interest of the agency that I continue with my employment.
Okay, that's actually confusing, considering that they're talking about people should come in the country the right way. You're an immigration judge. For people who don't understand what you do, explain what an immigration judge does.
Sure. And you're absolutely right, and we'll get to that. But an immigration judge hears cases for any immigrant that's applying for relief. And what that often means is filing for asylum, which is for people who would be protected, who would be persecuted or severely harmed if they were sent to their home country. People also file for green cards, permanent resident status in front of an immigration judge. And we also have the authority to terminate a case if immigration has put someone in front of an immigration judge improperly. A judge will make the finding either to grant the person's application so they can stay in the country or order them removed.
All right. And for those who don't understand, this has been the long-standing practice. This is the policy in terms of how people legally file to come into the United States.
Well, absolutely. Once you're here, if you have a claim to stay, often that's adjudicated by an immigration judge, particularly if you've been stopped by immigration at some point. They will usually write up some paperwork and have you see an immigration judge. And to your point, there's currently 3.7 million cases pending before the national immigration courts, with this administration focusing on the arrest and removal of everybody that they can find. Those numbers will only increase. Additionally, the communities that were paroled in, including large Haitian community, Venezuelans, Cubans, and Nicaraguans, they're ending their parole. They'll end up in immigration removal proceedings in front of an immigration judge also to have their asylum cases heard, as well as anyone who has temporary protected status that's being terminated as well. So these numbers will just grow. And as you point out, the hypocrisy of then firing some of the newest immigration judges really makes no sense. And I have really no rational or logical explanation for what happened.
How many immigration judges are there in the United States?
There are about 700 immigration judges nationwide. Each judge hears between 500 and 700 cases a year. So the 13 immigration judges of the new group, the new class that was coming in, of which I was a member, would have heard between 8,000 and 9,000 cases this year alone. If our training program, which got canceled early on in January, if that had gone forward, we would have been had our formal ceremony of being sworn in. We get sworn in on day one and start the training, but we would have had the formal pomp and circumstance on Friday the 14th. We would have started hearing cases late this week, most likely. But instead, we all got termination notices on that Friday instead.
And walk us through in terms of what the application is, because this is not like the political appointees where a president gets to pick their federal judges. They're confirmed by the United States Senate. That obviously, whether they want to say it's not, it's actually a very political process. So how does one become an immigration judge? Do you apply? Are you recommended by a member of Congress? How does that happen?
Right, absolutely. That's a great question. It's a civil service hiring. So with everyone in the federal government, it's a neutral application process. You're hired as an employee of the Department of Justice and the immigration courts. It's completely neutral. You have panels of interviewers that interview you. They're not allowed to ask, nor did they ask any questions about your political affiliations. Going through, you need to have at least 7 years of experience as an attorney. Some folks come in with extensive immigration experience. I've had 30 years of experience in immigration, both representing individuals in the nonprofit and private setting, as well as working for the federal government for the Department of Homeland Security. So I have really unique perspective coming in, but we also had some veterans that were in our group and some folks from different backgrounds. So again, it's a neutral application process, and we're hired the same as the any other federal employee through a neutral system. And in fact, they are not allowed to ask about your political affiliations or questions in that regard.
So they're not allowed to ask for that. What were you doing before you wanted to become an immigration judge?
So I was the principal prosecutor for Immigration Customs Enforcement. I was the general counsel, also called the principal legal advisor. So I oversaw 1,500 prosecutors and attorneys out in the field who prosecute the immigration cases. And we also have attorneys in headquarters. And then I also served as a deputy general counsel in the Department of Homeland Security. So I worked on a number of the regulations and the border bill, for example. There was a bipartisan border bill that was proposed and accepted about a year ago that this incoming president then blew up that agreement, and the bill never became law. That would have put a lot of resources into the border, into the immigration courts, and fixed some of the serious problems that exist in our broken immigration system.
So again, this is speculation or what you've heard. I mean, do you believe that what the desire here is to appoint hardcore MAGA judges?
Honestly, I don't know what the goal is here. I think your guess is as good as mine. I would like to know. There's been very little information shared. As I explained, I mean, our group, the cohort of judges that were coming in, were quite mixed. A number of them were immigration prosecutors, which in the past, when administrations have wanted to focus on being tough on immigrants or being a little more strict, those would be the hires that they would focus on. And so there's been a desire to have a broader group of people coming in. But nonetheless, a good number are immigration prosecutors who the office I used to head, but they have extensive immigration experience, which is quite helpful. And then we had people that had come from other backgrounds, and I had both in my background, so both being a prosecutor and being a defense attorney, if you will.
It's just baffling, and I think that the problem here is that in your case and so many others, They're just firing folks and they have no idea what they're doing. I mean, they literally fired 300 workers who were responsible for overseeing our nuclear system, and then it was like, oh crap, we kind of like need to call them back. It's happened in other agencies. That tells you right there, there's no rhyme or reason. It's literally, oh, you know what? They got to go. I mean, there's no thought going to any of this.
No, it makes, right. It just, baffling is the perfect word. It makes absolutely no sense. Again, with an administration that has a focus on immigration removal, you need the immigration judges to issue the removal orders. Those are the orders that are then carried out when the person is removed from the country. And the system is already overloaded with the 3.7 million cases. This group of 13 judges would have heard between 8,000 and 9,000 cases this year, which will not be heard and have to be spread around the existing immigration judges. It just really makes absolutely no sense. And I just can't imagine what the thought process is if they continue. I just hope I'm only the last and not the first of the group that will be fired, because if they start firing more judges and the probationary judges, the court I was in will collapse. There will only be one, maybe two judges left there. And it was stood up to take the backlog off the Boston Immigration Court, which was one of the largest backlogs in the country. And they're just struggling and they need the help. And meanwhile, the Department of Justice is asking for more money to hire more judges. So
I'm sorry. Trump's DOJ is asking for more money to fire more judges, and they just fired some judges.
Yes, in their budget, they're asking for more money for judges, yes.
Absolutely baffling. You obviously had left your previous job, so right now you're out of a job.
I am unemployed, and I have a child in college with a very big bill, so I need to fill out my unemployment paperwork. I haven't had time, and then figure out what comes next for me. It's certainly a very unsettling place to be. Some of my colleagues that were in the same class had moved to other cities. One of the veterans had the moving van outside with boxes being loaded when he got the email. A number of them are in states where they don't have their bar licenses, because as immigration lawyer or immigration judge, you just need to be licensed because you're doing federal law. So the options for them to even get new employment are pretty limited. People really change their lives for these kind of jobs. They want to serve the public. They want to serve the nation. To work and have a mission and to feel like you're giving back is an amazing opportunity. I love working in the government, and I would have really cherished this opportunity. And again, number of veterans, people coming from different backgrounds, and this is just heartbreaking, honestly, and baffling, as you said.
No, and I keep making that point that by them doing this indiscriminately, it's impacting individuals. It may lead to people actually being evicted, losing homes. They've got children in college. They've got uncertainty there. It's going to cause individuals to potentially have to apply for SNAP benefits or other government benefits because of this sudden termination. And then they're trying to cut that as well. And so there are real world consequences to this willy-nilly, just whack people, who cares who they are, and then let's go out and just scream, hey, we're saving you billions of dollars a day, when they actually aren't.
Absolutely not. Imagine how much money it costs to hire us. I interviewed in October 2023. You have resume review, 2 interviews with panels of people, of judges, other judges. You do a background check, you do a drug test, you get biometrics taken. It's a process, and it costs a lot of money to hire people. And now we've been fired, and even if they replace us, it's going to cost a lot of money and take a lot of time to bring more people on board. And there's real world consequences, both for the employees that have been fired, but also for the people that are appearing in immigration court. They will have, as we discussed earlier, they're going to have to wait even longer to have their cases heard. And some of them need to have decisions in their case because they may have family overseas that they need to get to safety here. And they're just having to wait longer and longer because of this confusion and misguided decisions that are being made.
Unbelievable. So unfortunately, sorry to hear that you've had to endure this, and so many others. And hopefully people in this country will realize the destructive path that we're seeing take place as a result of these just ridiculous decisions by people who are grossly unqualified to even do these jobs. We appreciate it.
I hope so. I very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, folks.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. And right now we're accepting investors in our $17 million round to revolutionize the future of social media. Today, for just $399, you can own 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $6.65 a share. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. While the big platforms have grown too massive and disconnected from their users, Fanbase is building a platform where creators and users truly come first. We've already raised $4.8 million from everyday investors who believe in this vision, and now you can join them. This is your chance to invest in a social media tech company with over 1 million users that is disrupting media by allowing anyone to reach all of their following and monetize their content from day one. The market is changing, big platforms are failing to serve their users, and Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now. Invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the future of social media.